everybody? How is everybody doing? We have a fun little stream going on today. All right, folks. I actually have something that I am interested in watching. I'm going to go into it completely blind. Let me see here. Let's turn this down a touch more. All right, there we go. All right, let me see here. That's fine. Transition there. All right, as you can see, my camera is not in. Why are there black bars on either side of my screen? Hello? Is that on stream as well? What in the goddamn? Live? No, I guess not live. Give me right there. I'll just be damned. It's on the video. What is that? Okay, but it... Well, hold on, that's not okay. What? Huh. Well, what's the deal with that? Display capture? Unlock that? Okay, we're just gonna, I don't care. You know what? Pitch a screen. Fuck you. The X at the top left is cut off. What the fuck is going on? This is unacceptable. Okay, well, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. How's it going, Tron? All right. So who is Tally? I don't know. Here's the thing. So I know that Wick is friends with this chick, and they've done a couple of shows together. You know, Redmond Berry, 1975. How's it going? Okay, hold on. I'm like getting a little bit ahead of myself. So as you can see, my camera is not on today, okay? My audio is probably not as good as normal. I understand this. The reason for that is I have to clean my room. So the option was either I waited and did a short stream, or I started stream and I just don't have myself on screen. I probably tuned in for thirst quenching. Destiny getting views. Oh yeah, also remind me, I want to talk about that too. You know, we can talk about that one first. Here, let's do this. Let's do this sickness here. All right, yo fam, check this. So, I guess we can go here. Actually, let me do it like this. Let's go here. So I don't even really remember what we talked about with ice beans. Okay, I don't remember what we talked about with ice beans. Oh look, thanks for tagging her, Tron. That's quite polite of you. Um, but yeah, there's 8 comments on this. I haven't read them at all. I did see this one and I saw read more and I clicked that and I saw all of that and I decided that I wasn't going to read it right then. So I think it was more generally about the cycle of defense. Yeah, I feel like every single time that I've had a conversation about this with another content creator, it feels like we're having 2 different conversations. I feel like the conversation I want to have with people is why the fuck is everyone acting so abnormal about all of this? I'm starting to, get a little bit more um, taste of what normal people are like, right? Like even when because I wasn't like crazy not grass touchy before. I had friends, and we went out basically every weekend, sometimes twice a week, So I was like going out and I was doing stuff. So I wasn't like completely out of touch with the people. But my friend, the people that uh, gravitate to me and that I tend to pull together all tend to be weirdo freaks. And they all know it and they all love it. Okay? So no one that hears me talk about this would feel offended. But the thing about moving here is, people are a lot more young professional here in DC than they are in Houston. So starting to interact with a lot more normal people, starting to see what normal people care about and prioritize and talk about. And man, the conversation that I'm having or trying to have with people is why the fuck are you guys like at each other's fucking throats and having like legitimate like friendship ending problems over this stupid bullshit. It's really fucking weird. Plain normal people. The fucking Bastiat clip. Um, but anyways, yeah. So I shouldn't move the chair yet. So I'm doing some cleaning while we're doing streaming. Okay, so there's gonna be some background noise. If the audio, if I am leaning over like this, and the microphone is pressing up against my throat and it sounds super bad, let me know. I'll stop. Don't call him that. Listen, I have, and we'll probably look at that here in a minute. It is funny. It's really funny. Just as a background for people, I say background, just so everybody knows, I guess the JSTLK guy has been dating Cherry, and the exact same thing that happened to Destiny, where she was like, I was going to leave my husband and go to him, but he was abusive to me and mentally. Bro. Happened to Jtock too. Man, like, I wish that I was as trusted as I used to be in this space so that don't forget blackmailing to keep her quiet. What are you talking about? What? I saw I saw like 4 pictures uh I think briefly that I listened to Desi talk about for like 5 minutes before decided I was going to wait till it was all said and done. That's what I saw. He wouldn't date anyone from that community in a million years. There's a text where you say if you come out and say we're dating, I'm going to delete and remove everything and do a bunch of crazy stuff. You forgot the context, but I can hunt it down. That, yeah, I mean, get it for me. Also, um, so here's a couple of things that here's like the broad plan for today's stream because I'm going to be able to stream for a long time. All right. Um, Probably will see if people want to hop on. I have a kind of broad idea for something until I find the joy to just host a one of the we don't have a hangout panel anymore, you know? So host a hangout panel where like I get on the show kind of in the way that Wick does, right? Where he has like someone on and he does a call-in show with that person. Like do that, but like say like, all right, this person they're free at like 1. This person they're free at 3. You know, and like every 1 or 2 hours say like, oh, if this person is scheduled to come on, but anyone can hop on at any given point, but this person is definitely going to be there at that time. I think that'd be kind of fun. Um, she said his community is the only one she can rely on, and he said he'll delete everything if she goes public. BRB, my ears off? What? Um, Honestly, Cherry is just crazy from her BPD. Listen, I don't want to talk shit on Cherry. I liked I did I meet Cherry once or twice? I can't remember if it was twice. But I remember Cherry was very, very cool. Cherry was very, very nice. She's very, very funny. She's very, very chill in person. I can't remember if I met her twice or once though. But like, fuck, dude. I like she probably like the BPD seems to be like a very major fucking problem for her, and that really sucks. I don't remember, yeah, because you don't follow her Twitter. I feel like that's for the best. I don't know if she blocked me, I or if I unfollowed her, but um, yeah, I hope that she is like okay. She seems like she has a lot of issues. And it seems like she attaches to people and then wants to kill herself afterwards. Hope that doesn't happen. All right. Um, you're right. It is for the best. Yeah. I think I'm going to just be. I think that my days of internet edge lording are over. Um, like if there's someone that I hope doesn't have a bad time, I hope that I'm gonna say I hope they don't have a bad time, even if it, you know, would be funny to like start drama or anything, or not even that, like just to be mean to be mean. I feel like a lot of people, myself included, have done that. Sometimes it's deserved, but allegedly she was going to leave her husband for Jtock. I saw a picture of that. Yeah, that's the only thing that I had seen. Which like yeah, this woman is BPD. Probably like her. The fact that her husband hasn't left her is a testament to that man's patience. Damn. I think with people like Cherry, she's easily gaslighted. Yeah, I mean like that's part of it, but it's just like you there are certain people that like they get a little bit of validation and it does something to them. Um, it just like it inextricably links them to that person. They just can't. Yeah. Anyways, um, so yeah, here really quick, I'm going to say this, and then we'll read these comments, and then we'll do the actual content that I plan to do today, because I don't usually plan to do content, and when I do, we're fucking doing it. Um, yeah, I'm going to be cleaning my room. I have a wireless microphone. Once I'm done with the majority of it, then I will turn the camera back on and we'll uh, be sitting at the computer. We have a long stream ahead of us, folks. All right, buckle in, pop your popcorn. There will be several intermissions. All right. What else? Cleaning his room, a Jordan Peterson fan. Yeah, exactly. And oh wait, you know what? really quick. I will, if it'll not unplug. Nope, can't do it. Oh well. I just made there's little shelves built into the wall right there. Are we streaming to Kick? Oh, fuck. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. You using the correct mic? No, I'm using a different mic today. I'm using a wireless mic while I clean my room. And then after I'm done cleaning my room, then you guys get the good mic. No, don't do it until things get real. Oh yeah, I was going to say, I can't do it right now, but I will do it until I start doing real stuff. The question I was about to ask is, oh yeah, the other thing that I want to do, so because I have the wireless mouse, we're doing that. It's going to be a long stream, I said that. Oh, go into the Discord, post videos, short little clip videos, preferably streamables, preferably things that are easily downloadable, okay, that I can make into alerts for the stream. I'm going to also be spending today revamping some of the overlay stuff, trying to find a better, God, I hate the chat. I hate the way that the chat works. So I want to get a better chat API, maybe? I don't know what to call it. Which channel? Let's see. Where is Discord? Put it into... And I also want, like, emote suggestions, okay? Put it into the fucking... Put it all into emote suggestion, okay? Because it's all going to be like that type of stuff. Or if Tron wants to make a thing, yeah, just put stuff in there. I want to revamp our emotes. I want to, if you want to make one for me, or if you want to make one with AI that is like an in-joke with the channel, or like a callback meme, please feel free to do it. I want member badges. I want emotes. I want new badges, or I'm sorry, like alerts on the screen. And I need help because I'm not a creative person. All right? I need ideas for what to do. All right. You know what? Actually, what do I want to do first while I'm still medicated? Yeah, we'll do this. All right, fuck it. So, how long have I been streaming on YouTube? Let's see here. We've been streaming for about 27 minutes. All right, got it. Sorry, scared the shit out of me. Oof. Yeah, Sushi's in here. God damn. Girlfriend scared the shit out of me. Get out, cat. I'm never mean. All right. There's some emotes in that channel. Check them out. Well, I will in just a moment once we're done doing what we're doing. All right. So I talked to Ice Beans the other day. I'm having a different conversation with everyone about this. I don't understand why, like, this is the Israel-Palestine of, like, the Twitch internet. It's actually a little bit fucking crazy how much of a moral, like, black stain there is on you if you it's like being a like neo-Nazi, the way that people like, oh, you still fucking talk about Destiny, you still watch it, like, okay, you don't like Destiny, and that's fine. But anyways, I'm taking too long for this. Anyways, I don't understand, like, yeah, there's like some disappointing things about what happened with the initial shit going on, right? But he's not fucking Hitler. That's my opinion. Fuck me. So let's go through these comments, because this one was super fucking long. When I hit the see more, I legitimately started laughing out loud. But maybe this guy has a good point. Let me see. He says, I'm a DGGer. While on one hand, I appreciate when people don't talk about details when they aren't very well informed on what they're talking about, I'm also a little bit confused as to what actions of Destiny you have an issue with. There are a lot of allegations about Destiny right now, and I'm not sure which ones you believe are true. Well, Last Stand 456, before reading anything further, I think that the guy is an insanely fucking deranged coomer. The guy has, it seems like every single issue that has been made public about his life seems to come down to some kind of irresponsible sex act with someone. Not that the sex acts themselves are bad or anything like that. I don't care who he has sex with, how he has sex with them, whatever the fuck, as long as no one's getting raped. I'm fine, like, with you having sex. So that's my opinion. It's just that you can take things too far, obviously. And it seems like he took things too far. And because he took things too far, where he's constantly fucking Discord kittens all the fucking time, and taking videos, having those videos sent on Discord, it's like, it's the irresponsibility for me personally, fam. It's the irresponsibility and the just like crazy fucking amounts of cooming. But like, other than that, like, I don't think that he's done anything evil at this point. He didn't send anything maliciously, right? Discord kittens, yes, they are Discord kittens. But let me think. Trying to make sure that I'm not just like poisoned on the whole discourse. I think that very initially, I think that there should have been a better response. It's easy to look at it in retrospect and say, like, you know what? These people would never have done this. These people would never have done that. You know, it would have been bad for his lawsuit, blah, 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 you know? Discord kittens? You guys have never heard the term Discord kittens? Go to Urban Dictionary. I can't help you, okay? If you don't know what Discord kittens are, right? But anyways, so I think that there is some ambiguity. I think that there's some ambiguity as to how many people Pixie knew Destiny would send videos of them together to. I think that that probably took Pixie off guard, that videos specifically of her were still getting sent around when those were like videos made in 2019, right? That's probably something that like takes someone off guard, and it, like the fact that it's on Kiwi Farm and blah 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 blah, like that's all obviously that's bad. Not great for her. So I think that I understand why she's mad. Obviously, I'm sure Destiny at first understood where she was coming from. Um, I think that I think the ambiguity comes in for me for like as far as I can, because I haven't like been committing all of these details to memory, and I haven't been committing all of these like, arguments and shit. But like it seems like she didn't think that like videos were still being shared. This video got shared to a wide audience. She's upset about it, and that's sucks. I don't know what I think about the morality or the um what's the word I'm looking for? Like the consent involved for like the videos sent, and when they're sent and when it's appropriate and when, all that. But like, man, is it this bad? Is it I don't think that the response has been proportional in the slightest. Um, and because of the response and because of how bad this lawsuit has, uh, you know, been for Destiny's reputation, I'm sure there's literally no world in which he looks back at, January or December and looked at his responses and said, you know what, I should have said this nicer. I should have been. I'm sure that at this point he's never going to say that because fuck him, you know. But like, I feel like, for me personally, I'm soy. I like being nice to people. I feel like there was a moment where he could have had a much better response. I might be wrong on that. Like maybe I could be walked through the whole timeline on everything, and at the end of everything say, you know what, Destiny actually, you know what, his responses and the timing of everything made total sense. But the feeling I had at the time as someone that wanted to defend Destiny was, I think that he could have done better on this. I think he could have done better on that. Um, yeah. Anyways, let's read the rest. Destiny had, okay, so Mr. Last Stand 456, if you want my full take on everything, go to 35 minutes, no, go to 30 minutes in the here. Hey there, champ. Live reacting to this starting at the approximate 25 min mark in the latest VOD. I don't type out novels in comment sections. Oh yeah, by the way, just so you guys know, the reason I'm doing this isn't because I want to blow this guy up or anything. I'm not trying to blow any of these people up. I'm not fucking typing out fucking novels in my comment sections. So I'm not like angry at any of these people yet. I haven't read the comments, you know? Okay, so let me keep on reading. Reply. Destiny had, in my opinion, an awful response to all the allegations, and only by watching him nearly every day for months have I gotten answers for my unasked questions. Destiny, in a recent stream, clearly said that with the lawsuit situation, he doesn't believe he has done anything morally reprehensible. With respect, with sharing inappropriate content with himself and Pixie 2 Rose, Destiny thought that he had implicit consent. Yeah, so like that's where the what do you call it? The motherfucking ambiguity comes in. Like I don't I'm not enough of a coomer. I've never had a fuck buddy. I've had like one relationship that was an on again off again thing. And that wasn't even that long lasting, okay? I don't fuck around. I don't fucking cheat. I don't, you know, have multiple sexual partners at any given point. Never been me. Okay. So I don't know what the swinger lifestyle is like. Okay. I don't know what the rules are, right? I know that you're supposed to have pineapple decorations all over your house. I don't know what the rules are for like video sharing and stuff like that. I thinking about it from like a human interaction point of view, I don't it could go either way. It could go either way for me. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But I like I lean towards like, dog, you know who Destiny is. You knew him for a long fucking time. And I think she knew him for a long time before having sex with him. And I think she knew him for a long time after having sex with him. Like, I don't I don't think that my gut feeling is she wasn't surprised that her videos were amongst those leaked. That's the gut feeling I get. Ironically, I could steal the transcript later and post it. Steal the transcript for what? Also, shoot floops, how's it going? I've never seen someone admit to being a DGGer before. I mean, I have. I mean, I've been to DGG events. Here, one second. I'm gonna. Um, why? There's no reason for me to stop talking. I can walk away from my computer. But anyways, yeah, I've been to DGG events, man. Like listen, I liked the community. The community, unironically, was just like a bunch of nerdy people, and they were fine and they were chill. Some of them tried to be a little too edgy, and they usually like shut the fuck up pretty quickly. Like it was just like a bunch of normal, like moderately nerdy people, you know, and it was I enjoyed the couple of times I hung out with DGGers. All right. That's all I'll say. It's not that there's anything to hide. It's just that there's not much else to say. I just enjoyed my time, you know. That's true. Ranger and Rogue. I actually it wasn't just one time. It was one event, but I touched him multiple times. Yeah, DGG used to have a different vibe. But like even now, like I don't think that they have like a terrible vibe. Like again, like that's the whole thing. Like I'm reading this comment. I haven't made it all the way through, but like, man, it's like the Israel Palestine of the Twitch community, dude. Like you're either like 100% with or 100% against Destiny, and that's even more so now than ever, like before. And that's saying something, you know? At the same time, I don't have the same proclivities I used to, but it's still an interesting site for me. In which, wait, in regards to what? Sorry. We can't convert Sondsol to Islam and accept harems. I listen, I honestly think that there are way fewer people that can deal with that lifestyle unironically. Like I don't even think that Vosh truly likes that. I think Vosh just likes to have sex with people. I think that Destiny might be the closest person to being able to do that. But like all of these people, like they just want to be able to fuck and then also have one partner and then like be able to cheat. That's what all these people want to do. I'm 100% convinced of it. Um, I don't think I've ever met a polyamorous person in real life that wasn't a massive piece of shit, you know? Anyways, let's keep reading. Um, with respect to, yeah, we already talked about that. That's the like the murky moral part for me, but like I don't know. So, Desi made clear in text one day that he thinks you shouldn't be sharing anything without explicit consent. Well, this sounds like a cope. Apparently, even the judge in the last hearing mentioned that there sounded like there was an implied consent thing going on. Um, for me personally, I was against Desi and Jan early this year, and my opinion of him dropped considerably, but not enough to stop watching him. Sure, what I thought. Here's my thing. I'll fully admit, I am a cope viewer. I don't care, dude. I need some. I need to watch something to cope. Everything fucking sucks right now. Like so much about my future what was thrown into the air because of this, you know, um, because of the whole, political situation. And then on top of that, there is the horrible depression I'm going through. And then on top of that, there is the horrible loneliness I'm going through. Like the horrible, like fucking everything is really bad, right? And like generally, I'm fine. I'm not going to kill myself, but like, dude, let me have like one person whose content I agree with that isn't like a total soy Brian Cohen Taylor, whatever his name is, person. Just that's all I want, man. Like, and I kept on making like a joke comparison. I hope it doesn't come across as I think that he's like Epstein or like a pedophile, but like fuck me. I listen to Led Zeppelin. I listen to Ozzy Osbourne. I've heard some really bad stories about what rockers and metal dudes in the 70s and 80s were doing, okay? It's pretty reprehensible shit. Nobody gets mad at me for listening to those people now, okay? I'm fine with the moral implications. Past that, I'll have the conversation about whether or not we should have, like, whether he's right or wrong about something or blah, blah, blah. It's like, but dude, just like the weirdo freak behavior to sit there and like the snarker communities unironically scare the fuck out of me. Okay? Like that one Fox girl killed herself over the snarker communities. Like they're totally I say snarker communities just because that's what everyone's calling them. But there's like mini kiwi farms all over the place about specific creators all over the place. It's fucking insane, you know? I think your comparison is more, yeah, I just don't like, sometimes Reynolds' notebook is really good and he posts a bunch. What do you, wait, in regards to what? Talking about Destiny? Or posts a bunch of videos in general? I like Reynolds' notebook. He's probably him and Nonfon are the only political streamers I watch right now. And like that's not saying much because I don't really sit there and watch their streams, not to shit talk them, but I just don't ever watch streams live, you know? Good videos to watch, yeah. I would highly recommend Reynolds Notebook and Nonfon. Those dudes are smart as fuck. They're able to hold their own debates. Very cool dudes. I don't think I've ever talked to either of them one-on-one. I'm just like the old man who's like clinging onto his dead channel saying, "You go, kids. You tell those conservatives." Okay, let's keep going. Sure, what I thought he had done was really bad. Such things are, unfortunately, fairly common. Sharing news of someone else without their consent. Similar things that happened in high school with 3 girls I know. Okay, I get it. Do you think Destiny recorded him and Cherry having sex? I don't know anything about that. So like, just Mr. Last Stand 456. This is the end of the cool little response to you. Okay. I don't know. All of that will be in the court cases. Okay. All that will be in the court cases. I don't know. I don't know. There's something about the Cherry thing. If he record, I'll have much stronger statements on Destiny if he is or was secretly recording people during sex. That's a different ball game, right? But yeah, so that's my response to that. Um, Responding to dark ol whatever the fuck you are. I don't want to talk about the facts of the case. Now here's my opinion about the situation. 4822. Hi. I respond to your comment at 48 minutes. Hi, I respond to your comment at 48 minutes in the latest VOD. Reply. Yes, I do not want to talk about the facts of the case, because I don't care about the facts of the case, because it doesn't matter at all. Dude's a cringe fucking gooner. So watch him. I wanted to talk about the fact that everyone's a freak when it comes to just watching him. We're having two different conversations in this conversation. And I realized that. I realized that multiple times in the conversation. But yes, I didn't want to talk about the facts of the case because the facts don't matter. Dude has a problem with the gooning. The dude has a problem with obviously some sex stuff. But like, I don't care. Based off of everything that I understand of the case, it's just something that like I would look at someone sideways for in general, being that sexually active all the fucking time. So yeah, it sounds like he's probably not guilty of any of the things that he was saying, or that whatever her name is, Pixie is accusing him of. You know, he's probably not guilty of those things. But you know what he is guilty of? Being a cringe gooner. Comment responded to. I've never heard of your channel before, but this was refreshing, nuanced conversation. I really thought it was just going to be more Destiny misinfo. What did you think about the perverse streamer video by June the King? Most top comments enjoyed it, but I saw a few saying it's misinfo. Someone's plugging a video and I'm falling for it. We'll check that out later. We'll just like that. I take the situation a lot more serious if people had smoke both ways. At the moment, people will be unhinged with their shit towards Destiny and it completely derails their argument. My unsolicited opinion on the topic. I'll admit I'm a Destiny fan. I've been watching for 8 years. Did I say 78 or 728? I think I said 728. What happened in January was rough. I pulled back from watching VODs a little bit, but then I see people taking advantage of the drama, dropping their hot takes and basically crashing out. They expose the issue even more. They pretend to be defending the victim, but it all seems to put more eyes on the content she was trying to hide. And then she is turned from trying to keep it quiet from going to on a full revenge tilt to help Democrats and help. Sure. Sondsol should get respect for making these things with a joy, honestly. I'm not even like, yeah, this stuff doesn't like make me like super upset. I do get a little bit freaked out though. I do get a little bit turned off from people um, who are like super, super deep into it. Like the super, super deep people into it on either side. If you're like hardcore defending him, because like, fuck, man, don't hardcore defend him. He he did a little weird with hearing. Okay, dude, he did a little weird thing. We all knew that he does weird sex things. We knew this. I'm not going to defend him for more of the sex stuff. Stop doing weird sex stuff. That's it. All right. I've responded to those. Mr. Tron, I am now going to, you said that you wanted me to do a third stream to kick. I can do that, but here's the question. I'm supposed to clean this fucking room. But because I haven't stood up yet, I'm not turning on my camera because my room is really fucking dirty. Okay? So the audio is still going to be the same, and there's not going to be a camera. Does it matter to you if I set up the kick stream right now, or can I do it later? Because I'm going to go over the Wick thing now. Yeah, don't bother save bandwidth. Okay, thank you. Thank God. Okay, so.
Wing it, man.
All right, so last night I didn't even get to watch this for that long, you know? Unless you think it's going to be fire. Well, Tron, tell me, is my audio quality right now super fucking annoyingly bad? How bad does your room look? Hiroshima bad? I mean, here, I guess I'll let you guys choose. It's just like, I probably will do some like laundry and stuff. Like, what if I had to fold my underwear in front of you people? And what if you guys think my underwear is cringe? And then what if I get made fun of? Oh, wait, hold on. What's the exciting news? The White House and Speaker Johnson's office are in full meltdown as it becomes clear they don't have the votes to pass Trump's big, beautiful bill. What? How is that? Didn't they pass it like 3 hours ago? Huh. Come on. I mean, it's based if that's true. Here, 1 second. I see I have notifications. Let me see what those notifications are about. I don't even know what that slop tube blunt rotation. Okay, cool. I forgot that I forgot that I tweeted this out. Never mind, you're fucked. Yeah, of course it did. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not surprised. That's why I'm not fucking covering it. Like, listen. Oh, I'll have health insurance come this October. Okay, so I'll tell you that I'll be fine. Um, it's a genocide on red states. Those poor red states are the ones that get the most fucking Medicaid. It's those poor Rust Belt states that get the most Medicaid, like like per capita, like the highest percentage of their people are on that. Like if they want to kill their own fucking people, they have my blessing. Okay? I just want kick so you can remove Twitch VODs quickly. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead. I'm going to start cleaning my room. I'll go ahead and give you guys a little bit of backstory on this because this will likely be a segment, okay? So, got to stop with the brain dead, retarded, red state dir, get more Medicaid money. I'm sorry, JMac. At this point, it's really hard for you guys to defend this stuff. Like, I don't want that to happen to red states. Okay, I want poor people to have access to those things, right? But like defend what? The big beautiful bill. The big beautiful bill is what I'm saying is a genocide on red states. Like I don't want them to be defunded. I don't want them to have their healthcare taken away, you know? Like, dude. Uh, yeah. Who's defending the BBB in here? Well, I mean, like when I say that when they do these Medicaid cuts, it's going to be a genocide on red states, and then you say you've got to stop doing that, I'm assuming that you're defending the BBB. Are you to think that red states are red and blue is retarded? I mean, Mississippi. Of course, J-Mac. But like, you know what I'm talking, like these are senators, these are Congress people, okay? And because they are federal government, representatives, they are representing that whole state, right? What you're trying to do really is say that red voters take more government money. It's retarded. I mean, like, but it doesn't matter if it's red voters or blue voters. If it is a state that is run by Republicans, then it's a red state, right? If it's a state that predominantly elects Republicans to their state legislature, to their governorship, to the House of Representatives, and to the Senate, it is a state administered by, and like the economy it's at the hands of Republicans. And it's not to say that all red states are, bad economically. Texas isn't bad economically, right? I don't think that Texas has like a crazy high percentage of people on Medicaid, right? But places that are red states like my home state of Arkansas, places that are red states like Louisiana, like Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, right, have a lot of poor people on Medicaid. Republicans run those fucking states. Fuck me for saying that red states have a lot of people on Medicaid. Georgia has the lowest. Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't know that statistic. When I think of red states, I think of the Deep South. Are the other ones, are you going to, like, here, blow my mind, JMac, okay? Rework my entire worldview. The entire Deep South, are they like the top 10 lowest per capita Medicaid expenditures or recipients in the US? Okay, well, you can. I don't think that that's true at all. I'm pretty sure that SNAP benefits and Medicaid are amongst the highest per capita. We'll look at it here in a minute. I would like to do this segment that I was planning on doing while I clean my room. Is he gonna link something, or are we just gonna keep going? How do I? Oh, that's right. You're always in YouTube. Why aren't you in my Discord, JMac? I saw that you were complaining about getting banned from. Wait, hold on. That's also something. Sorry. I saw a screen cap of you complaining about getting banned from Wick's Discord. What happened? Okay. You guys link me stuff, okay? We'll go over this. This link will be broken? It doesn't look like it's broken. Oh, maybe it is. Well, fuck me. Link it to me in DMs. Hold on. Listen, I have already reached out literally before I even started stream last night, before I watched the whole segment, okay? I think I got where is the point where they're
Bye-bye. Give me a second for
this is the second, this is like the literal microsecond that I clicked on Wick's stream.
transition gang, leave.
So, when I saw there was some kind of disaster that happened because of the live and learn guys, right? Well, is there like a full screen of all of them? Yeah. The live and learn guys evidently had a disastrous panel with this person. Now, this is all I know, all right? What I've gathered is this Tallybots person is a liberal question mark who voted for Donald Trump in 2024. And I guess I don't know if she's doing an apology tour. I don't know what the concept of the show is. Okay, I don't know what they were supposed to be talking about. Right, like this is how blind we're going into this. However, I am very interested because I don't feel like with conservative commentators right now, I don't feel like there's anyone that I can trust. I don't believe them. Right. I don't believe that they're being honest with what they believe. But I I feel like someone who is regretting their Trump vote right now probably is being honest about, if they're willing to say, yeah, I voted for Trump and it was a bad idea, right now, openly, right, is willing to take the slings and arrows for their decision, right? So that's interesting to me. I feel like they'll be honest. And I think that that's something that I need right now is I need conversations with people that I feel are being honest. How do I get to post in your Discord? You should be able to on when you join, just so you guys know, anyone that is watching on stream, okay? Am I on? Oh, look, and next week, 1 second. Let me look at my handy dandy calendar. That's June. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think I can do Wednesday. So we will be watching this video, and then we will be tentatively Wednesday works best for me. I can have confirmation by this evening. Oops. Sorry. All caps. Wasn't looking. All right, so now we are confirmed that they are interested in having a conversation at least. So that's nice. So we have an end goal with this. So basically, I'm just curious what happened here, what the conversation was about, because at a certain point, we are going to have to, we're going to have to talk to people who voted for Donald Trump in 2024. And that is a rough pill to swallow for me personally. But it's going to be something that we're going to have to do, especially as we go into 2026 and 2028. Posted the link in the Raccoon Den. Thank you. I will look at it, but again, I want to do this segment just because this is personally interesting to me. And I haven't had a stream topic that is personally interesting to me in a while. So yeah, I think that it's difficult for me right now to conceive of reaching across the aisle to even independents or conservative liberals who voted for Donald Trump in 2024, thinking that this wouldn't be the disaster that it is. It is crazy to me. It's almost as crazy to me as the idea that conservatives are trying to, gaslight me into saying that everything that's happening right now is normal, right? There's just something not true about it. Sourcing, how are you doing? It's super easy to just say hi to a random person outside. Well, hold on. It's not for me. And the reason why, and this is a personal thing, and it might be a personal failing. And I totally understand if you see it that way. Motherfucker, over and over, it has been confirmed to me, and JD Vance even tweeted out as much about the big, beautiful bill. Literally all concerns, all issues are subordinated at the feet of immigration. They do not care about anything except kicking out the most amount of fucking Mexicans as possible. That's literally all they care about. That's why they gave ICE triple, I'm sorry, I might be giving misinformation there. It's either double or triple the budget of the Marines, the United States Marines. We don't have a budget for ICE in the hundreds of millions. I believe we have a budget for ICE now that is in the hundreds of billions. Someone please fact check me on that. But motherfucker, it's really crazy to me. I can't look at a Trump supporter right now as a fucking human being. I'm having an actual crisis of humanity looking at these people who are bloodthirstily jacking off with sandpaper like the fucking human centipede guy to the idea of alligator Alcatraz. All right? I know I'm soy. I know that the having feelings on the internet shit is gay as fuck. But motherfucker, I don't know how to fucking reconcile that with a loving, good God, or even like the concept that like humans are like at a baseline good. Like that shit's like actually unfucking believable to me. And I'm sure eventually I'll get over it, right? Like I'm logicking myself through like major depression right now, so I'm sure I can logic my way out of thinking that people are fundamentally evil fucking human beings. But like right now, dude, the way it feels, the way these people are fucking talking, man, I know there's like a step back that I'll have to take, but dude, it's very fucking crazy to me. It's very crazy to me. Um, yeah. Anyways, let me see. Catch up. I'm also, for people that are just coming in, there's no cam and I'm on my wireless microphone because I'm cleaning my room. So you're gonna have to deal with whatever bad audio quality or me huffing and puffing because I also pace. If I'm not sitting down and playing a game while talking, I have to pace. So. Uh-oh, arguing through stream chat on different platforms. Let's fucking go. Okay, let me catch up with chat really quick. I want to sit down and read it. Also, JMac, I don't know if I said this. I saw that you posted the link in the Raccoon Den. I will click on it later, but again, I want to go through this stuff. People are stupid. No one votes based on anything. It's all vibes based. Yeah, but like the vibe was we want to be fucking cruel, right? The vibe was we want to be demons. I don't know, dude. Everything else is just post hoc rationalization. I mean, I fucking get it. And like, brother, I understand that you're right. I do. This shit's just, as you seeing them as evil, man. But like, I don't know. I know that like there's a lot of shit that I'm saying right now is hyperbole, and I'm self-aware of it to a large degree. I'm not perfectly self-aware. I'll be the first to admit. Sometimes I'm crashing out a little bit too hard, and I need to chill the fuck out. And I know it. But I'm self-aware enough to know what I'm doing that's hyperbole. Dude, I've tried like with multiple conservatives at this point to dissuade me of the idea that all issues are subservient to getting the fucking Mexicans out. But every fucking conversation in private, in Twitter comments, on stream, like, they literally don't care about fucking anything except kicking out the Mexicans. And I just don't know how many times I can be told that and then see the fucking vice president of the United States say all of the minutia about the millions of people going to be kicked off of Medicaid, all the minutia about the SNAP benefits being rolled back, all that's minutia. What really matters is the hundreds of billions of dollars we're giving to ICE, you know? Eventually I'll calm down. Eventually I won't be as soy and I'll think more about like the impact of a Democrat just calling these people and looking at them as evil. But right now, man, I gotta call them like I see them, dude. It would be too much to try to pretend to rationalize it, in my opinion. At least for me right now. I have enough going on right now. I can't pretend that these people aren't acting like Hitlerites. It actually, and I don't say this as hyperbole either, like the shit that I see on Twitter, and I see like the dick sucking of Trump, like it is, there's so many. I know that it's not how history works, but man, the fucking corollaries of the people dick sucking Hitler and all the Nazi shit when everybody knew that they were just doing it to dick suck when they disagreed. Ugh. There's so many weird little corollaries like that, dude. And like the reason I know that it's like about racism and is because like now they're talking about revoking citizenship from people so that they can deport them, which is almost certainly not going to happen, hopefully, unless we just fully descend. But like people are cheering that on because deportations is just, it's like the guillotine for the French Revolution is it is the one tool to solve all of the domestic social issues, whereas for the economy, there's one tool to fix the economy, and that's tariffs. You know? Ugh. I get it. Okay. That's how far back I'm at. So let me catch back up with chat. Okay. Okay. J. Mactron and Bones are arguing with each other. I get it. It's incredibly frustrating, but it's a mistake to assume people are evil. People are just living their lives and they get sold on silly solutions to their problems. Yeah. I just need to interact. I need to find those people. And I know. Sourcing, I know they're out there. I need to find them. I don't know where the fuck they're at, dude. I don't know where the fuck they're at. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of people that I thought were like that, but it's like, fuck, dude. Ugh. Anyways. Let me see here. To quote a Twitter post, everyone say thank you to the Republicans for just cementing the blue way for us in the midterms. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, there's cynical things like that I've said as well, right? Like the whole genocide of, poor red state Southerners. But like, fuck, man, I'm soy and I'm proud about it. I don't want people to fucking die. I don't want people to have, I don't want people to have bad lives. It does suck. I have family in the deep south, okay? um, Now, sourcing said, who's making up the narrative about people they don't know now? I don't know what you were directly responding to there. Because I'm crashing out again instead of watching the fucking video that I said I was going to watch, or cleaning the fucking room that I said I was going to clean. Yeah, I'm sorry, J Mac. If you think that this is the way to go about, like, I'm fine with deporting people who are like here illegally, but man, like they're going after huge fucking amounts of people who have been here for like decades who are like abolition. Like, you guys can say, oh, well, they broke the law, but like obviously there's fucking discretion. And like if there was anyone that you gave a fuck about that were part of these communities, like I do, like you would probably be a little bit worried about them. You'd probably be saying, well, obviously that wouldn't happen to them because they're a part of the community. But like it is happening to those people. They arrested a 70-year-old Iranian woman who I don't know if she's even been released yet. Right after they struck Iran, they arrested a whole bunch of people who were immigrants from Iran. She was not a citizen and she didn't have asylum. She had been living here for 30 years and you know what? She applied for asylum and they didn't grant it to her. But they did say, we're not granting you asylum, but what you can do is you can stay here as long as you come in and you check in with immigration services every X amount of months. And she did that for 30 fucking years or more, I think. Sorry, no. I always, like, in my mind, the 70s is cemented as 30 years ago. That happened in the 70s after the the fucking revolution. She stayed here because of that. And we allowed her. And for 30 fucking or 40, 50 years, dude. Wait, did you ban him? The JMac guy? Oh, shit. We'll unban him later. If he's just being annoying, because I wasn't paying attention to y'all's conversation. But yeah, they arrested the Iranian lady to say that, look, we rounded up 1,000 Iranians after they struck Iran because they were scared of, everyone was talking about sleeper cells. So to make themselves look strong, they went around and rounded up. They just rounded people up like fucking rats for political points, and it's getting to me. My father is one of the people who just believes insane shit he sees on YouTube. My brother just voted for Trump because there's no world in which he votes for a Dem. Yeah, and listen, I understand. My grandfather, he is one of the best role models I've ever had in my entire life, okay? He is a good man. All right? And I would defend that statement to the day I die. He probably voted for Trump 3 times. But he doesn't pay attention to politics at all. He has very good morals. He has very good, he has a very strong character. He was an Eagle Scout before, that became something like easy to attain. He's just like one of those good old Southern boys. I understand. But I need my soy out moment. Because I just think that for me, and you can disagree, and you can call me out on it, and we can just disagree at this part right here. But it needs to be fucking shouted from the rooftops, and it is being shouted. I don't have to be any different from anyone else to say that it is not normal what's happening right now. What's happening right now is disgusting. These people are fucking insane for going along with it. These people are insane for coping still and thinking that the fucking Liberation Day is going to help, right? For me right now, that's just where I can be. That's where I can be. Until I'm not going to give a hard time or a hard line for it or anything. I know myself. I know who I am. Eventually I'll be able to chill, right? If you ask me my true opinions, on any specific thing, they're a lot more reasonable than how angry I am right now. So I know someone who watches Matt Walsh. That's rough. Yeah. You're asking people to recognize they fucked up. That's not a thing people do. People double down. Yeah. And well, I don't even know if that's what I'm asking. And this is the last thing I'm going to respond to you on this. All right. Because I'll get stuck on this all night, because this is something I think about all day, every day right now. All right. I'm not asking people to, maybe I am asking people to recognize that they fucked up. Maybe, is John Nunn JMac timing others out because of their own feelings or simply misunderstanding others? Well, Bones has seniority, all right? I don't even know what the fight was about, but Bones has been here long enough to where I'm not even going to question it. You work for Sondsol? Listen, he's got seniority. I stick with my mods if they've been a mod for, 2+ years, yeah. The fight was about Bones disagreeing with me. That's it? Okay, well. Anyways, I just think right now, where I'm at, maybe I am asking people to recognize that they fucked up. Maybe I don't know what I'm asking people. All I know, there's very little that I know right now. But what I do know is that I'm really fucking mad. I know that what's going on is not normal. And I do know that eventually I'll be able to chill the fuck out. It's just, man, it's rough for me right now. I I don't talk, no, I won't talk about, like, I don't talk about, like, my family too much because, like, if I talk a lot about my family, I can give doxable information, Um, my family are all very, very fucking loud, obnoxious, passionate, activist people, okay? I'm talking every single fucking person on my dad's side, everyone in my immediate family, we're loud motherfuckers, we're very passionate, and everyone has always been like activist levels, like in the fucking trenches, all right? Um, and it's just because the people in my family, like, they just really care. And something that I realize about streaming, and while thinking about my uncle, that was a very big, he was a very big political influence on everyone in my family, right? But um, looking back at how I interacted with politics, and how my like my immediate family, especially, okay, Hassan viewers, okay, how my immediate family interacts with politics, it was a luxury, right? Um, it was a luxury to be able to just be little retards that voted for Democrats, and we were morally lucky because that's the family I grew up in, you know? Um, but then as we got angrier and we got more passionate and more involved in politics and more knowledgeable about politics, our luxury of like not knowing things was probably a bad thing, right? Because now we were angry and we were stupid. And we didn't know how to like actually work for anything. And so my uncle had to be that fucking, the solid rock of the family. He was the titan, all right? 5'6", but a titan of a man. And all through from his passing up to this most recent election, I was falling into that role of trying to get people to like be chill. Hey, it's not over. The Democrats are doing this and they're doing that, right? If you want this to change, I'm all right there with you. I'll help you sign. We'll start a petition. We can start a protest. We can do this, like giving suggestions on like action that can actually be done, right? Saying, don't go out there and be a retard and fucking throw rocks at police, right? Don't go and fucking riot because that's not the right way to do things. There's a right way and a wrong way to do things. I need some luxury. The luxury that I'm taking right now is I'm not falling into that role right now. I'm being the retard. I I keep up with what's going on, but in a very superficial way right now, guys. Because that's the luxury I can afford myself. Fuck these people. That's my luxury, is fuck these people. And I'm on the, I think I've, there's the, how do you do? I'll just do a fucking brush. There's the rising action and then the falling. There might be something like that, and then you have your conclusion. I think I'm here. I'm hoping I'm here. I think I'm there. Plus or minus these spots. I think that's where I'm at. I think my ceiling for calmness. Fuck you. Come on. That was such a good straight line. My ceiling for calmness was down there, guys. All right. It'll come back. It'll come back. It might go, hey, look, it might go away again, but it'll come back. But right now, I'm really fucking mad. All right. I didn't ever want to be in a country that could actually be called a corollary of fucking 1930s Germany. But we're kind of at that point. And you know what? We would get this very American version, very American version of fascism or of Hitler fucking America. Like, right now they're bribing House members with signed MAGA merch. They went into the White House pissed as hell about the Senate bill, and they left beaming with Trump signed MAGA merch. That right there is perfectly distilled American fascism. Anyways, now that I've scared everybody off, it seems. How is chat? 8 people over there on Twitch, 3 people on YouTube. Thank you, Shoe Floops, for letting me know that you're alive. In my country, we just accept people are stupid and mock them. I mean, that used to be acceptable. I'm just lurking. Okay, I just listen. There was something that I said last time where I was really mad and I said something and then nobody fucking said goddamn anything in chat. Okay, I've been soying out, and when I start soying out and nobody gives me any positive reinforcement, I'm gonna get nervous about it. Hey, thank you for the sub.
Amazing.
Amazing. Okay, we're going to now watch this. I'm baked as shit right now. Listen, I wish, but I need to use my medicine for good, okay? I need to clean while we do this. So, Ron, you can cut that into a segment, and then if you can... Uh-oh. 1 second. Hello? Uh-oh, I must have missed a whole bunch of texts. Nope, not a whole bunch of texts. All right. Anyways, so Tron, if you can cut that little explanation there out. All right. I don't think that that's a good thing to have into this segment. However you want to do it. That could be its own standalone segment. You could cut the little disclaimer I gave about why we're watching this right here. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to respond to one more thing from sourcing and then we'll do it. Trump is an authoritarian and the court has given him insane power, but we are not yet in dire straits. Things need to get a lot worse before I'm worried about Nazis running wild. Sure, to be clear, I don't think that we're fully cooked yet. Just like, there's a lot of irreparable damage that they're doing. And we're 5 months in, you know? So I'm worried about it. I can do it, just won't be any views. Okay, well, I just went off on such a long tangent. I didn't know if you wanted me to, if you wanted to cut that out there. But whatever we're doing it here. Why are you saying what WTF, John? Like it's good, but there's no video. Oh yeah, that's true. We'll just cut out good snippets from it. Put AI generated clips, clip art. Okay, here we go. We're gonna watch this. I've already given the disclaimer as to why we're watching it. Sorry, we went off on like a major detour there, but I'm in my pontification arc. Bones got to me in chat. Okay, I'm actually going to respond to these, and this is it. Okay. The rest is mad. The rest is not mad. The dismantling of things like USAID and like rebuilding those institutions, like the world moves on without us. Like our shit. Like we're going the way of Great Britain. Like we're about to be a has-been empire for like no reason, and that's so disappointing. I was looking to get in working a job for the most powerful empire the world had ever seen, and instead of a president that shoots ourselves in the foot or shoots ourselves in the dick, we have a president that shoots ourselves in the dick 5 times and then pulls it right up against our chest and fucking plow. Anyways, Bones got to me in chat, and this guy asked me, so you think that this bill should just fund law enforcement? How he doesn't know what this bill funds? Bones sounded like a kid. Bones is a kid. That falls under the economic damage. Well, I mean, like that's not just economic. That's reputational and like soft power, not just economic, you know? I was really just saying I don't care about the insane deportations. Okay, gotcha. I do, man. I wish I could, man, I wish I could care less. Man, I wish I could fucking detach. Um, but like, bro, it's such an unbelievable injustice. You can't have a combo with someone who cannot properly formulate questions. That's probably true, John. I'm not that mad at Bones though, so. But yeah, I wish there was a way for me to care less. I just don't I don't have that on-off switch. Just like I don't have like an on-off switch for being mean to someone, right? Like I have to be like both really mad and really think about it. I'm just not a naturally mean person, you know. It's bad, but you have to choose your battles. Yeah. But I feel like for me, in terms of like the battles, um, I think the immigration is one worth fight. I mean, it's not one that I can personally fight, but it's, I I want to get involved around here. I have some conventions that I'm going to be attending closer to the end of the year, I think, um, for like some liberal stuff, and I want to get more involved in like the the immigration thing is such an unbelievable moral stain, you know? I because again, like I'm totally fine with having the conversation about deporting people and shit. Like like I'm fine with it. Go for it. But like, dude, we don't have to literally emulate fucking Nazi, you know, Gestapo roundups, Anyways, this is what many Trump voters thought they were voting for, IDing the violent criminals first and then deporting them. They can be forgiven. What they got was different. Well, here's the thing for me, John, and like this is why like I know I absolutely scare away any reasonable conservative that might come through my chat right now. I know it. Listen, my crash outs are I'm hyper aware, okay? But for me, I'm just gonna have to have Trump supporters or Trump voters that don't like what's going on to just like say that, you know? I'll argue on the fucking tariff stuff because that shit's retarded. Like I'll learn about that, you know? I would love it. I would love it. I would love it. I would love it if I got to just if we were just arguing about tariffs. But instead, like it's the complete gutting of the federal government or the attempt to. They succeeded with USAID unconstitutionally, by the way, but fuck it. I guess like laws and rules don't matter when it comes to Trump. But like that right there and the insane, fanatical, disgusting shit with all of the immigrant performative cruelty. Like I was annoyed. I was annoyed by the virtue signaling from the left, but the vice signaling from the right is just appalling. I liked it when we were arguing about tariffs. I don't like this, you know? JMac in voice chat on Discord. Is he? Is there any fuck. I don't know if my current setup that I have will work. Wait a second. He said earlier that he posted a JMac9. Oh, that is him in there. Fuck. I can try. 1 second, let me look at my voice and video. Input device. Wireless me. So it should work. We can give it a shot. Why not? I can start cleaning my room. Wait, where the fuck is the... Oh, Stream Collins. Wait, hold on. Does he even want to be pulled in? I'm not in VC for you? Okay, go. Got you. In case any of these bitches. Okay, got you. Good, because I did not want to have a conversation right now. I just didn't want to be seen as running away. Yeah, I actually am super not in the mood for having a discussion or a debate about this. Like, I'm upset at the state of the world, okay? I'm I'm 30, I'm going to be turning 30 years old here. All right. I don't know anyone in this city. This is my form of socialization outside of like work. All right. So like this is my coping hour. You are so full of shit. Oh, you guys fighting in the Discord? Gotcha. I was in the middle of saying something. There was a reason I was saying what I was just saying, but I can't remember what it was. Anyways, the Joe Rogan comments were pretty funny. I haven't seen Joe Rogan talk about this. If you wait, link that to me because that's actually funny if he didn't think this is what he was getting. All right, we're going to start watching this. We're going to see what the concept of this conversation is supposed to be about, and then we'll start giving our commentary on it or some shit. I don't know. Listen, we're streaming, okay? Like, comment, and subscribe. Hey, you know what I haven't been doing, but I need to do? I need to make this streaming shit still at least a little bit worth my while. So if you guys would consider using that donation link right there, that would be awesome. Here is right there in YouTube chat. Using that donation link will help me significantly, or subbing or becoming a channel member on YouTube. Very helpful. I'm going to be later on this stream working on some overlay and fixing the chat up and getting some like subscriber badges and emotes. You are muted? I am not muted. I was muted. Yeah, fuck you. You dumb piece of shit. Fuck you. I'm arguing with people on 3 different Discords. You listen, that's something I won't do anymore. I won't have a type out argument debate. I won't do it, you know? All right, now I'm on my computer again. Based. How's it going, Bones? All right. Wait, what do you guys imagine Joe Rogan thought he was getting? Are you guys presuming that prior to the election, we'd end up with the current state of affairs regarding deportations? Yes, John. Unironically. Yes, this is what I was expecting. Yeah, by the way, Bones, I think that the John Nunn slash JMac guy, he's actually, you know what? He's good faith and not a total fucking freak. Um, don't ban, okay? But anyways, um, what was I saying? Oh yeah. This is absolutely what I imagined and what most people were imagining the deportations were going to start looking like. No, you guys weren't. You guys were wetting yourselves about the practicality of deporting 10 plus million people. Yes, John Nunn, that's the argument. The the practicality of deporting 10 plus million people, the only way that you're going to do that is by kicking down doors, by being incredibly aggressive, by hunting people like rats. Yeah, wait, why? Yeah. I also don't think that it's practical to deport 10 plus million people, but what it would look like, and that was the, John. Wait, I'm assuming John is J Mac, but yeah, that was the fucking point of that argument, dude. Like, we were worried about this sort of thing because they said they wanted to deport 10 plus million people, and now they've just given ICE. Someone please fact check me on this because I'm not standing directly at my computer. I know it sounds like I am because I have the wireless microphone, but I need someone to fact check me on that. Is it actually ICE being funded with 3 times the amount that the U.S. Marines are being funded with? In the ballpark of 100 and something billion with a B dollars? Like, John, I try to be as honest as I can be, you know. I try to be as honest, and I hope that I, exude that. People believe that what I say is what I believe on stream. So when I say, yes, back, before the election, motherfucker, yeah, this is what the fear was. And it wasn't just me being worried about this. I was probably saying that what's happening right now is the worst case scenario, That's what I was saying, I'm pretty sure, is like, we're going to see them like kicking down doors and, just deporting random fucking people all over the fucking place. And that's the worst case scenario, because I didn't think that they would actually start making alligator fucking Alcatraz, motherfucker. This is crazy. And I'm never going to get to watch this video. So I'm hard cutting you guys off. Okay. Actually, you know what? We can continue this for a bit longer. It's just my mouth is super fucking dry. I'm sure you guys can hear. And it's 5:50. She said okay, so I still got a couple of minutes. Yeah, the alligator Auschwitz. Like, it's fucking crazy, guys. Like, we're in like one of the worst fucking timelines, See, at least you can acknowledge that people can imagine various scenarios. Worst case, though, not so much. Much dire here. Well, when I say worst case scenario, I'm not saying like literally what the worst case is. Like, I can imagine literally significantly. Yeah. What I'm saying is, I thought that this was the worst case scenario in a like that would reasonably actually happen. The fact that it's this bad this quickly, and the fact that they decided to put, $150 billion into ICE, like, oh, wait, not in advice giving mode? Wait, Parallax, what are you asking me? Sometimes when my boss is irritated, she calls me Robert, which I normally hate, but she's kind of cute and gives Dommy energy. So I'm kind of into it. And so how do I get rid of an erection at work? Asking for my friend Robert. Well, usually when I'm trying to get rid of an erection, I imagine... I don't know if I was... Actually, that one wouldn't have been okay. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Oh, God damn it. You know what? I need to stop streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. I need to be a Kick exclusive streamer, and I need to have like some sort of like AI filter going over my screen so that people can't screen record me, and I need to delete all of my VODs immediately, and then I can just like say all of the fucked up crazy shit. Oh fuck. Dude, I would be a fucking multi-millionaire. I would ruin every single relationship both online and in real life. But hey guys, give me 1 second. Let me give you guys some background music really quick. My girlfriend is about to leave the house and I'm going to say goodbye. Let me get background music going somewhere.
That song. It's on Spotify and all other streaming platforms. Girly Girl Productions EP Demure is out now. So what the hell are you doing here? Go stream it now.
All right, sorry about that. You know how women are. They say, "Hey, I'm about to walk out the door. Come say goodbye." And you walk out from the computer room, and then all of a sudden, you also have to help them choose which shoes and which outfit they have to fucking wear. And hold on, I have to say goodbye to the fucking cats. I love her. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Let's see here. Let's go ahead. Add this to your waiting playlist. Okay, we'll do this super quick. Okay, but I'm officially beginning. Stop, stop, stop. Remove that pin. Unpin this message. Skip 2 minutes and tell me this doesn't sound familiar or sound similar. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it has a. I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand it. I don't agree, but I understand. And add this.
I was gonna write a banger about dancing at the club, maybe throw in some glitter just to really amp it up. Could have been about the money, flashing green and gold, or maybe something sweeter like a waffle story told. But wait, hold up, there's something wrong. There ain't enough gay topics in a poppin' song. So now I'm here loud and proud, gotta say, just in case you missed it, yep, I'm gay. A gay man wrote this song, that's a twist, oh yes, oh yes. I couldn't let it slide, had to get it on.
I think I'm good on this one personally, this specific one. Yeah, it's not Pride Month, so we don't have to like this. This one's not AI. Did Tessie find that one? No, that was gas. How much the ICE budget would increase under Trump's mega bill? We'll link it in the Discord. But again, I'm not going into that topic right now. You guys are fighting over that. I want to watch the Wick thing from last night. But have you guys ever seen this shit? So the backstory on the song is this is an Italian singer, and he kept on not getting any hit songs, and he realized that the only songs that got into the top 10, top 5 in Italy were songs with English lyrics. So he made a song that he looks Italian too. Damn. Evan Sondsol is part of the Homo Globo agenda. You know what? I gotta say something. I've never thought that I look good. All right. I've always put myself at a solid 5 to 6 out of 10. You know what? Right now, I look the best I've ever looked in my fucking life. All right. I'm a solid 7. All right. And you know what? And so when I was early in college to about when I was 25, all right, I used to get hit on by gay men like fucking crazy. And then, like, as soon as I hit 25, it stopped happening and it started happening again. All right. I don't know if it's just because the gays in DC are way more aggressive, or if I really do, maybe losing that weight because food is just super gross to me right now. Maybe losing that weight really has put me over the edge, put me into 7 territory. Cut your hair, hippie? Wait, I'm sorry. Do you not know what I look like right now? I'm pretty sure. Wait, I think that the first time you were in my chat was when I had short hair already, right? Like, this shouldn't be a shock to you. Okay. I'm getting back up. I'm doing my goddamn thing. Did you cut your hair? Yeah. Are you actually shocked? Dude, I thought you were here. Fuck, when was it that I cut my hair? It must have been... No, it was in like October. Shit, dude. Get a bowl and scissors, I'll hook you up. You know what? I kind of do need a haircut now, but it's like at the... It's just past the point. It's just past the point where it was at its perfect length, and so I don't want to cut it yet, but I can tell that it's past that point. So I need a haircut, but I just know they're gonna cut it super short, and then it's gonna be a long time, you know? Yeah, I should get the Kim Jong-un. Okay, you guys have distracted me well long enough, okay? We've been streaming for 2 hours and 12 minutes, and the one thing that I wanted to watch, we have not gotten to. We are going to get to it now, okay? If you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. If you are watching on Twitch, hey, become a subscriber, all right? I have stopped receiving paychecks from Twitch, and so I am mad about that. I haven't asked you guys for money in long enough. It's time for you guys to pay the piper. That's the fucking rat thing, right? The Pied Piper? Am I mixing my metaphors? No, I was right. Fuck you guys. Pay the piper. Don't watch this panel. It's horrific. Well, that's why I wanted to watch it. All right, so I'll go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and give the whole disclaimer again. Once again, there is no camera today. There is a different microphone today. That's because I'm doing shit around the streaming room. I'm doing cleaning. I'm doing maybe some background rearranging. I don't know. Trying to make it more comfortable. Anyways, so that's why there's no camera. While we're going through this video, please join the Discord, and if you have any suggestions for emotes or subscriber badges or alerts for when people donate or subscribe or anything like that, please give me suggestions in the stream suggestions. Is it the stream suggestions? Someone in chat will correct me. One of them, either Internet Gas or Tron, will correct me. But put it in there. That's what we're doing today. We're vibing. All right. The reason we're watching this is because the whole concept is there is a girl who was a Trump voter in 2024, and she is talking to a panel full of liberals. And I guess it didn't turn out well. Hold on, don't give me the context, because that was the thing that I wanted to do. The whole thing here is I want to go into this completely blind, because I do, admittedly, right now, in some ways, justifiably, in some ways not, have an extreme hate boner for Trump voters and Trump supporters and all of that. It's moral outrage. I'll get over it. But I want, people that are normal, people that like see what's going on right now and saying that it's not normal. I want to talk to those people. And if there is one of those people that did just make that attempt and it was not good, then I want to see, I want to see what happened. Pisco is not a liberal. He went left after the Destiny breakup. Oh, I thought that he just went anti-Destiny. So, I don't know why they all had to like come out and make these strong statements. Like, I don't know. Anyways, Pisco's in a weird spot right now. He's trying to attract Hassan viewers while filling a void left by Destiny. Why is he trying to attract Hassan viewers? I've never heard any of Pisco's political opinions, I don't think. I've only heard his like legal arguments, right? Which probably are informed by his political opinions, but I don't think I've ever heard his opinions on things that are just like purely political opinions, Well, I mean, like, I understand, like, you're saying that he wants to grow his audience, but, like, How is he getting Hassan viewers? Anyways, we're going to watch this and you guys can talk about that. Maybe I'll type in chat with it. But we're going to listen to this. I'm going to be doing some stuff around here, so I might not immediately be able to pause the video. So be prepared for that. And yeah, use !donate to make this worth my while.
Wing it, man. Listen, some of our best work is done by winging it.
That's true. Okay.
Almost all of my work is done by winging it. So,
Yeah.
Guys, I have never had a tweet that angered people more than the one about undeniable fact, that the last 4 Republicans have presided over increased deficits, and the last 3 Democratic presidents have presided over deficit reductions, which is this is not data that's particularly difficult to find. And I swear to you, I am getting still today hundreds of people that are like every hour, like hundreds of people.
Well, you see, that's because there is the perpetual perception that Democrats are spenders of money and Republicans are fiscally responsible. But it's never been the case, as actually, no, I actually can't say this. Literally, the entirety of my life since I was born. Damn, I'm burping like fucking crazy, sorry. Since before I was born, actually, it was the case that Republican presidents and Republican Congresses, they deficit spent more than Democrat Congresses and presidents. That is actually just a fact. And it's not to say that the Democrats are not spending money, and I would never, ever make that claim. It's just that the Democrats will also pay for their shit by raising taxes, right? They'll build additional they'll build ways to fund the fucking programs that they want to put money towards, and then they'll print off money in addition, right? But that's why the deficit shrinks under Democrats. That's why the rate of the debt accumulating slows under the Democrats. It's just something to happen. Oh shit, non-smoker. 1 second, let me get close enough to my close enough to my screen to see. I am using incredible technology called Bluetooth to both hear and speak into my computer. So let me see here. Hutch is still running from me. What a waste of a cool shaved head. Wait, why is he running from you? He probably, well, you're like super stupid fucking crazy far left, so he probably doesn't want to talk to you, right? He was a guest of the Vanguard Boys? Really? What? Why would the Vanguard Boys want to talk to Pisco? Pisco's rhetoric is getting wild. The number of times he calls people disgusting, a la Hassan, is wild. Well, listen. Let's be fair. I've been calling people disgusting. Okay. So. Yeah. Hassan lies about his own detention. I've heard that. I think that's probably like the only narrative that I just wholly trust from Destiny right now when it comes to all the haterade shit going on back and forth. There's probably some stuff that makes Destiny look a lot meaner in his drama than that I'm thinking that he is. There's probably, a lot more stuff that makes Ethan look a lot meaner than I see him as being, fuck, I was in the middle of talking and then I saw you and I have had several rational, friendly discussions. Do you really think I can't have one with Hutch? Well, it's not that. Here's the thing. When it comes to I don't know if he thinks that you're going to go fucking insane on him. He might think that because, let's be real, the fucking people that like most politically align with like your ideology, like the like crazy tanky types, like those people online are being really fucking insane right now. You're probably like the most, chill one of them that I can think of off the top of my head. You know what? People have been using like the age thing to attack people. I was about to make a guess, like you're like in your late 30s. Hopefully I'm not being offensive or like mean or anything. Like you're in your late 30s, you're probably mature enough to not like go totally fucking demon mode on people, which for some reason the people who are slightly older than me, an almost 30-year-old man, doesn't seem like anyone has the capability of doing that. So also, some of our conversations weren't friendly. I was pretty mad during the Holodomor one. I'm not gonna lie. I still think that conversation, that one was still pretty fucking wild to me. But anyways, wait. I think I called you bald. I think you called me a failed streamer or something in that conversation. Not that I hold it against you or anything, but that was not friendly. We were pissed. The one debate Sondsol lost? I don't think I lost that one. Fuck. Hold on. Okay, I'm getting distracted by chat again, and I'm not doing the fucking shit that I specifically said I was going to do. I've ruined the quality of my streaming experience in order to clean this fucking room, and you guys keep on pulling me back to the fucking chair. Well, to be fair, I'm a failed streamer myself. Base. Let's go. NS was chill though. If you're talking about non-smoker, in regards to what? I think right now where I'm at with like this space, I'm judging people based off of their character, dude. Like where they're at specifically politically does not bother me that much. So like Hutch, he's a little soyer than me. I understand that. I think that Hutch is probably a really good dude. Just like how I see him interacting with people, the way he kind of presents himself, based off of what I've seen, he seems like a very genuine person. I think that's something that should be fostered in the space. Okay? Bones is the cool Xander Hall. That is a fucking cruel thing to say, Internet Gats. What the fuck is wrong with you? Holy shit. Take that back. Say something nicer right now. Okay, we got 40 seconds into this. Now we're going to watch it, okay? Fuck you guys.
And many of them either just have
Is that guy like still alive, or did he actually die of AIDS? Someone update me on his condition.
no idea that this is true, and there's like 90% of them don't.
Okay, we might skip forward a little bit.
These things run up the deficit and ultimately the debt anyway. Take and maybe
Fun.
not in the whole
And
of the problem or your
When does the
the
panel
budget.
start?
To that person's point, obviously it's like, okay, well, the Democrats just want to raise taxes, and it's like, yeah, but that's that's good, because things the government does are like worth paying for.
have a memory of like
Next to this tweet.
there was
Average tax cut. So
I think we're
like
close
in
right
theory, to balance the budget, you wouldn't have to like raise the rates of taxation that much per person because your base is so broad. But that's where I agree with you, Hutch. Obviously, you take
Sorry, but Democrats and lefties carping about budget. Well, John, here's the thing. I would agree with you. I would think that it's super partisan. But like, hey, Mr. Like, I'll never make an argument. And if I ever do make an argument like this, I will tell you immediately after this, after I say it. Like, I don't actually believe that. But like, I'll never make an argument that is just like an argument because the other side said something, right? Or because the other side is doing something. I'll never say, hey, now the budget is a bad thing because we're going to have a big debt and deficit, and now we have to care about that because Trump's in charge. It is because the way that the bill is spending is so egregious, it breaks us out of the equilibrium that made the deficit spending possible. You know, like the whole thing is, you know, like, here's the concept. Let's say you have a business, right? Let's say you have a, you know what? I'll use a business that I used to work at. I used to work at a business where they made their own dog food. They had to grind their own dog food up, right? Let's say that before they were having to hand chop up all of the components. So they were having to take a meat cleaver and chop up through bone, through meat, through chicken legs and through fucking pork bone and shit like that. And it was very hard work and it was very difficult. But they thought, you know what? If I take out a loan and put myself into debt, I can actually spend $10,000 on an industrial grinder, and I can make more money with that. And as long as I make more money with that than the interest that the loan was on, then I'm making a profit. And that's generally how our debt to GDP ratio was, you know, like as long as we were not exceeding, you know, a certain amount of our debt to GDP, and as long as we were growing our economy and, you know, all of that, the equilibrium worked. You know, we were spending money to make money. And because we were investing, you know, granted, this is slowed. Sorry, I can see you guys are typing. I'm not close enough to the computer to read. So I'm just ranting. But because we had this equilibrium kind of, right, and it would fluctuate up or down a little bit, get a little spookier and a little less spooky, and like, yeah, the debt is something that we should all have talked about. And Republicans were right to bring it up. And we were right to ignore them, but keep it in the back of our mind. They were important people to keep around to remind us that eventually this is going to be a problem. We just fucking took the issue and then put Miracle Grow on it, you know? We took the issue, we put Miracle Grow on it, and an issue that we could have faced, you know, a growing issue over the course of a longer period of time, and you know, thus had people who were able to fix it, like point to the problem that's closer, because we're in a democracy and people can't plan long term. You need to come closer to the fucking issue. Maybe this is just accelerationism from the Trump camp, but I think we're going to be past that equilibrium point, I believe, by the end of 2028, when Trump leaves office. And that's really bad. I don't want to argue with conservatives over the debt because it makes me feel like a hypocrite. But the argument has always been, hey, as long as we're spending money to make money, as long as the GDP is growing at a rate that is exceeding this, you know, we're fine. But the economy is slowing. The debt is going to explode. And average Americans are not going to see any benefit of it. Like, it would even be, you know, and this is, I'll come and read and catch up with Chad after this, but I would even say, like, I would be very against it. Mind you, I'd be very against it, and I would say it's a fucking disaster, yada, 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 if they just did the cuts, you know? Because they did want to, you know, have a balanced budget. If they actually did that, I would just super disagree with it, but I would be like, okay, fuck, yeah. But like, this is This is doing the worst of both, you know, is we're cutting our revenues by lowering taxes. We're giving the biggest tax breaks to the people who don't need it, who need it the least. We're like, my tax bracket for me, right? The average that I will be getting as a result of these is $1 per day over the course of the year, a little bit less than that. You know? And this fucking tax cut is, by all metrics, siphoning money from poor people to the top in a way that is so egregious that it has taken every ounce of political capital that the Trump administration has to get it fucking passed. Yeah, I don't know. There's like no upsides. The only arguments that I've seen in favor of it have been either like, this is what people wanted when they wanted Trump, or like, think about what it's going to do for immigration. Now, I'm coming back to the computer, and now I will read. All right. Actually, I want to take a sip of my Red Bull, and then I will read. Okie dokie. And the whole compassionate conservatism that was really just spend happy Republicans can fuck off too. What the fuck was the word salad? That was probably when I was reorienting my analogy. Yes, budget deficits go up more under Republican presidents when they have Democratic Congresses. Come on, this is Tuesday. But it's not even true. It's under Republican presidents too. Like Trump, his tax bill was passed with a Republican Congress. You can't fucking pull that shit on me. Fuck you, you piece of shit. And then explain why. Oh, well, I guess then you would say, okay, I understand your thought process, you son of a bitch. Okay, catching up. For example, Clinton's slower growing deficits under Clinton's 1996 budget was significantly in deficit, but that was Clinton's budget. He was whipping that budget into place. Sorry, 1 second. There's just like a guy standing right outside my window, and he's doing something. Oh, he's popping open a beer on my windowsill. He didn't see me the entire time. The motherfucker just walked up to my fucking windowsill. My blinds are open. I'm sitting right here, like 2 feet from the fucking window, and he's just sitting there with a fucking beer bottle, pounding it on my fucking window. What a fucking piece of shit. And doesn't even look up on his phone the whole fucking time. Asshole. What was I saying? Where was I? Sorry, he was like right fucking there. One more foot forward, I could have used the castle doctrine on him. Okay, where am I? Okay. Yeah, Clinton was whipping the budget into shape. Okay, let me catch back up. Let me go back up. Where was I? The GOP, not sure how one data... Okay. I know the easy narrative is to parrot the point that Democratic presidency slower deficit growth, which is true, probably because they have GOP Congresses. No, but that's not true, because even when the president, like the graph that I had, let me see. I retweeted a graph. I'm pretty sure, if I remember off the top of my head correctly. No, they slope off even before they would have had Republican Congresses. So you're even wrong on that. Federal income taxes to give to others? Well, congratulations to my world, John. I would like to, I would like to tax everyone more. People don't think that paper wealth is liquid. Hughes seems to think. Wait, hold on. Hughes. Wait. Most problems come from billionaires hoarding their money. Well, that's something I disagree with Shoebon. I don't agree with that. The biggest thing is we don't tax enough people, and we treat taxation like it's a fucking punishment. It should just be a thing that we do. We just have like this, like, I'm sorry, the obsession with like the like reducing the size of government, like, just, it's not a mature conversation. The mature conversation is, what is government here to do? What is government here to do? I don't feel like we have that conversation. It's equally stupid to argue allowing people to keep more of their income is somehow dispersing Fed dollars to them. The people in the tax brackets at the bottom that are paying into taxes are going to be paying for the tax breaks for the ultra wealthy. People in my tax bracket, the people that I'm talking about, all right? This is false? That's okay. Government isn't here to do whatever we want it to do. It's actually literally, what else is government? Is government something that is like separate from the human psyche? What? You're not understanding what I'm saying. So we're watching the video. And I'm folding clothes.
Take a heap of shit of that in the meantime. But I mean, truthfully, I don't know. It just, we've raised taxes before, and I mean, yeah, it's politically difficult to do, but the Republicans are doing the opposite end of the politically difficult thing, which is, you know, cutting spending for people who really need it. So they're going to take a heap of shit of it. But I don't know. I think that's probably more unpopular than just like increasing people's taxes by 1 percentage point or something. I mean, I guess
we'll find the fuck out, won't we?
Just real quick, like, people need to see
Why
this.
does I'm sorry, am I losing my fucking mind? Is the audio feel like something feels off about the audio? Am I fucking crazy right now?
I'm sure you guys saw it, but like, before we get into our trial here,
Okay.
there was
all of them have the same SMB 500 fucking mic, dude. Why does everyone have that microphone? And here's Wick rocking the AT 2020, maybe the 2023. Wait, what do I have? Mine's the AT 2020, I think. Audio Technica. Flip it to the other side, maybe. AT 2020. Yeah, maybe he has a newer version because it's a different color than mine. Ooh, fancy. Oh wait, hold on. That's cringe, dumb motherfucker. Someone needs to bully Wick. He's using a fucking microphone where you plug the earphones in there. I bet this motherfucker's using a USB mic. Troglodyte. The federal government doesn't exist just to do whatever a majority wants it to do. We might agree. I just don't know what you're trying to say when you say that. I don't know what you're trying to communicate, John. Legitimately.
Would have saved me some characters on this title.
Microphone shaming? It's just like, I feel like, I don't know. I might be a little bit of a hipster. I like having a microphone that's a little bit different from everybody else. I don't want to use the exact same equipment as literally everyone else and look exactly the same as everybody else, you know?
I went with intervention because I thought it was...
That works too, yeah.
No, I think trial, like, fuck. Fuck, I should have went with that. My bad.
We gave you hold on. We gave you the thumbnail. It said trial on
Bro,
it.
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? Listen,
We've referred to it as trial multiple times. as
I'm
well.
multi-fucking-tasking, okay, Wick? I don't need your sass right now. Don't appreciate it. Okay, you keep that nonsense to yourself. Right?
This is from an article that had multiple sources. I think 2 sources confirmed the story, but Trump was meeting with moderates in the White House today trying to whip these votes to get this reconciliation package done, and this happened. It's fucking unbelievable.
Well, Tally, as the resident Trump voter, would you like to read this out loud and kind of narrate? Narrate
don't
with
do
your
that.
preferred
Don't
political
do
candidate?
Sure. You want me to read? I can read.
Please, yeah, of course.
You want, I'm reading the
You know, we've been listening this whole time, but they have not said what the fucking concept is. And I think I give up. I'm actually going to scroll up in chat, and I know that John gave a TLDR, the context. Here it is, because they didn't give what the purpose of the fucking panel was supposed to be about. So let's see, what is it supposed to be about? Wick's point here is that, broadly speaking, the Democrats should focus on attracting Trump voters and not on shaming, guilting, and holding them accountable for some imagined wrong. Is that what this whole thing is about? Yeah, but John, like, I also think that the what's the word I'm looking for? I think that the framers, given all the reading into the founders that I've done recently, which is, frankly, more than almost anyone in this space has done ever, okay? They imagined a dynamic government that would be able to grow and change with the times. If you think that the government should be limited to what their responsibilities were at the founding, you don't understand the founders. But I'm sitting here with a copy of the U.S. Constitution in one hand and the Federalist Papers in the other. So, like, I understand. Like, I actually fucking love the founders, and I love the ideas that they had for government, right? And I think that there are definitely things that we can all read into their statements and their beliefs and stuff, and inject our own beliefs into and stuff. But like, if I remove myself from it, like, I think that they're more aligned with where I'm at than where MAGA is, you know? Funding cowboy poetry and envy was really something the founders expected the federal government to fund. Sure, if you want to, you know what? I would be willing to have that conversation. I would probably have to find passages, but I'm pretty sure that, Benjamin Franklin was a big proponent of the arts, and I'm pretty sure that they wanted the federal government to, be involved in that. So, a limited federal government? Yeah, of fucking course. Yeah, and I agree with a limited federal government. But like, what you're considering to be a limited federal government and what I consider are going to be completely different things. Because again, like, I do understand that you can read a bunch of intent and interpretations from the founders' words and their, all the stuff that they wrote. But I think that a plain reading of these things, isn't going to get rid of USAID. The plain reading of what's going on in the Constitution and in the Federalist Papers, a plain reading of these is not saying that, our government needs to be fundamentally reworked back to a much smaller thing. If anything, the biggest rot in our federal system is the fact that Congress can't fucking work together. That's the biggest fucking rot. And it's led to the president having to legislate from the executive branch, and the judicial branch having to, set the boundaries for what those rules are. So I, you know, I understand that there's shit that is bad now and that we should fix it, and it's not in line with what the founders wanted, but it's not what you're talking about. The shit that we should be doing is probably massively limiting the domestic powers of the president, okay? And significantly, there's got to be some kind of streamlining process for Congress, because we're now in authoritarianism. I wouldn't have said that during Trump's first term because we weren't, right? And I even was able to calm down, in my early 20s rage at that injustice. I was able to calm down and say we weren't in authoritarianism. Now in my sober late 20s, beginning of my 30s, I can confidently say, and with utter sobriety, we're there and we should fight back, Anyways.
The text of this tweet, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. But Trump still doesn't seem to have a firm grasp at what his signature legislative achievement does. According to 3 sources with direct knowledge of the comments, the president told Republicans at this meeting that there are 3 things Congress shouldn't touch if they want to win elections: Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. But we're touching Medicaid in this bill, one member responded to Trump, according to the 3 sources.
This is fucking unbelievable.
Are you
How
shocked at this
loudly?
point? Hold on. Hutch. After all the time we spent with Trump and all the research you've done into Trump and
No, of
all
course
his
it doesn't
speeches, you're
shock me,
shocked?
but I still have a memory of this is just something that would have been inconceivable not that long ago. That a president is just I actually don't think that Trump is lying when he says we're not going to cut Medicaid. I actually don't think he's lying when he says we're only going to do waste, fraud, and abuse.
He's just
But what do you mean you don't think he's lying?
I don't think he's lying because I don't think he fucking knows what's
Oh,
in
so
the
you
bill.
don't you don't think he's being intentionally deceptive?
That's something also I fuck. There's a lot of things that I keep on trying to check myself, reality check. Am I just becoming what I fucking hate the most? Because right now it doesn't seem like Trump is really in charge. I know that they said that about Biden, and I don't even fully think that was the case with Biden. I think that there's presidents that do a lot more, we defer to our underlings, staffers. Sorry for lack of vocabulary, but I can look at that, but Trump's. You know what? I'll even give at the very end, the very last year, not even 2023, but 2024, there were some things that Biden just looked confused about. You know what? I'll even give that when people ask him questions. Okay, I'll give people that. Trump looks lost a lot of the time. He does incredibly geriatric shit all the fucking time, and people say that I have Trump derangement syndrome. To be honest, Trump himself, I don't think he's probably that vitriolically fucking hateful. I don't think so. I don't even know if he's particularly ugly racist, right? I don't think about Trump really when it comes to these policies. What upsets me are the people around him and the supporters who are cocksucking this stuff when it's so blatantly fucking evil. But I don't see Trump as a particularly dangerously evil and angry and vitriolic person individually by himself, right? Trump is actually kind of but the level of racism that I see from Trump is what I would expect from any, octogenarian. I'm sorry. I love all of my family to death. I've heard some of my older family members say some fucking crazy racist shit. They meant well, but they said some crazy racist shit because they just grew up in a different time. Like I can take that into account. I don't think that he's ultra vitriolically racist. I do think that the people around him are, though. I don't remember what exactly. Trump being lost. Why imagine whether he's in charge or not? Well, because like I feel like I understand like why you'd have that attitude, because like fuck, I feel that way when I say it. Like I understand what you're saying. I just don't have the, since I can't fucking find regular words that I use on a regular basis. I can't find, I'm certainly not going to be able to find the language to describe what I'm talking about here. But like, I feel like Biden at least was, even if if they were both as fucking, geriatric as each other, like Biden's handlers prepped him better. Like that's what it feels like at the worst case for Biden. Like he feels like he wasn't fast on his feet, right? And like this is just like a vibe I get because I grew up around a lot of really fucking old people. My dad was a pastor in a very small town in Arkansas. Part of his job, it was, you're going around and you're making house calls and checking on people and being nice, and you're a pastor, but like you're making sure these motherfuckers aren't dead because they're old as fuck and nobody's checking on them. So like I've been around a lot of fucking old people in my life, really old people. Had to spend a lot of time around them, and like you can kind of tell the difference between someone who's like really slow on the uptake but it is still mostly there, and someone who's like just kind of there, like, but and I fuck I don't know how else to describe it, but that, and I admit, like, my bias could be going into it, right? But like, I think like the best case for Trump, if I were to take a step back out of my bias, like, it would just make me look less favorably on Biden. Is the only thing that the bias would change, I think. Because like I like Biden. I think that he was I think he was a good I think he is a good person. I think that he's like a man of character, so I do have a bias towards him as a person, not just politically. So I could be, now that I'm saying all of this out loud, I think maybe for the first time, maybe I could see that being there. But like, man, the only way that this changes in my mind is just like worse for Biden. It doesn't get better for Trump. It would only get worse for Trump, because otherwise he's pretending to be retarded on camera while like actively directing all this stuff, which I just don't think he is. I feel like if Trump saw, sad Abuelita getting dragged away from the nail salon, then he would probably be like, well, does she really need to go, Okay, I just sat down. Let's catch back up with chat. Go on, you guys participated in a very weird cover-up for years about Biden's... Okay, I don't know how far... Okay, yeah, this is the right thing. He's very spiteful and vindictive. Oh, I don't think that makes him racist, though. He denied black people being tenants back in the 70s. Yeah, but that feels like old man racism. Does that not? I'm sorry. Maybe. Damn. Did I just get like? Was it just like so normal for me, like for like old people to be weirdly racist as a kid? My like frame of reference is off. 1 second. I'm still I can't wait to be old so my racism is excused. I do wonder what, like, when I'm old, what the new thing will be that makes me, you know, like a hateful piece of shit to the youngins. Like, I wonder about that. Or are we still lying about this? What are you talking about? When his judgment is so bad that he is still covering for Biden, then no way can we accept his assessment of Trump. Okay, well, I mean, your opinion on Trump is meaningless. So let's hear some real examples of Trump. However he seems. Okay, well, I mean, like, fuck, we've done the Trump like dementia compilations multiple times on stream. Like, if you don't believe me or if you disagree, like, if it really offends you that like I have this view, that's fine. I've been trying to watch this video for now. We're on the 3rd hour of stream, so I'm gonna watch this. But like, we can go over that. Oh, look, and that's you. Hey. But like, we can go over the compilation of him looking confused or just saying weird, inappropriate shit or doing things. Like, I think right after his speech for the army parade, he just kind of stood there awkwardly for a long time, and some random colonel had to come up behind him and tell him that his time was up and he needed to leave the stage. So, but like, you can be super upsetty spaghetti, you know. I'm not reading the whatever you say about the neurological test. That's cope. I don't care. So this is, look, you can be upset about it if you want, but I can accept that there's some amount of like bias in my assessment, but like I'm pretty self-aware about where my biases are. And you've, like, I'm pretty sure, like, you've heard me throughout this entire stream say like something extreme and say I don't actually believe that, right? Like, I'm telling you an honest assessment. I'm not trying to do it because I'm partisan hack. I'm doing it because, like, this is my honest assessment. I think that Biden was very old. I think it was very slow on the uptick, and he shouldn't have been president anymore. They should have had him step down. But motherfucker, that fact doesn't take away from Trump's doing that shit too now. And for all of the heming and hawing about liberals coping and not accepting it, don't do the same shit that the extremely copy liberals did. What the fuck was that noise outside? Okay, well, I guess he doesn't want to respond to me, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to keep on watching this, and I'm going to keep on cleaning off my desk.
You just think he's wrong.
Oh wait, hold on. Nair is someone whose opinion I actually care about. I just stopped having serious political talks until Trump leaves office. Both sides are R-worded. I mean, yeah, but like, here's the thing. I do think that the Democrats, and you know, I almost hesitate to say it, but like, who fucking cares? Like, the Democrats are retarded in a lot of aspects, but like, you know, there is a party I could conceive of that could be formed that more aligns with my values in the Democratic Party. But like, I don't care because, man, I'll take retards over demons, you know? It's the moral part of things for me. Like, I'd love to argue about just like the tariff stuff, but like, we're not having those conversations because we're having conversations about like how fucking gross our country is acting.
Yeah, lying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's genuinely just, he doesn't give a fuck. Like, he just wants a win. I think he just wants the bill to pass because he sees it as a win. But it's just
Absolutely, that is the
inconceivable that
only
a
reason.
president wouldn't know. I mean, this is a really top line part of this reconciliation bill. These massive Medicaid cuts.
But here's the thing: to be fair to Trump, how loudly did this Republican say that? I can see him saying it under his breath, like, "But we're touching Medicaid in this bill," because he doesn't want to be that asshole who contradicts Trump in front of a room full of people. These people, as we're finding out from the whole House budget drama, these people in both chambers are just total pussies when it comes to Trump. I mean, will capitulate, throw their principles under the bus. I love seeing Chip Roy and others, like, you know, literally raising their voice on the floor of the Senate, and like, if you give 1 inch on these green new scam subsidies, if you back down 1 inch from what we did, I will not vote for this. And he's definitely gonna fucking vote for it. He's absolutely.
Yeah.
And they did. To a man, I believe. I don't believe there were any. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe, based off of the little headline that we glanced at, that there were any Republican dissenters. They all fell in line, which is like, it's so counter to everything that I know. This is also like, actually, you know, it's not counter to everything I know about the conservative psyche. It's counter to what I thought I knew about the American conservative psyche. But I mean, like, here's the thing. There are American conservatives that don't like being told what to do, who are like true libertarians that don't like, if their party tells them to do something and they don't believe in it, they won't fucking vote for it. Men of principle, you know? Men of principle. But Tom Tillis is barely a man of principle, and it took him, am I saying the right Tillis? Because I know that it's not a super uncommon name. The senator, right? It took him saying, okay, well, I'm going to take the one thing that you could hurt me with, re-election, away from you, and I'm just going to retire, and now I'm going to vote no on it. But it's like a useless gesture when you're saying that, you know, your party is going off the fucking rails, and you're just going to leave and abdicate your role as a leader to steer the party in the right direction or have a sane voice in the party. Like, you're a senator, you're one of 100, that is true. You're not the leader of the country, but you had to display some leadership qualities, I assume, to get elected. So where is it? Libertarians are like cats. They live in a system they don't understand and they think they're in charge. That's good. I like that. I'm going to use that. John, I'm barely keeping up with y'all's conversation, but what little I am keeping up with, you're being retarded too. Jesus Christ. But I think that the difference is Bones, I don't think, is crested 25. So, yeah, I need to watch the video. Libertarianism at its very core doesn't work, and there are lots of examples of this. There was a town, I believe, in New Hampshire that went completely libertarian. We're all going to do what we want. I'm sure that didn't go well. Didn't Miles, am I saying it right? However you say that, Argentina guy, right? It got better for a little bit, but now it's tanking. Do I have that right? I might have that backwards, but anyways, we're gonna watch this. I'm actually also super curious if, like, there's supposed to be like a specific start time that I should go to, like
seasoned, a more tenured, shall we say, demographic who may not know. So, Wick, why don't you introduce yourself, and then we will introduce.
Oh my God!
Calling your demo like boomers.
I didn't say.
We're 3 hours into the fucking stream, and I finally found the timestamp at which it officially starts. Jesus Christ, kill me.
Say that, asshole. And I don't appreciate the ageist
Seasoned,
adjective there.
wizened.
Like a fine steak.
My
Like
demo is
fine-
A
boomers.
fine
I got the
steak.
boomer demo.
Well,
Don't
maybe
ever
Hutch,
say
we'll talk
you're
about that later.
aged
Yeah,
like a fine steak.
before we get to the defendant in the trial,
I like Josiah, all right? I like him. Don't ever say that you're aged like a fine steak, my friend. Love yourself a little bit, okay?
Wick, why don't you introduce yourself?
Certainly. Oh, well, as I said, I'm Wick. I run a show on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch called Wick TV. We do a variety of content, political, cultural, all sorts of things. Sometimes we do more serious shows, right? We had a discussion
Jessica?
about the recent injunctions, the universal injunctions that were struck down by the Supreme Court, right?
Oh,
And
Josiah.
sometimes we do stuff like,
I
are
like
women
Josiah.
evil, right? So it's a big mix, but you can find me on those channels. And
What did you
yeah,
decide on that?
on where are women evil? It depends, right? Depends which women.
Jesus.
Some are.
Okay.
Okay. Women can
Well,
be
yeah,
evil
find
too.
him at Wick
That's just
TV.
feminism. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
Wick TV.
me.
He does debates panels. It's great
Okay.
stuff. It's like every weekday, right? Every weekday.
Well, not every weekday, but we usually do about three to four a week. Should be fun. Tomorrow we got Loner Box and Soy Pill. They're gonna be debating people on interventionism, right? And should
Ooh,
the
the
U.S.
boner.
be intervening in the world and stage and things like that? That should be fun. So yeah, that's me.
Gotcha. All right,
gonna be
before we
good.
get to Tally, one super chat here. So what kinds of taxes is MAGA okay with besides tariffs? Because it seems like they're just pseudo-libertarians on the issue. P.S. Also for MAGA, cruelty is the aesthetic. Any quick responses from anybody on that? Tally, Wick, anything before we get to Tally's introduction?
They like taxes on poor people and not rich people. That's pretty much the main distinguishing factor between the Republicans and Democrats for the most part.
I actually don't. I think that taxes at this point are no longer the motivating. It's not the top thing that like gets conservatives fucking rock hard is removing taxes. I think that they're still like, hyping that up because it's like they feel like they're supposed to. Sorry, I'm also trying to fucking rearrange this fucking stupid goddamn electrical plug while I do this. But yeah, I feel like Republicans, it feels like half the time their rhetoric around like big business has lost all of the like legitimacy that they tried to give it before, with the fairly reasonable, honest argument that like corporate taxes are bad, right? Corporate taxes are bad, gang, all right? Oh, I hope I don't drop anything heavy on myself. Okay. But yeah, corporate taxes are bad. Why are they bad? Because there's probably a much more efficient way to tax people in a way that, doesn't stifle the corporation's ability to, grow. So corporate taxes, bad. But like they kind of lose the moral high ground to say all that when they're not even giving tax breaks to the new innovative sectors of the economy or technologies, or like they're like, I'm sorry, conservatives, you can cope about it all you fucking want. At the end of the day, green energy is the fucking future. We're gonna have fucking fossil fuels. You'll still get to fucking, rev up your fucking car. The oil will eventually get more expensive, but that's fine because in general, we can just do electric cars and that's good. Like we should be at the forefront of building these technologies, we should be the ones that are making and manufacturing the latest and greatest in, solar panels and wind turbines, right? We can do that. We have that kind of manufacturing capacity. We can do that shit. That's what the world is moving towards. We can be, well, I mean, we can't get it on the ground floor now because our fucking retarded representatives, especially the Republicans in Congress, have decided that harnessing the energy of the sun is gay. And so we're not doing that. And we're actively harming those industries for no reason. Literally no reason. Like, take the soy, like, care about the fucking gecko, save the rainforest talking points out of it. Fuck it. I don't like animals, all right? The only creatures on God's green earth that I trust on site are cats, dogs, and people. Everything else is an immediate danger to me, and I don't like it. All right? Fuck animals. But it's better for us economically. It's better for us strategically, diplomatically. And we lose nothing because we can still pump the fucking oil. I don't care if we pump more oil. I don't care if we, as long as we're also funding the sciences so that we can, offset some of the carbon issues. We keep burning the fucking oil. Retards, I don't care. But don't do everything the wrong way. And that's how the big beautiful bill is. They're doing everything the wrong way. And I just don't get why. It's late for me, so I'll be taking my leave. Hey, I love you, Internet Gas. I'll catch you later, all right, buddy? All right, other mods. You guys are gonna have to step up now. Oh my God, John, we've found the topic that triggers him the most. It wasn't the fact that we're deporting people and hunting them down like rats in the fucking streets and fields. It's the fact that I said that Trump acts old. I'm not here to back up Biden. I didn't like him, but I had to vote for him because he was better than the other fucking choice. And I don't know. I'm trying to respect the people that said that about Trump. Like, the other person was just too much. But it's like, I don't know how you could ever make that assessment, right? I'll watch the videos, but like, I don't know how you could ever make that assessment. Like, what was so scary about Kamala? What was so scary about Kamala? DEI? Fuck. I like, I don't even know what to say about that. But that's a lot of people say it unironically. They don't even joke.
Gamblers now, apparently.
Yeah.
There's,
all right.
Yeah,
there's
John,
a new tax on gambling winning.
Yeah, John, I'm not paying attention to y'all's conversation, all right? It is a legitimate question, though. What is so scary about fucking Kamala?
I guess. I saw Tim Pool tweet.
I heard
about
Nate Silver bitch about it. Something about
Oh, he's a
taxes
poker
on-
player, yeah.
Yeah. So,
That's a good thing, though.
all right, Tally, take it away.
Okay, well, I am Tallybots. I am Wick's co-host about once a week, sometimes twice a week. We are still kind of figuring out exactly what to call our segment, but we've been having on guests to not necessarily debate, but kind of have discussions on different topics of interest, whether that's sort of current events or like an interesting tweet that an interesting person sent out, and we bring them on to kind of flesh out that idea or what they're thinking about. The origin of this show idea, the trial of Tallybots, came from Wick's Discord. So Wick's audience has gotten to know me now for, I guess, a couple of months here, and many of them were surprised to find out that I had voted for.
I'm sorry, J-Mac, you're triggering the fucking shit out of me with statements like this. This projection thing you guys do is very weird. That you are afraid of politicians doesn't mean that's how other people assess political candidates. Do you remember, like, it was probably 30 minutes ago. I know you were in chat because you were typing while I was saying this. I don't know what you said because I didn't read the chats. Did I not say I'm not scared of, nor do I particularly have like individual animosity for Trump? Like, it's not, no one's scared of the politicians, my guy. When we say what's so scary about Kamala, what we're saying is, what in the fuck could you have possibly had going on in your head? What calculus were you engaging in where the numbers spat out Trump at the end? Because you forgot to carry a 1 in a couple of places. Holy shit. That's what we're saying. We're not saying, oh no, you're so scared of Kamala. Obviously, that's not what we're saying. We're saying Kamala's policies wouldn't have been damaging to America. At least, like, fuck, there's probably some stuff that she said that I disagree with. Like, the craziest shit that she said, I don't think could have ever passed the House or the Senate, let alone both. What was the, like, really stupid policy that she had that everyone was... I can't remember. Someone will say it in chat. There was like a really, really stupid policy that she had that everyone freaked the fuck out about. But like, that would never fucking happen. And I know it wouldn't happen because the Democrats don't do shit like Trump where they try to force it from every single fucking angle and then refuse to comply with the courts when they don't get their way. Like, so yeah, the calculus, even if I was worried, and like, you know what? I'll tell you right now, there are some worries I have when it comes to just electing Democrats. Just, you know, vote blue no matter who. Because some of these motherfuckers have some crazy fucking ideas. If we just gaslight the fuck out of these Democratic lawmakers, right, they might pass some like really damaging, you know, pro-trans legislation that ends up being incredibly harmful to people and thus harming the trans movement. Like, I recognize that that's a fucking, that's a danger. There's a danger of, you know, electing too many progressives with no fucking pushback like we have in California. And while I'd rather live in California than fucking Mississippi, right? Like, there are some issues with how many fucking crazy fucking policies that they put through, like in Washington State and Oregon and California and some of these places, because they have a lot of progressives uncontested. And I understand there are some worries. I would take all of those worries in a heartbeat over the deliberate fucking shooting ourselves in the cock every single fucking time Trump decides to do a new thing. Anyways, let's keep watching.
For Trump in 2024. And they wanted to chat about it. Most of them were like, oh, that's so surprising because I really like you. So I was expecting to walk into a bit of a skeptical hug box, you know, people who think I'm a good person, but they just want to figure out how I could have made this mistake. But I'm instead walking into a room
Sorry,
with people
I
who
was
don't.
still trying to read chat and I didn't hear a goddamn word she said. Let me hear it again.
And we're like, oh, that's so surprising because I really like you. So I was wanted to a couple of months here, and many of them were surprised to find out that I had voted for Trump in 2024. And they wanted to chat about it. Most of them were like, oh, that's so surprising because I really like you. So I was expecting to walk into a bit of a skeptical hug box, you know, people who think I'm a good person, but they just want to figure out how I could have made this mistake. But I'm instead walking into a room of people who don't really know me at all. However, I think this will be fun. I am a viewer of Lib and Learn.
Come
I
on. Jesus
watch
Christ, this stupid
Hutch
fucking
and Pisco's
shelf.
streams.
There we go.
Pisco, sorry.
No worries.
Mostly listening to Pisco for the introduction music. It's the best in town.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually
so-
him off camera, by the way, playing playing the stream.
It's just weird about how the left frames their hold on. How the left frames their questions around fear. You guys do it with a black candidate, trans people. You're reading way too much into that, dude. If I don't have to explain to you why I use that. Fuck you. Like, come the fuck on. I'm not gonna sit here and yeah. When is the revolution happening?
People don't know
Yeah.
that.
Live.
Yeah.
Very
100%.
impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive.
He's a Renaissance man.
Yeah, so basically I was a lifelong liberal turned progressive, turned like radical progressive. And I ended up voting for Trump in 2024. I'm not a Republican. I registered, I guess, the beginning of 2024 as an independent. That was my first like official step away from the Democratic Party. I was calling myself a disaffected liberal for a while, and I think that's kind of a good way to encapsulate how I felt. But I see myself as basically having fallen in the center. When I talk to people on the left, they tell me that I'm right wing, and when I talk to people on the right, they tell me that I'm a shit lib. So I don't know. I'm politically homeless. I'm not MAGA. I'm not a Trump supporter. So this is maybe not going to be as fun.
I don't know that much about this girl. I'm super curious if anyone in chat knows anything, like if they've been watching Wick shows with her on it. But like, here's like my question. Like, I don't vote. I don't have any special connection to the Democrats. Like, I vote for the Democrats because the Democrats have, they're just like, they are right. They're always right. I don't look at it like that, right? But you know what? They're right. They're right enough on enough issues that matter to me that I could never consider voting Republican or independent, really, right? Because of the strategic part of the vote. But, I feel like right now, if you're an independent, if you're an independent, I don't understand. I don't understand the fucking calculus. It's like the economy was not, I'm sorry, this is something I'll fucking die in the hill of. The economy was not that bad under Biden, okay? Like, I was really poor under Biden, but like, I just gotta say, it was my fault that I was poor. I didn't like feel crazy squeezed at the grocery store, even though I was, finally at the age where I'm buying at the grocery store on a regular basis instead of eating out because I'm a piece of shit fucking kid, like when I was like ultra fucking poor and I was buying stuff at the grocery store, feels like it sucked more then than it did under Biden. This is just like my personal like assessment, right? Because it was from day fucking one that Biden was in office that people were saying that they couldn't fucking afford food. And I just knew that wasn't true, right? The only squeeze that I did feel, now that I'm saying it out loud, the only squeeze that I did feel was at the gas pump in 2020, what was it? 2022, I did feel that squeeze. That was the most expensive I had ever seen gas get. And that was at $4.15 a gallon. So that was pretty bad. That was when Russia invaded Ukraine, though. I understand what happened to the global supply, right? But like, that's the only time I really felt like, fuck, they better fix this economy real quick or people are going to be real pissed. But like, it felt like it got back under control. So, I don't know. Just from my subjective point of view, right? As someone who was poor, you know, college dropout semi, because I was kind of in, kind of out of college, but I've been in college for way too long, so might as well call me a college dropout working at fucking Torchy's Tacos. Okay? Like, and the fact that I felt, oh, actually, you know what? I didn't work there under Trump. I worked there under Biden. I was working at dog kennels, you know? I was working at dog kennels and was getting paid significantly less than at the Torchy's Tacos. Under Trump, you know? I just don't know. I feel like people's assessment, I'm not trying to be partisan. I'm genuinely just telling you how this has been my situation during the presidents, but like, I felt like I was doing fine, even though I was like a poor, shitty, you know, freshman in college under Obama. You know, first 2 years, I didn't feel like I was poor because of the world around me. I felt like I was poor because I couldn't get my shit together, right? And it wasn't until like the later part of Trump's presidency where I was like, you know what? Like, fucking, I'm in my mid-20s right now, and the fact that it's this hard to find like decent work and, you know, shit like that is, it shouldn't be like this, right? Then COVID happened, right? But like, I don't even know if I particularly fucking go away, close. I just don't feel like I ever felt that squeeze under the Democrats. But like, I feel like the squeeze is beginning for the first time, like, in a way that matters, which is a strange feeling to get. And for people to tell me that it was worse before than it is now, I just don't get it. Average unemployment is 22 to 23 weeks now, as opposed to what was it under Biden. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with chat at all, so let me catch up with you guys. Oh, you timed them out again. So, okay, gotcha. We'll let the 1 day timeout stand. I'm fine with that. Okay, let me see here. All right. Starting from their little peepees have feels when they see a man in woman's clothes and make up a twist their minds. Yeah, like the existence of trans people absolutely fucking cooked the psyche of so many people. It's insane. What was that? Did anybody else see like the command prompt pop up for a quarter of a second? Am I insane? It was around 8 to 10 weeks under Biden. Jesus Christ. all the uncertainty and tariffs and deportations happening. I've also keep on hearing conflicting number reports. Like there was the clip of Maria Bartiromo, whatever the fuck her name is, a clip of her like expecting to see better numbers and then being like, oh, we didn't actually gain any jobs. We lost 33,000 jobs. But then I also saw another statistic that said that we gained 175,000 jobs. So I don't understand. I obviously haven't looked into it at all. So if you guys know off the top of your head. I think Blair White probably does more harm than any other trans person by being attractive, more than her words are. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Let me catch back up. People can afford food because we have internet, new iPhones, daily DoorDash, $15 daily Starbucks, new True, bro. And listen, man. Listen, dude. I have people that I know and love near, they're near and dear to me. Man. People who are making way better money and have been making way better money than me are just like in like crazy debt because they Uber Eats on their credit cards. And yeah, like I guess I'm old now, so I downloaded a fucking budgeting app, and I'm applying for my first credit card officially. I've always just like stayed away from it because I never really needed it, but I should probably build up credit and stuff. So, but like, I just don't know. I don't know how people get into doing that. Really bad for you. It's really bad. Anyway, sorry. Let me catch up. But you forget Biden failed to clean up Trump's mess. Well, he did clean up Trump's mess. They just remade it. They hate people that are different. Maybe they're brown, maybe they're black, maybe they don't speak English, maybe they're a man, maybe they wear a dress, maybe they're a man, they sleep with other men, or a woman that sleeps with other women. Yeah. Like what's so crazy is, and I keep on saying this, and it's fucking crazy that it's so crazy to me that I keep on saying it, but motherfucker, I don't want to be the guy that's just saying Republicans fucking hate brown people. Republicans just hate gay people. Like, I don't want to be that person. And like in my heart of hearts and in like my statistical brain, I know literally not all conservatives. But fuck me, dude. When they keep on telling me over and over and over, like I think that the phrase of the year for me, or fuck it, the phrase of the 2020s that I should have been living the entire time was, when people tell you who they are. When people tell you who they are, believe them. And so many people told me who they were over and over. I tried to validate, or not validate, I tried to justify or, pretzel myself into saying that this was a normal thing. Man, these people have been disgusting for a while, okay? And we just thought that by being nice and trying to hear their issues, that they would start being normal again. Dude, no. They were always pieces of shit. I think that one of the reasons that the depression hits hard right now is, I'm turning 30. I'm sure a lot of people get depressed right when they're about to hit a new decade, right? So there's probably something very natural there. But there's also the fact that you know what? I don't need to fucking stream isn't my fucking therapy session. You guys aren't getting paid for it, and I don't need to fucking blast out my like every depressed thought process, okay? Ha! there's true cruelty being celebrated. Yeah, that's what I'm basically getting at. You know, it's it's really hard to look at what they use to just to justify. Like they you know, they usually try to say you guys are being hypocritical because you guys do this, and like the things that they compare to what the Democrats did. It's like, man, maybe that was smug, maybe that was shitty, maybe that was cringy, maybe that was bad policy, but like you're Hitler. Like you're Hitler. So yeah, I'll take the, you know, cringy, you know, elder millennial barely passing trans girl fighting JK rallying on Twitter every single day over these people. There, and you know, I will probably don't agree with that person I'm describing on a good many issues, but at least I know they're probably not their baseline intention isn't to create more hate or pain in the world. And that's such a soy and cringe way to describe it, but like, man, it feels like the it feels like what they want people to see them as being crazy, cruel, Genghis Khan, raping and pillaging everything in their path. That's what they want us to see them as. And you know, I I I have a lot of issues with that. Let me see here. I'm 55 years old. I graduated high school in 1988. I'm a latchkey kid. My parents were more concerned with their careers uh, than whether I made it to school on a daily basis. I learned how to do everything on my own, and with my friends, we all figured it out together. If anyone should be a libertarian, it should be me, and yet I have the common sense just to say no to that. Hey, you know what? That's fucking based. You know, and like, that's something that bothers me quite a bit, you know? I'm a white guy, okay? Young, white. I'm the younger end of the millennials, the elder age of the Zoomers, you know? Um, I had a lot of the same struggles as a lot of these young white men that are so disaffected with the world. And I just don't, I I would love like there's I think one of the things that's adding to the depression is just like the lack of knowledge. What is it? What is it? Like am I an outlier? Am I uh a what's the word? A out of the norm person? Do I have too much empathy? Do I have am I too agreeable of a person? Like that's something like I I'd love to know what it is that separates me from them. Because I went to high school with some of these people, right? Something I used to talk about a lot was that I got into streaming because obviously there was a bunch of shit going on in the world. I knew you know, I knew how to stream. I knew like I liked some of the political conversations, yeah. But like I knew some people that went to my high school and they were fucking posting neo-Nazi stuff on Facebook. Like they were good kids raised in good families and they became white nationalists by 2018, 4 years out of high school. You know? What the fuck is the difference between me and them? My parents, I know they're bleeding heart. My dad was a pastor. My mom, helped with the ministry stuff, and we were constantly helping people. We had, they would invite people into our house like we were, there's some people that collect stray cats, and then our family just collected stray people. We would just have people sleeping on our couch for a couple of weeks, and they'd be fucking gone, never to be heard from again. It would just fucking happen, right? My parents went out of their way. They, at great detriment to them, to their own selves, sometimes, did the right thing. What the fuck is the difference between my parents and these other people's parents? I thought that people of character were not common, but I didn't think they were as rare as my late 20s has shown them to be, Anyway, sorry to opine. I'll catch up with chat and then we'll keep watching the video. 55 years old. I was born in 1969, and this is the hardest I've ever had to struggle to find work on my own. I own my own business. I cannot get new clients right now because they're worried about their future. I felt the squeeze my whole life. I've been able to deal with it because it was an incremental thing, but now the anvil is literally falling on your head and none of us can deal with it. And that's something, I know people who are conservatives and they own small businesses, and I haven't talked to these people in a decade. No, it's been, no. Anyway, my like high school girlfriend, her mom owned a business, and I wonder about it, and I haven't looked it up or anything, but I worked there for a while, and it's like that was a very niche business, and it had to do with food, and I wonder. I know that it survived COVID, but how the fuck is that business surviving now? Like the small businesses, like the people that I know that have small businesses, most of them failed during COVID. That sucked. But the ones that survived it, only to have to go through this, that's stress that I wouldn't wish on anyone. Jesus. I think something I didn't understand until this Trump administration is how much of the economy is just how good do people feel? Yeah. I mean, like, consumer sentiment is a lot. They're lying to you when they say they had horrible shit under Biden. Everything is miraculously turned around just because of Trump. They're lying to you and they can't admit they're wrong. Yeah, I know, 100%. Like, and again, I remember making jokes the second that we knew that Biden was going to win in 2020. We immediately were saying like, oh, as soon as Biden sworn in, people are going to say the economy sucks. Literally day one, they were making tweets saying that the economy sucks. Everyone's leaving the U.S. because a Democrat was elected into office. This is so horrible. They said it from day one until he left office, and immediately they started saying the economy was good. Fucking not good people. God knows what could possibly happen if we upset the 956 billionaires in this country. They are literally 0.001 of the population. They all got the benefits of the big beautiful bill. Hey, that's my podcast. Hey, Cowboy. Hey, really quick. We've spent 3 hours getting 18 minutes into this. Oh, I'm sorry. 3 hours and 45 minutes getting to the 18-minute mark in this podcast. It looks like y'all started the conversation at the 13-minute mark. So if you can imagine, we haven't gotten very far into it. But tell me I just know that there's a broad perception that this was a disaster of a podcast. What happened? I already reached out to the Tally girl to have a conversation because I need to understand the psychology of a person who voted for Trump in 2024 and now regrets it. Like I need to know for myself, you know? We have been stun locked for a bit. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm actually gonna like if and when Econo Boy responds, I'll stand up and then I will keep it playing. I think Wick crashed out and TBH Tally didn't have great reasons for why she voted for Trump IMO. She said we gave her a lot to think about. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so like I literally clicked on Wick's stream the second that they left. I didn't know that there was even a panel happening, but I just saw it was live and I clicked on it right as they were leaving and they were like, wow, what a disaster, or whatever the fuck they said. I listened for like 5 minutes and I thought, you know what? I'll not have the well poisoned. I don't want to know anything about it. I just want to go into it and I want to have a conversation with this girl. So that's where I was going into this. He accused us of not being genuine, and then she said I was being disrespectful in the post stream. You? I feel like Pisco, I could see someone saying that about. You're like the nicest fucking dude. You're like, I don't think I've ever seen you get heated even. Or I don't think I've ever seen you be debate bro-y. Vibes that it was a protest vote, but I don't think she gave very well thought out reasons either way. Well, I'll go ahead and start watching it now. Oh, even I crashed out after the show on Wick stream. Oh, really? Well, I'm excited about it then. We might skip around. If you know if there's a timestamp that stuck out to you, but we might skip around a little bit on it. He swaths, I guess you're saying he puts all Republicans all together with strong moral statements, so it's easy to see Econo Boy being accused of that. I mean, yeah, I mean, fuck, Nair, you're watching me right now. Okay, motherfucker? Like, like, I've had to delete half of my VODs over the past 6 months because of how many times I've told people to find creative ways to leave this plane of existence. So I understand where he's coming from, if you can imagine. But like, yeah, like do you have moral failings, IMO? That's because I have a different morality than they do. I mean, I wish that. Well, Nair, I agree with that statement, but like I would have said that back in, I would have said that back in 2015 before Donald Trump was elected, but it would have meant something very different to me back then, because I would have thought that it was Republicans just don't care about poor people. But like it wouldn't have carried the oomph that it does now, Sorry, Edward, it's very interesting to have people who are older because this is such a like younger person. I'm like an older person in this space, I guess, so it's nice to have a perspective that's not younger than mine. And, for me, racism wasn't something that I always knew existed in this country because I knew that racism existed, right? I knew that there were racist people. But what I mean is like, it was so not acceptable to be seen as a racist. And it was so like the things that are like on the edge or like could be debated are racist or like a little insensitive or like mean jokes or things that maybe white people shouldn't say. Like, sure, there are conversations to be had there, but like, the intentions were different, like for me, growing up, I never saw intentional racism growing up. I was really lucky, right? I lived in a very big city, so people were pretty used to being around a lot of different kinds of people, right? I lived in a liberal family in a liberal part of the city. I didn't see intentional racism, man. It wasn't until Trump, that sounds crazy, but motherfucker, I'm trying to think about it. No, no, because there was a lot of weird things that people said around Trayvon Martin. That was 2012. I do remember that. But there was a different vibe back then. Okay, we need to. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just saying I could see how she could see that happening. Pisco just, I like how you just call him Jessica. I probably have a lot to handle on issues with. Could be a lot to handle on issues with MAGA and Trump. Well, if they're going to be then our conversation with Tally is going to be rough. Their issue is that they aren't allowed to discriminate against people that are a different color. They can't justify this shit. They're horrible people. They're scared of people that don't look like them. Like that's the thing. This is the last thing I'm actually last thing I'm responding to. They were watching the fucking video for a little bit, all right? I'm not pausing it. I'm just talking over it. Tron, I'm older than you. I thought you were like maybe like a year or two older than me. I thought you were just like a year or two older than me. Wait, Tron, how old are you? No, I know what you were talking about. I knew what you were talking about, my man. Okay, I need to keep going. But they're snowflakes. I was gonna say something about it. But yeah, like fuck, they can't justify it because it always comes back to immigration, which is why I keep on saying, like, damn, it really seems like these motherfuckers just don't like fucking brown people, you know? It really feels like at this point, like, they just really want the browns out. Like, it feels like they don't care that much about fiscal responsibility. Doesn't feel like they care that much about budgets. It feels like what they care about is no more browns. Like, yeah. Anyways.
Of an inquisition as you guys would have liked, but I'm open to answer any questions. I'm sure there's lots of things that I haven't thought about, and you guys can call me out on all of that. But I hope this will be a pleasant conversation, at least at some point, because I do like all of you. And at the very least, while I don't think you need to be pining for my vote in any way, you guys are all committed to Democrats succeeding, maybe so that especially that Trump will fail. And so at least maybe I can impart to you one example of someone who was
Wait, hold on. What did she just say? Sorry.
pining for my vote in any way. You guys are all committed.
One second. I lived in rural areas my whole life, never saw anything past the Fox News thug racism. Yeah, growing up in rural Arkansas, maybe I saw it when I was really young, but I don't remember it. Well, you know what? I will say this. My grandmother did say some racial slurs around us that I didn't know were racial slurs, and I accidentally called a black man a racial slur one time because I just didn't know it was a racial slur. So that was pretty bad. But like outside of that, like, man, the shit that the people around me were on, they were on like the respect everyone train, right? They might have had some like racist shit underlying, but the words they said were not to be racist. 34, almost 35. Okay, well, I mean, that's not too far off, Okay, I gotta watch this.
To Democrats succeeding, maybe so that especially that.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind because I wanted to hear what she just said.
I hope this will be a pleasant conversation, at least at some point, because I do like all of you.
I guess that was
and
wishful
at
thinking.
the very least, well, I don't think you need to be pining for my vote in any way.
Oh, hey, Kat.
You guys are all committed to Democrats succeeding, maybe so that especially that Trump will fail. And so at least maybe I can impart to you.
So I don't think that there's much appealing that Democrats have to do to the center, or no, sorry, not to the center. We have to appeal to the center, but we don't have to appeal to Republicans or Trump voters, right? Or MAGA. That's something that like people like Cenk from the Young Turks just don't get, is that these people are not people you can work with. There are some people you just don't court the votes of. There are some people that will never vote for you, right? The Ku Klux Klan will never vote for the Democratic Party, after, the Democratic Party changed back in the, what was it, the 50s, mid 50s, late 50s? Maybe it was the 60s, So, holy fuck, I must have like some kind of mental issue. I keep on losing my train of thought, like the second that I look away from something. I was talking about, motherfuck. Oh, appealing to voters. Yeah, so so there's just like voters that we don't have to appeal to these people, right? Like I used to think, especially back when I was a socialist, right? Like we should be appealing to the, we should be appealing to the workers, workers all day. We have more in common with, the worker down the street than we do with the billionaire, on Wall Street. We have more in common with the, a steel worker in Uganda than a billionaire on Wall Street. It's like, I don't agree with that now, obviously. I don't think that there are people in this country that would vote for someone with a Eastern European name, let alone a black person, let alone a Mexican sounding name. Like, I feel like there are some people, and I don't think it's like super widespread, but like, there are some people that have like a very hyper Anglo-Saxon, very hyper white bread America, like view of normalcy, and anything outside of that is just not okay. And you know what? Those people, it's like maybe 1% of the population or less that are like that. We're never getting their votes. We're Democrats, motherfucker. We're Democrats. We like taxes. We like spending other people's money. Those people aren't going to vote for us. So we have to appeal to people that are okay with us spending their money, because we're Democrats and that's what we do. We just have to convince them that the way that we're going to spend their money is better than the way that the Republicans are going to print money for them to ruin our economy with.
One example of someone who was pushed away from the party for various reasons, because that will matter.
This Edward Thornton guy is based.
Winning the upcoming elections.
If I may just real
someone
quick,
gift that man a channel membership.
Piggyback on that. One of the things that I want to do with my show and with my advocacy and with my politicking is find people who we lost and who are winnable again, who we can bring back. And I've been talking to Tolly for a while, and I think she's someone that has real issues, right, that deserve to be heard. And I think she's...
Oh, you know what? I just realized something. I don't know if Econo Boy's still in chat or not, but you know what? That last statement that I just made about we don't need to appeal to these fucking people. These people are fucking insane and they'll never vote for us. I was brought around to that position by Econo Boy like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I stopped. No, it was maybe a little bit longer than that. It was recently, okay? Hey, man, we can't get everyone. Econo Boy convinced me of it, 1,000,000%. When we're in power, why do we work with Republicans on shit that we don't have to? Why do we seek their approval. Fuck them. Since that's what they're saying to us. We can operate like that, and I'm fine with it. Just don't cry when it happens, you know? Let me see. You were talking about getting Trump voters to vote Dems. Oh, yeah. Man, is chat just coming through super fucking late, or did I just walk over here late? If you get 100 MAGA, I do think discouraging them could do a ton of damage. If you get 100 MAGA to not vote, it's better than converting 20. Well, you know, I'll tell you this. I think that without Trump, there's not going to be as much fervor for Republicans. Like, without Trump, I think that this is fucking dead. Like, they'll stagnate and they'll eat each other alive. That's the prediction, although it's hard to make any kind of predictions nowadays. But I don't think that we really even need to discourage them from voting. I think that they'll do that themselves the second that Donald Trump eats himself into I was about to say early grave, unfortunately not, but I think a lot of boomers, they called that the me generation originally. They were handed everything, jobs, pensions, the entire, yeah. "60 and 40 years old right now. There are plenty of horrible people in that group. Most of them really fucking care." Yeah, I don't know what the voter like demographic split of Gen X are. The psychology between different generations is truly fucking fascinating, especially as someone who is like right on the cusp here of millennial and Zoomer. Like I've either the last or second to last year of being considered a millennial. So all of the stuff that people have, you know, nostalgia for, it was really just the very, very early memories that I had. You know, all the Nintendo shit that I have, all of the, you know, calling on rotary phones and shit back then. And so like there's a psychology to growing up with different technology, right? Your brain literally wires differently. So I don't know that I do know a lot about like the boomer generation. I don't know that much about the Gen X generation because I simply just never there's a big doldrums of American history that I'm just completely not up on, either pop culturally or historically, politically, anything. And that's like from probably right at the Vietnam War up until Trump was elected. I know a lot about everything before that and since.
She's winnable back. Like we can get her back, and people like her back. She's representative in my mind of a class of people that if we take the right steps, we can get them back, and we need to win because look at what Trump's doing, right? He's gutted USAID. There's going to be millions of people, right? Millions of deaths because of that. We're looking at an attack on the First Amendment greater than anything we've seen in a generation. We're looking at this god-awful, big, beautiful bill that's going to just gut Medicaid and a lot of harm. So we have to win. And to do that, we have to win people back. People that have, for whatever reason, switched from Biden to Trump. We have to figure out why they did that. We have to hear them out, and we have to see which ones we can win back. And I think Tali is a good example. So that's why I'm advocating for her. So, yeah.
I want to piggyback on that too. I think like Wick represents one kind
of reservation I'm having after that right there. Kind of in the same vein of the Anna Kasparians and the Brianna Woos of the world. I do also like to keep an eye out for people who are very suddenly very Democrat supporting, you know? Now, that's not to say that this person is lying or disingenuous or anything, but, you know, it's weird, you know? It's like that, I don't know what her name is, there's this Asian lady who was working for the DNC, but then very rapidly, once the writing was on the wall that Biden was going to lose, she started doing this hard fucking rightward turn just randomly. And now I think she does a podcast with Brianna Wu, ironically enough. They kind of stick together. But like, yeah, when someone, I mean, November was what? It's the 7th month. So 6 months have passed, 8 months since the election, plus or minus a week or two. Okay? 8 months. Like, I guess we'll see more about what the reasoning is, but I'm not that. I think it's a really weird thing to change your political views that much, I'm so tired of winning. I'm sorry you feel that way, Cat Tricks.
Kind of viewpoint within the left of like, who should we be trying to win? Where should the focus of the coalition be? And I'm like, not to burst Wick's bubble because he's my buddy and my co-host, but I think.
Oh, also just let me know if the sound, because now I actually am walking around and cleaning and shit. So if my mic starts picking up noise and it's too much, just start spamming the chat rapidly saying, ouch, that hurts, stop, etc. All right, continuing.
I think it would be a fair conclusion for all of you to conclude that you shouldn't spend time winning me back. I think what I've come to realize is while I'm dispositionally a liberal, you are the type of people I'd rather be hanging out with. I feel like there are some fundamental beliefs that like the left can't get past with me, or I can't necessarily get past with the left. So it'd be interesting if we get to have some of these conversations, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to.
Conversations like this. Is there a set number of beliefs that? Let's just keep going. I'm delaying like a motherfucker.
I said in the conversation that I had when Hutch was on Wick's panel that I'm a winnable voter, and I do view myself that way, especially because in many ways Trump was a sort of a protest vote for me, and I could see myself voting left even if just to try to swing the pendulum back in a similar vein of what I did in 2024. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a divide about strategy among the left, and so I don't know that going for people like me is the best move for the Democratic Party, but I'm concerned with like broader cultural trends. And so I see the sort of like fringe horseshoe people that are coalescing on a bunch of these like foreign policy things.
Okay, this is something I need some polling. I need something to give me a frame of reference. Okay, because this bullshit of saying that like these fringe ideas, the cultures, like, man, you know what? I fucking hate the far left a lot of the time. All right, I've maybe not intentionally, but through standing my ground on opinions that the left disagrees with, I've lost a lot of the left. And one sec.
And sort of people that are coalescing on a bunch of these like foreign policy things.
Yeah, so the issue is like I have issues with people on the left. Man, I've never felt like they were that big of a fucking issue outside of like, I feel like all the damage they did was to the Democrats' perception. But they're not, by and large, they're not fucking hurting anyone. By and large, the lefties online, and this is something that like I knew at that point when I was fighting with the xenogender people, when I was arguing with trans people, like fuck, man. You're in your early 20s or your late teens. Right now, and like, not only are you like at a very transformative point in your life, just like in general, you're, an adult now and shit like that, but like you're also transitioning your fucking gender, and you're like discovering whatever the fuck is going on there, and you're also taking a bunch of fucking crazy hormones, assuming that they're on the hormones as well. Like, but even without that, like all of this stuff combined, plus all these people gaslighting them into, more and more fringe, esoteric, theories of gender. Like, yeah. Imagine my shock that the lefty college age crowd is over intellectualizing queerness. And imagine my shock that in the year of our Lord 2025, most of them have grown out of it. Am I wrong? Most of the fucking crazy accounts that we've seen on Twitter that, that were like big when the space was more thriving, most of those people are like pretty normal fucking accounts now, right? There are several lefty accounts that I have decent interactions with when we used to fucking hate each other, okay? Because people mature and people grow up. People stop having crazy fucking ideas. And it's almost like the idea that we would pour gasoline all over ourselves and set ourselves on fire as a response to infinitesimal fucking like small section of the population that has no political power over fucking anybody. They had social power. The cancellation stuff was kind of cringe, but you know what? Still speaking, people are going to grow out of it. And people largely have, is all I'm saying. Anyway, we'll keep going. I'll catch up on chat. Won't pause.
And sort of populist things as more concerning, and I've like suddenly see
Hold
myself
on. Let me
as
respond to this. Fighting with the xenogender people. Sorry, that's a super dismissive way of saying it, obviously. But like you know what I'm trying to say. I don't know what Mo guy is. Has been long gone? No, Cat Tricks. If you're interested, go to my YouTube channel. And there was like a 1.5 to 2 year long arc of me torching basically every bridge that I had in the lefty space because people were telling me that I was cruel for saying that brick gender and specifically one was vampire gender. And that one got me in a lot of trouble. But like, it's not like I fucking specifically hated them or like I hated the fact that they were calling themselves vampire gender or anything like that. Like, and if anyone actually cared to fucking talk to me about it, like outside of trying to shit down my throat, like they would know, like, man, I don't care if you're going to be a cringy 20-year-old that will change this in a little bit, but like, just don't try and tack it on to advocacy that's hurting the broader movement is all. And I know it sounds super mean to them, but like I'm fine if they want to call themselves that. Like I honestly think that if I was in charge of the world, everyone would be happy. I do think that because I'm a fucking incredibly reasonable person. I think that if I was emperor of the world, I think that without being too crazy authoritarian, I could have a 60% approval rating. All right, we're keeping going.
as like an establishment cuck. So I want the moderates and the sane people of both sides to come out on top. But I don't think those people are going to actually work together. I think those people represent the Democrats and the Republicans in ways that the fringes on the left and the right, their votes are kind of more up for grabs. So I don't know. I hope that made sense.
Well,
That didn't make any
Hutch,
sense
why
to
don't
me
you take
whatsoever.
more
Let
up
me
for-
hear it again.
An establishment cut. I've like these like foreign policy things and sort of populist things as more concerning, and I've like suddenly see myself as like an establishment cuck. So I want the moderates and the sane people of both sides to come out on top. But I don't think those people are going to actually work together. I think those people represent the Democrats and the Republicans in ways that the fringes on the left and the right, their votes are kind of more up for grabs. So.
Question that we should write down. You know what? I'll go ahead. I'll pull out a notebook really quick. I'll write these down. Questions for Tally. We'll write them down. Like, which party do you think is fostering centrists? Who accepts centrists? Yeah, let me just go ahead and title this Questions for Tally. You said you want the sane people from both sides to succeed and work together. Okay, I want to really quick before I write this full question out. Let me see. Does she say at the end like, oh well, but obviously the Republicans don't foster any kind of centrism whatsoever. So
both sides to come out on top. But I don't think those people are going to actually work together. I think those people represent the Democrats and the Republicans in ways that the fringes on the left and the right, their votes are kind of more up for grabs. So I don't know. I hope that made sense.
Well, Hutch, why don't you take it away, buddy?
But their votes are up for grabs to the extremes. Who works better with the center? Who seeks bipartisanship? All right, that's a good question, I think. I think it's an important question. Why does Wick look so worried? Wake up, Wick.
In response to that.
I think a fair point to start the conversation is to ask you two questions. So the first question I want to ask you is, why did you vote for Trump? And that's kind of a two-parter. Were you attracted to some of his policies? If you were, which policies were they? Or were you more repelled by Democrats? And if so, what were some of the things that repelled you away? And then the second question that we need to establish is, do you regret that vote?
So to answer your first question, I had decided, so my ideological turn kind of started in the summer of 2021. So it's been several years now that I had been moving away from the left. I had decided at a certain point that I wasn't going to be voting.
What? Wait a second. She moved away from the left, and therefore, was she, oh, hold on. Was she like a Democrat, or was she a leftist? Oh man, I might get mad.
For the Democrats, I mean, at that point, Joe Biden was still running. I was very concerned about his cognitive decline for a while,
not.
as many whatever as many people were. I'm not saying anything anyone here doesn't know.
Not Josiah.
Okay. Well,
The fact that conservatives get so fucking baby mad, I think it's projection because they know that Trump looks old as fuck and sounds old as fuck and sounds, like he has dementia. And they don't want to be on the receiving end of that because they got to rightfully point out some stuff about Biden. Like, here again, like, I don't know how other people talk about it. For me, this is how it is. Like, Biden was old as fuck. I don't think that he was incapable of doing his job. I don't think that there was anything that was showing that he was incapable of doing his job. Maybe when I finally get around to reading that stupid book that Jake Tapper wrote, I'll see the big scandal. And sure, there's a scandal, and I shouldn't downplay it that much. But like, guys, come the fuck on. Again, the choices that we had were just like so unbelievably clear that it's hard for me to look at it any other way. It truly is. The utilitarian calculus is just undeniable. I would take I don't fucking know. I would take literally like a ventriloquist doll of Biden over whatever the fuck is happening now. It's just like, yeah, I can accept that, like, fuck, he was probably further along with like the sundowning than I was willing to admit at the time. That's true. I don't think that the way that people talk about him, like, it wasn't that bad, and no one can. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not that no one can convince me. It's that none of these people who have no more access to information than I do will ever be able to convince me. Unless I get like some insider information, right? Which I guess since I bought that fucking audiobook, wait, no. Did I buy it like the actual physical copy? Let's see. No, I don't think I did. Unless it's one of those. I'm starting to build up a bookshelf, folks. It's kind of exciting. Feel adult. Unfortunately, the majority of what it is right now is Warhammer books and 2 VHSs from Rurouni Kenshin. No, that's Hillbilly Elegy. That's something I want to read, though. Yeah. No, I don't own that book. I thought I did, though. Anyways. Exciting stuff happening in the Sondsol house. We buying books out here.
so I had basically decided that I wasn't voting.
You said
for
you
the
wanted to have a
Democrats.
pleasant conversation, so I just made it a lot easier. Yeah, let me get his ass back in here. Yeah.
I was like hopeful. I think it must have been like New Year's Eve going into 2024. I remember thinking like Nikki Haley might have a chance here. I was hoping that's who I could end up voting for.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm curious, like
Yes.
the timeline. I was kind of confused. You said summer of 2021. Did you misspeak? Because that was after,
No.
that was just a couple months after Biden was inaugurated. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I voted for Biden in 2020.
Okay, by that point, summer 2021, we had successfully passed the AARP, which if you were historically liberal, then I assume you really like that policy, right? But also we had the Delta.
Oh no. I see. I understand why she didn't like this conversation and why Wick didn't like this conversation. Making a prediction right now, wee woo, speculation alert. I think that these guys all know way too much about all of the shit that she has a negative perception about. But in retrospect, is probably going to be stuff that she's fine with, and it's going to seem like they're being real big assholes for pointing out that like none of the bad shit that she thought was happening. That's what I'm going to. That's my prediction for. And then Wick is going to be ass pained because her entire way of talking about this sounds like it's going to be incredibly broad perceptions of democratic behavior and policies is going to be the reason that turns. I'm speculating, I'm guessing, okay? Just because I don't know anything about the, this person, all right? She had a vibe about the Democrats that was negative, and it snowballed from there. That's my prediction. Okay, I see the debates now, and it seems like a terminally online version of the debates about whether self-ID or other perceived excesses of trans advocates enabled U.S. v. I don't know that case. Essentially, this was like, it was like total self-ID was like kind of like the underlying baseline for how they constructed their view of gender, and it was really fucking stupid, and I still disagree with them to this day. But like it was fights that I didn't need to have, and the fights that I didn't need to have, I took them on for way too long, and I still believe everything I said, probably, right? Just like thinking about what the conversations were, but like, fuck, man, it seemed so much bigger to me at that time, and now that we're in this moment, it doesn't seem very big at all. Seemed like a better world that we're arguing about that instead of this. Anyways, reminiscent.
Strain of the coronavirus and then his pullout from Afghanistan. So like, what radicalized you against
That
the
was
Democratic
that was
Party?
late. That was late summer. That was September.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we had, the vaccine rollout, which was wildly successful. The economy was opening back up. Was there something, I guess, to Hutch's point, something in particular that the Biden administration did which really rubbed you the wrong way?
No, and I was pushed away first from the left, like my left-wing spaces before I let go of the Democrat title. So the starting point for this was the last kind of war clash between Israel and Gaza, which happened in May 2021. And at that point, I was an activist, like not full time. I was working, but I was.
How the fuck is that topic able to mind rape everyone that comes across it? What the fuck? U.S. versus Skirmedia is a recent case that ruled that banning HRT for minors wasn't discriminatory. Oh. Well, yeah, no, I don't agree with that necessarily. I probably have a much more nuanced take on that. When it comes to like HRT for minors, like I agree with people that we need more research, but then they want to make it, they also don't want the research. They say they want more research, but then they also don't want the research to happen because it would be permanent damage to the children in their eyes. And it's like, I'm for whatever is the best for trans people, right? Like, not to pull my friend is a trans person, but like, my best friend is trans. And she only recently, well, I say recently, fuck, it's been like a year and a half, 2 years, started transitioning. And like, would she have benefited from transitioning earlier in life? I don't know. I don't know if she knows. But if it's able to help someone, maybe we should have a pathway for that instead of just culture warring every single fucking topic. Every single fucking topic. We got to keep going.
Protesting in most of my free time. So this was like a year out from summer of 2020, and I was still
Can't believe
protesting a
Brianna
couple days a
was
week. There was a
quoted
local
in a,
BLM chapter, a local
Supreme
Refuse
Court
Fascism
case.
chapter, a Firm, which is like a radical feminist organization. And basically,
Always the radfems, huh, folks? Am I right or
suddenly
am I
the
right?
protest that I was going to started carrying like Zionism is racism signs, and people were personally asking me to condemn various things that were going on in Gaza. And
It really is the topic for the raped. It is unfucking real. How fucking mind fucked people get over this fucking topic. Oh my God. I can't fucking believe it. It's unreal, folks. These, like, I don't think there's a specific topic that could radicalize me. I'm trying to think. Let me think for a second. I'm just not a true radical, I guess. Like there's not a topic. There's too many things like that are like broad issues that I care about to be radicalized because of one fucking issue. Maybe I just haven't found the issue yet, but god damn, I don't get it, guys. I don't have the mind for it. Maybe I'm in the wrong. I need to let it play. I need to let her fucking speak, because I'm going to be talking to this person next week, and it's probably important for me to hear her out. Let's listen while I continue to claim.
It was the first time that I realized like these people that I shared a lot of values with and thought that I was aligned with, that it wasn't mutual. Basically, there was like one litmus test that if I didn't pass, that was really going to be it. And granted, I was in very extreme circles, obviously, if Zionism was already a litmus test 4 years ago. But
do you have a personal tie to Israel in any way, or are you just like ideologically in support of them?
Yeah, I mean, I have family there, friends there. I spent a little time living there in college.
I see.
Yeah.
A clearer picture. Oh my God, that froze at the best time for you for a second. Econoboy was. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
I am. He's glitching there. He's
Sorry.
so furious. Like he is
He's
glitching.
ready.
He's phasing in and out of this dimension into
It
the
froze
new-
on him like this for a moment.
Yeah, we
Oh,
can
shit,
we can hear
Econoboy.
you, but you like temporarily glitched. Such is your rage.
How's the convo so far? Sorry if I caught you or caught this after you left. Damn. But at least affirmative action isn't a thing anymore. Like, yeah, I mean, fuck, we're not that far into it because I keep on going off into diatribes. But actually, before I even go on this tangent, did I come too late, or is Econoboy still there? I'll give it like 30 seconds to see if Mr. Econoboy responds. Because otherwise I'm not going and saying this again. Hi. Okay, so a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago, you and I had a conversation, and you basically introduced me to the idea that in, European parliaments and shit like that, once they get their coalition government, once they get their people in power, they do not give a fuck about what the other people say, right? The bipartisan mind rot that is in American politics has been dead since Obama, but we've been pretending that it's not. And they've been playing a different game than us. And I'm fine with us playing the same game. And I'm fine with us playing the same game to take away the powers from everyone to be able to play that game again. But then again, I wouldn't want us to get too principled and then, hamstring ourselves further. Anyways, there have been a couple of statements thus far, because you've totally sold me on that, Econoboy. I have never been so instantly persuaded out of something that I thought was just a very good thing to do, right? Never that instant. I've been persuaded, but never that quickly. Oh, we're just retarded and suicidal, and that's why we keep on working with these insane meth mouth fucking evangelical freaks. So I understand. There are some people we're never going to get to. Okay, there's some people we're never going to get to vote for us. Don't fucking try and get their vote. Some worker solidarity just ain't real. Okay? These people they're racist. They don't like Mexicans and they want them gone at any cost. That's where we're at. And so when she says shit like, she said something along the lines of this. I did a paraphrase. I wrote it down. You said you want the same people from both sides, or the same people from both sides to succeed and work together. But their votes are captured by the extremes. And it's like, I love my centrist brothers and sisters. I love them. But God help them, they're fucking way too permissive of bad behavior on the right and too selectively outraged at behavior on the left. My fucking God, if you're going to tell me that you want to vote for the party that builds up the center, that wants bipartisanship, which I think is fucking, we shouldn't do it, obviously. I mean, obviously, these people are not people to work with. But if you think that's the thing, why the fuck would you ever vote for the Republican Party where fealty to Trump is the only metric of success? Fealty to Trump and success at following and executing his orders. Who cares if you break the law on the way there? He'll just pardon you. Why the fuck? So, like, who's fostering the center? Is it the Democrats or is it the Republicans? Tell you right now, we all know the fucking answer. It's the fucking Democrats. Also, Counter Boy, I also just realized that you responded to me after I told you about that project. I will respond to you after I'm done streaming.
Yeah, I'm curious though, on that particular issue, like I'll just take everything you say at face value, but how would you tie that to the Democratic Party? Because I think most people would tell you that President Biden was the most openly and ideologically pro-Zionist president in American history by far, and that was what helped contribute to his low approval rating and what would have probably doomed him had he stayed in the race. At least one of the factors is that it seemed like he was committed to giving Netanyahu a hand no matter what. So if that was the deciding factor, why would that play a role?
Okay, so
yeah, it's like someone who's going to be in my family eventually, they're Israeli. They voted for Trump. I have this information in my head. I don't know if how to interact with them going forward, because what the fuck? Like, the thing that I was talking about earlier at the beginning of stream, like my true opinions on Israel-Palestine have always been a little bit more pro-Palestinian than I let on, but I have the view of being the rock in the fucking, storm of trying to have like a reasonable take. And my gut reaction was, man, those Palestinians are getting fucked right now for no good reason. But then I had to logic myself out of that gut reaction. And you know what? I think that Israel was justified in most of what they did up to a point. But like, God damn, son. At a certain point, you just won. And it's time to stop. Oh God, I'm walking around, I'm pacing and talking, and the cat is mad at me for doing that. He does not like it when I pace. Do not scratch me. You're right in the middle of the fucking floor, right where I need to walk, so I can pace. Okay, let's keep going. Anyways, Ekata Boy, if you're still there, hey, yeah, how's it going? Ekata Boy, thank you for dissuading me from ever taking these fucking people, or dissuading me from the idea that I have to talk to these people in order to get anything done.
So that was not the deciding factor. I was just taking you guys back to the very beginning of my ideological journey, and it was a slow one. This took several years.
Oh, although I will say, just a critique on you guys, if you're still there, you guys did like we're on like point 3 that she's brought up in her opening, basically, and you guys have stopped her at each one for a conversation to basically lie detector her. So it was a little bit inquisition-y here at the beginning. Not too much, because fuck them. They're Trump supporters. Fuck them.
Okay. So again, it was only about a year ago. I didn't decide even that I was going to vote for Trump until pretty close to the election. I didn't know. I had decided that I wasn't voting for Biden, and then that I wasn't voting for Kamala. And again, we can sort of like get into.
Why not vote for Biden? Like, at what point did you make your mind up that you were definitely not going to vote for President Biden after voting for him in 2020?
It's hard to put a. It's hard to put an exact.
Give us like the top 5. Like, give us like the concise. Like, what are the? If you had to boil it down to like 5 things that really repelled you, what would you say?
Sure. So it wasn't. I wasn't repelled necessarily and specifically from the Democratic Party. This is the answer that you guys all like stomped your feet about last time, that you're going to hate the answer, that it was a lot of vibes. And when I say vibes, I mean culture. I mean like what I'm seeing amongst people and the health of our society.
Things are getting a little too fucking gay. Things are getting a little too fucking gay around here. We need to man it up. Let's make everyone fucking first order fucking manufacturing slaves, turning the little screws. Sorry, I'm being super, like, obviously I'm sure I know what she actually means, but you know, fuck dude, come on. What a stupid
Vibes. And when I say vibes, I mean culture. I mean like
again, like if I had here's like the vibes. If I had a decently like let's say like the Republican Party of the leftists' idea of what the Republican Party, what the average liberal thinks the Republican Party was like in the early 2000s, right? Like they're, pro-business and stuff, but they're not total fucking demons, right? Like, give me the stuffy corporate Republicans over the, extreme hard, like, let's say if I had to vote between someone like Mike from PA and someone like Mike Pence, right? No, let's not even say Mike Pence. Let's say Lindsey fucking Graham, someone I despise in so many deep, dark corners of my soul. I despise him. All right. If I had the choice between voting for Mike from PA in his current form, not like, the more like moderate left person he was in 2017 or 2016, who was more like a democratic socialist, like the guy who he is now, the insane coping weird freak that Mike from PA is. Like, if I had to choose between him and Lindsey Graham in 2016, probably go with fucking Lindsey Graham. Because I could see the fucking dangers of how crazy bad an unstable leftist president and administration would be, And I think Lindsey Graham's probably a little bit more stable, if cringy and if, ideologically bad. I think 4 years of Lindsey Graham as the president would probably be less damaging and hurt the Democratic Party less than electing a Mike from PA. Would she say the same? Who are we betting for / against? I'm not betting for or against anyone here. I was given a version of what happened here, and I'm starting to get a clear picture of what happened here. And I can see fault on both sides here. I'll be the true centrist, but I can understand the live and learn guys' frustration with the answers that we've gotten so far.
What I'm seeing amongst people and the health of our society and things of this nature. So I went on an ideological journey that sort of started with this sort of Israel stuff and me being a Zionist and being called a racist and all of these things, and realizing what I saw, that there was hypocrisy in the anti-racism sphere on the left. Okay. And this took me on a journey of...
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm pausing. We're not going to get through this fucking video. I know. Fuck me. I'm sorry. I just got to say, the fact that she keeps on hitting on so many of the fucking tropes of, oh, well, they called me racist. I know the long form explanation and I can understand them, but man, when she's describing them like I got called racist and therefore I didn't want to be a leftist anymore. That's what they're going to hear. That's what they're going to hear.
Different pillars of things that I sort of held dear. Things like sexism, racism, gender stuff, all of these things that I started to tackle and open my mind to. This is a hard thing to narrate, right? Because it's so easy to cling on to one thing. It's so why did that one thing push you away? But my ecosystem of who I was listening to and what I was listening to changed, right? And so I stopped watching MSN.
So what I'm hearing is she didn't like the Democrats' fucking vibes. She started listening to shit that was negative to the Democrats, which probably gave her even a worse perception of the Democrats. She started becoming a conservative. That's what this sounds like. This isn't unique. This isn't crazy. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Sorry, I'm making it sound meaner. What I was trying to say is, I thought there was going to be some, some more profound reason. But, this is just oh, okay, well, we could have summarized this in, a couple of seconds. It's essentially like the alt-right pipeline meme. Couple of cringy things. Pissed you off. You saw some stuff that reaffirmed that belief. It was more right-leaning. Eventually you started seeing more shit that was right-leaning, and you didn't like the Democrats anymore. Are we... Okay.
NBC and CNN, and I was listening more to podcasts and not right-wing people. I was listening to heterodox liberals, basically, liberals who were saying things that were a little bit outside the norm on wokeism and stuff like that. So people like Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog and...
Yeah, those people absolutely. If they're the only people that you ingest... Here's my question. Here's a question to you guys for any... if you're... What do y'all do to check yourselves? That you're not in the bullshit. Because she was in the bullshit. She was in the bullshit. She was in the reaffirm your biases, set your perception and then further reaffirm those new biases that you have. Like that, it was just the classic. It was the classic fucking meme. And I don't know, especially given how angry I was at like far leftists, I don't know how, what mental checks, or maybe, I don't know what it is, but like, I could never pull a Brianna Wu, right? I could never be so upset about something. I don't think that I could side with the Republicans on. I don't think that there's anything I can side with the Republicans on enough that I would ever vote for them. Like it on any of the issues right now. Right now, my checks are independent coworkers. I don't really. I have internal checks. I'm hyper aware that I'm crashing out. Nobody else is telling me that I'm crashing out. Everybody else is worried about me. I need to. You know what? I need to stop saying anything in a self-deprecating way, because the way that I joke, you guys only see me once every couple of days. You guys are gonna think I'm actually suicidal, okay? Jesus. I'm talking about politically. No, I mean, yeah, I don't have anyone to talk about politics at all, except for, you know, like my girlfriend or Tiger or like my brothers and parents. So like I don't get to talk to people about politics unless I'm on stream, right? So I'm getting gaslighted like fucking crazy from my further left family, from my, you know, I don't think that Tiger has even dissuaded me from I've said the craziest shit to her too. So, but yeah, I don't have any external checks. All of mine are internal checks. And I know I'm going off the deep end. All right, let's keep going. I'm almost done cleaning, or at least I've done enough cleaning to where I'm calling it quits here in a second after I finish cleaning off the desk.
These gentlemen aren't necessarily liberals, but sort of libertarians, like Michael Moynihan and Camille Foster and Matt Welch. And
Wait, I think people whose thought patterns lead to the illiberalism of the far left and Democrats made me support Trump lack the internal checks. Yeah, like, dude, I don't know how you swing. Yeah.
Before you go on any further, can we get the chat to just...
And I will say, them interrupting her all the fucking time, after every fucking sentence, after every point she makes, to ask another question, it's setting this conversation up for failure.
Welch. And
before you go on any further, can we get the chat to just... Can we get you guys
I'm
to
not
chill
even looking.
Okay, can we get you guys to just chill the fuck out, though? Like, it's fine if you disagree with people, but Jesus fucking Christ. But all right, so go ahead.
Well, I have a comment, but go ahead.
No, yeah, wait, you were gonna say something there, Wick?
Well, I'll let her finish, and then we'll get into it. The comment will keep. This is a good example of what I feel is a problem. But go ahead.
Maybe I'll just try to.
I'll
try to sum it up, and you guys can ask.
Here's my critique for Wick here. Like, there are certain things, like, if they were like a conservative, it's the culture war shit that it makes so much less sense to me. It doesn't make as much sense to me. Like, fuck me, dude. I just can't imagine, like, voting for the Republicans over culture war stuff. Like, I don't know how to shake the perception that the far left are, like, cringy fucking 20-year-olds who are going through a phase. Like, is it just because I was one of the cringy 20-year-olds who was going through a phase that I can say that? Like, is it not painfully fucking obvious? Is that not how everyone talked about socialists before, the past couple of years? Was you'll grow out of it? Ugh.
Ask me lots of little questions because otherwise this narrative could take a really long time.
Sure.
The one thing that I think Tim Pool gets right, is that in our
This is rough.
modern sort of political ecosphere, what determines whether you are on the left or on the right is what you believe to be true about the world. So if you
That's
guys
true.
recall in his conversation,
That's true. It's just that the conservatives, the Republicans, openly lie. Sometimes you can mathematically prove that they're lying to you, and they still continue saying the lie. The Democrats actually feel shame when they're caught in a lie. Now, there are activists that never stop, but that's different. You just gotta ramp up your fear, like watch a scary movie, then go to a Home Depot and you can understand the Republicans. True.
with Kaya, she was saying like a center liberal, maybe kind of edgy for a left wing person to say things, and he was like, "Oh, you're right wing, you're conservative," and she pushed back
Who's she talking
vociferously
about?
against that, which is I used to push back. She pushed to be true about the world. So if you guys recall in his conversation with Kaya, she was saying like a center
Who?
liberal, maybe kind of edgy for a left wing person to say
Do you mean, like,
things, and he was
Natsu
like,
Erudite?
"Oh, you're right wing, you're conservative," and she pushed back vociferously against that, which is I used to push back against that for a long time too, until I realized it's not fair for me to push back because I actually do think different from these people, right? But basically there's like fundamental things that I believe to be true now that I didn't before, or vice versa.
Like?
What is
Things
the role
like-
of, sorry, go
What,
ahead.
what are some of those fundamental things?
Yeah. Good question.
So
I feel like I could guess a few. Like, when did you
Go for
cringe
it.
did you cringe when you heard people say that you can't be racist against white people? Is that like maybe one of the things?
yes, but again,
Okay.
I can't emphasize enough, after years of saying that myself, after saying that you can't be racist against white people, and
Sure, I did that too. That's what I don't get. I remember I caused here. This is an embarrassing story, and no one has ever brought it up again in my family, and thank God for that. But I started fucking family fights. On at least 3 occasions. Over fucking woke bullshit. Calling people racist for no fucking reason. It was really fucking cringy. Now, part of my reasoning was I didn't want them to get canceled, and get in trouble at work and shit, right? But, like, whatever my reasoning was, I was being that one friend that was too woke. And yeah, that shit'll be annoying as fuck, So I can empathize. I was that fucking person. It was a lot longer ago for me, right? By the time I was, full on socialist, I was a little bit out of that. But, fuck. I just, again, can't imagine going from that to, like, recognizing, man, maybe I shouldn't say that white people can't be racist. Maybe, like, I understand where they're coming from. Like, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable when people are, like, going through with some of these slurs, and, like, it feels like the only reason they're saying them is because they know that they can get away with being racist to white people, and that's the entire reason they want to say them. I understand. Guess what? I'm not going to change the way I fucking vote over that, because what the fuck does that have to do with the fucking Democrats? Girl, what's wrong with you?
so these were things that I believed for a long time. But yes, I took a lot of issue with what I saw as racism in the anti-racism movement. I was listening to people like John McWhorter and Coleman Hughes, people who
I
were
don't know these people.
pushing for like a colorblind approach to racism in America.
You should probably steer away from
I-
Coleman Hughes, just for the record. He gets really basic facts wrong. Like he tried to claim that Martin Luther King did not
Oh,
advocate
no.
for reparations. and he
Oh
confidently.
man, they can't do it like this, Hutch, my guy. This isn't how you talk to people. Okay, well maybe there's some okay, you know what? Okay, I'll give what's her name? Fucking Tally. I'll give Tally and Wick a point here. Okay, they have a point here. Congratulations, you win. This isn't how you have a conversation with people. If you want people to enjoy talking to you, you can't tell them no every time they start fucking talking. Jesus Christ, guys. They're well-actuallying her every single fucking time she says something. Fuck. Let some go.
He said that when he was on The View, and he could not be more wrong. Like, there are so many explicit quotes of him calling for that. So I just want to try to steer you away from him. He seems a bit silly.
Good for you.
I think he's really thoughtful. I remember that interview. I don't remember him saying that specific thing. If he got that wrong, that is a big thing. But
he did, and
I
it was
think he's a
shockingly
thoughtful
wrong.
guy.
Like, anybody in the chat, just look up. Did Martin Luther King
Stop,
advocate for reparations?
my
There are dozens of quotes
guy.
of him calling for it. Yeah.
Okay, so an example is
Fuck.
that
I'm
that
cringing as hard as
you
fuck
can't
right
be
now.
racist against white people, and you find that cringe. I'm just trying to tie
So-
that to the inevitable voting decision. Obviously, we have to get more context. So let's get some more accountable. You had some questions for her as well.
Let her talk.
Not really any questions. I mean, obviously, I disagree with the line of thought
Framing?
really that she has. But
Fair.
I mean, of course, that's the case. We voted differently, but in general, like Josiah said, right? So tie that into actually voting for Trump in 2024. Like, what was the hope? Like, what was the hope that essentially, like, what did you hope?
I think honestly, you could probably get a majority of MAGA to stop voting for Trump or his proxies if you just ramp up their fear. ICE is coming for you. They're not in uniforms. They're covering face. Well, they unironically love ICE. It's not going to be like until things get really bad. Like, I can't believe I'm giving the accelerationist argument, but like, it's not until everything gets really fucking bad that these people ever learn, right? It's not until something negative happens to someone in their life. It's not until, blah, blah, blah. But they'll never be scared of ICE. Those guys, that's on their side. I agree with her. There is a lot of racism on the left. Hassan just bleeds racism. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. Fuck me. There's less racism on the left, but because some of these people, it's a lack of discipline. It is a lack of discipline. It's a lack of care. It is a lack of purpose. They don't have any purpose. And so they just say shit. They see what the people that they know are supposed to be the bad guys are saying, and they say the exact opposite of that. And anything in between would just be siding with the bad guys. Like, that can't be, those kinds of people can't be the biggest voice on the left. I don't mean for socialists. I mean for Democrats. I don't want people to associate me with Hassan. I don't want people to associate the people I vote for with Hassan. I'm sorry. I've been having so many more like nice grass touchy moments, and this isn't how people talk about Israel Palestine offline. People don't talk about, like, bro, they sound fucking crazy anti-Semitic. But he's so dreamy, true. How's it going, replay? But yeah, like, they sound anti-Semitic. I don't think a lot of them mean to. But fuck, it's bad. And I don't know how to explain to people without people, like, flipping the fuck out. Because I've had this conversation like 5 times on Twitter, a couple of times with my girlfriend. Long time though, rant. I I'm ranting a little bit today, but it's not like too soy, I don't think. We got finished with that early on in the stream. I'm just cleaning the room. That's why the camera's not on. I should be finished with it soon, though.
Hope to accomplish by doing that? And do you think that over the last 6 months that has in some way been accomplished, or kind of walk us through that?
So, I mean,
Wait, what?
Accomplished. In general, like Josiah said, right? So tie that into actually voting for Trump in 2024. Like, what was the hope? Like, what was the hope that essentially, like, what did you hope to accomplish by doing that? And do you think that over the last 6 months that has in some way been accomplished, or kind of walk us through that?
So, winning,
I mean,
son?
as I stated earlier, I part of this was a sort of protest vote to a certain extent. I live in a very blue state. My state has only gone red twice ever in the presidential election. That was for Nixon and the second Reagan term. So I knew there was a very good chance that my vote
She just doxed herself.
was
Holy
not going
shit.
to influence the outcome of the election. And if my state flipped, then, well, I wouldn't be the only person held responsible, obviously, in that case. Am I thrilled with what I've seen over the last 6 months? No. No.
Is it what you
I see,
expected?
I don't really know what I expected. No, it's not what I expected, but I didn't have very high expectations either. What I saw was essentially a coalition of...
Which one of these nerds will Google it? Will Google what? Wait, what did she say that even needs Googling?
Am I thrilled with what I've seen over the last 6 months? No. No.
Is it what you
I see,
expected?
I don't really know what I expected.
Oh.
No, it's not what I expected, but I did.
Her say, I mean, like, it's not like she made it hard.
Didn't have very high expectations either. What I saw was essentially a coalition of people, some people who shared like some of my views, and what I saw as,
Okay.
yeah, like a sort of a larger movement that I could see myself in. It didn't seem to be like
Speed
the
up.
same Republican Party that it had been. There were, autistic, transhumanist, socially liberal people, business people all coalescing around with more traditional conservatives and, evangelicals and things of this nature. And yeah, I mean,
For specific examples, I'm curious, did you like RFK Jr. or Tulsi Gabbard? Like, were those people that, they were not part of the conventional Republican coalition, they backed Trump, they have high-ranking positions in Trump's administration? Are those like kind of like North Stars you look to, that this was a heterodox movement, and so you had more confidence in it?
No, and those are figures that people in that sort of heterodox space like. But no, I never really liked Tulsi. There are a lot of people in the heterodox space who seem to have like formed personal relationships with her and say very nice things about her personally, but I never really grew an admiration for her.
Hold on, really quick. Is this just like a term that I've been blind to? Is this just a political label, or is this like a new political? The heterodox. I can understand what the implication is, not exactly what the meaning is, but the implication is by the name. But I haven't heard it until this interview. And yeah, I'm not sure. Say it again. This heterodox, people in that sort of heterodox what?
You look to that this was a heterodox movement, and so you had more confidence in it?
No, and those are figures that people in that sort of heterodox space.
It's not heterodox. It is who has the best fucking deep throat for Papa Trump. Who thinks that there's any kind of retards think that there's Okay, yeah, thank you, Nair, for looking up the term heterodox. Is this a term that people have been applying to themselves more recently, or is this just something that's been in the background that I haven't known about, is what I'm asking, right? They're talking about Trump has a heterodox movement. I've only ever heard people call his movement fucking MAGA or stupid. The heterodox movement is what a reactionary group calls itself, self-appointed heterodox. Okay. It's just like, they're just saying it with such confidence, but the first person I'd ever heard use this term in this way was her on this panel. So I wonder if joining ICE and recording every single conversation and everything you do is the most effective advocacy right now. Well, the second that any of it leaked, they would immediately know who recorded it, and you wouldn't be able to get up. You'd have to spend a lot of time getting up to the top, and by then you've already ruined all of your familial relationships. Oh, by the way, Tron, did we delete the VOD from last stream? Because I did say that I would, if I was an ICE agent, I would kill myself. So, we should probably do that if we did. It's an old word, but only wankers use it. Yeah, maybe it's like it's just like, I haven't seen people using this term to describe themselves, like, ever, so.
But no, I never really liked Tulsi. There are a lot of people in the heterodox space who seem to have like formed personal relationships with her and say very nice things about her personally, but I never.
See, she says the heterodox space. Also, can anyone with like any amount of tech savviness explain to me why when I'm streaming, for some fucking reason, my browser starts acting like it has zero fucking bandwidth, like it has to fucking load up. It just like moves incredibly fucking slow. Only when I stream, like it shouldn't, like I don't understand why that would happen. It's never happened for the entire time that I've streamed. It's only been in the past, I don't know, year, maybe, since moving here, basically. CPU internet issue, maybe, but like, maybe CPU. I mean, but I've had the CPU since 2021. It shouldn't be too old, right? Long web page loading times. It's only when I stream, and sometimes it's like there's a delay when I press play and when I press pause. Check the task manager. No, I'm not gonna go through anything right now. It's just fucking irritating. Anyways. Hello, can we please play? Thank you.
I never really grew an admiration for her. Same with RFK. I mean, no, I was never a supporter of RFK Jr. I was surprised though, because there were a lot of people who I thought were like reasonable people just in my life or in my online circles and stuff who were supporting him. But no, that.
Well, to help us out, because obviously we don't know the people in your personal life. Is there anybody that we might know online or whatever, reputationally, that like was sympathetic to Trump or supported Trump, and so you would like refer to them, like, okay, like this creates a permission structure for me to walk away from the Democrats and vote for Trump, like Dave Smith. Like I'm just trying to get some like contextual markers here to help us navigate this.
It's my GPU.
Yeah, Dave Smith, I see as like my polar opposite.
Yeah, the thing that's pulling the most is the browser. Fuck, I don't want to have to fucking get another browser. No, OBS it's 3.9, 3.7, which is significantly better. Before I changed this CPU, it was pulling like 20% of my CPU. And that's how I was streaming for like the first year and a half of my streaming career. 20%. Fucking sounded like it was taking off like a jet engine.
Polar opposite of, yeah. That's Dave Smith represents a movement that I'm concerned about. Not just his movement. There are several movements that I'm concerned about across the right and the left. But no, so honestly, a lot of the sort of influencer people that I follow didn't vote for Trump. So some of them basically, you know, they were also disaffected with the left. And I know some of them did. I know some of them helped.
Motherfucker. What is this? What does this browser look like? Does it look like I'm using Microsoft Edge, motherfucker? OBS hooks into browser? What the fuck does that mean? Using Opera? Hey, people on stream told me to use it. And it's the only one that doesn't have my, because this is also my personal computer. All right. This is the only one that doesn't have like autofill my full docs and social security number and shit. So this is the fact that it's Opera is my one and only safeguard.
held their nose voting for Kamala. That's how they felt
Okay,
about
I
it.
need
In
to
the same way
finish
that
clean so I can
I
turn
sort
on
of
my
held
camera. Fuck.
my nose voting for Trump the person, because he's someone that I mean, really detested for a long time. I was also really desensitized to all of the messaging about Trump.
Oh my
What do you
God.
mean by that?
I'm sorry. We're gonna have a rough conversation. I'm much better at being nice when I'm not directly. I don't think that she's going to be like combative about it, but fuck. It's every stupid reason to vote for Trump so far. It's every stupid fucking reason to vote for Trump. Every single one of them that's like an unjustifiable fucking reason. Maybe it's an explanation. Maybe it's good to hear the explanation for why. Where's the trash can? Over here. I mean, it's good to hear an explanation for why, but like there's nothing there for us to work with for what we ought to do besides be less cringe. Be less cringe. Like, that's the message that we're getting from her right now. And that's literally the only message the Democrats can get from her. If she's not bringing up specific policies or specific actions that the Democrats took, she's just talking about the whole vibes of the thing, then yeah, I understand why everyone was a little bit frustrated on the panel. Because what the fuck are you supposed to talk about? I'm sorry you thought the Democrats were cringe, so you voted for the fascist? Sorry, I'm being way more aggressive than I need to be. Like, I'm sure she's like a nice person, and I want to have the conversation. I don't want to poison the well too much. And maybe like it'll be brought around again, but like, man, it's just like it's really bad reasons to vote for someone. Opera GTX could be an easy change. Well, it would just be signing back into like a million things, right? Which is just fucking annoying. Is the thing. Like, people kept on telling me that Opera gaming browser was a Chinese malware thing, right? And I don't want to give my information to the CCP, but you know what? I also don't want to try and find a new browser that's not as resource intensive on my computer, because it's not a big enough issue for me right now. Let me see here. CNN now brings up my emails when I go there. What does that mean, Nair? Genuinely, what the fuck does that mean? Like, if you go to the website, it opens up your email app on your phone? Okay, we'll keep watching.
I guess all of the media
Trump's a
that I
Nazi, Trump said
consumed-
this, Trump said that. Is that what you mean?
Sure, right. Starting from his first term, and then
Oh, I didn't even say what I wanted to say. The whole, like, I got, you know, inoculated against I got inoculated against the talking points because everyone was always so mean to him. Motherfucker, the guy kept on doing crazy shit. He's doing crazy shit now. I don't know, like, I don't know what to fucking say about that. What do you say to someone?
I guess all of the media
Trump's a
that I
Nazi, Trump said
consumed-
this, Trump said that. Is that what you mean?
Sure, right. Starting from his first term, and
It's
then
just I'm sorry, there's probably people in my chat that are going to disagree with me. The amount of freaking out about Trump, by and large, was fucking warranted. I know a lot of it seemed like little stuff, but now that I'm a little bit older, you know, And now that I have a little bit better understanding of what the United States is supposed to be, now that I have a little bit more like understanding of what politics was like in the year 2000, right? Like the general vibe going on, like, yeah, it's no wonder everybody was freaking out on every single fucking thing that he did. What he was doing back then was unprecedented crazy shit. Now we're actually in apocalypse mode. Brother, what the fuck? But like, I'm guilty of making this argument too. And this was after Trump, right? Or like at the very end of Trump, when I first started streaming. And I said, we need to really hone in on the worst shit that he says. Because he says bad shit constantly. But we can't hit him on every single fucking thing that like mildly hurts our feelings. Because it makes us look, what? Fucking crazy. So, I've been guilty of this too. I think that a lot of the arguments that people made back then that I disagreed with, that now I'm making, I think that, I've also thought about this, a lot of the arguments back then held less, they were less valid than they are now, And I wish, if we had the ability to look forward in time, we'd know what the appropriate level to freak out was. But, what was going on back then felt as big as what's going on right now, because given our, frame of reference, it was that big. And now we're in apocalypse mode, and people are trying to tell us that we're just in like, this is totally normal, and everyone's just freaking out about Trump because they don't like the guy. It's like, man, what do I say? I think the guy's retarded. All right. I think I'm about close to the point where I'm going to turn on the camera here in a second. I just got to make sure I'm
and then leading up into the 2024
dressed.
election, and just like this is democracy is on the line basically, and Trump is Hitler, and these things I think desensitized a lot of people.
I was
to be
gonna
honest,
just I was saying, who in the influencer class, excluding your family and friends. I'm gonna ask you about your friends and family. I remember back in 2015, 2016, I was writing some articles basically saying that, because there were a bunch of people, I don't know if you remember, like criticizing people who wore sombreros who weren't Hispanic, and people who were like talking about costumes and stuff. Anyway, I was like writing articles and saying like, hey, we should like do free speech, and it should be like not this racial thing. And I was kind of against that identity politics. I remember very vividly.
Check your RAM usage, by the way, in Task Manager, and your CPU performance. Okay, I see CPU right there. Okay, I'm gonna press play and pause a couple of times, see what happens. Let's hear.
Thank you. Like people in my orbit who I consider my friends, like I like losing a couple friends. They're like, you're an Uncle Jose, like because I'm Hispanic, and like so why are you doing this? Why are you siding with these?
Yeah, it spikes. The CPU spikes when I play and pause.
People call me
to 58%.
Anyway, my point is, did you lose any friendships? People around you. Do you recall moments like?
Did you lose any friendships? Jesus Christ! Here, let me hear this all the way through. I have to set down my microphone for a second because I'm changing shirts because you guys don't need to see me like this.
I consider my friends like I like losing a couple friends. They're like, you're an Uncle Jose, like because I'm Hispanic, and like so why are you doing this? Why are you siding with these people? People call me contrarian sometimes. But anyway, my point is, did you lose any friendships? People around you. Do you recall moments like of your feeling ostracized or things like that?
You mean after voting for Trump, or
no, like in this lead, because you're describing a kind of like an imprecise moment. It's not like really policy based or like a specific policy, and you're literally saying it's vibes based, and you're bringing up multiple times like the people in my orbit, the circles I was in, the places where I was protesting. I was hearing things I didn't like, and so I'm asking you about that. Like, was there a feeling of ostracization that like from personal dynamics, personal relations, people you work with, people that you see?
Yes, certainly. And again, most of that happened up front and before I, like at least a year, probably 2 years before I was really.
I gotta tell you guys, like this is something that maybe I shouldn't say on stream. Maybe it's a little cringe. I feel like I've ostracized myself to a pretty great degree because I'm a very staunch liberal. You know, I feel like I was much more socially connected when I was both when I was a socialist and when I was still pretending to be a socialist, because I didn't want to lose all my friends. So yeah, I look at my arguments, and this is one reason I don't regret streaming. I regret some of the arguments that I dealt with on stream, because it's not that I regret having the conversation per se. It's the fact that, one sec. It's the fact that now, in the moment, that felt like a really important fight to have. But now, you know, a lot of my friends, they're still leftists. They didn't grow up, they didn't mature with me, right? I was the one that did that, right? My family, they're still much further left than me, right? Because they take in news passively. I'm scared to reach out to a lot of people I used to know, because I'm a liberal, and that's a bad thing to a lot of leftists. That's an isolating feeling. I know, I understand, like, sure, but what? I did it for policies that I believe in, right? I believe in liberalism such that I want to work for my government in a probably not too well-paying job for the rest of my life, because I feel a sense of, you know, a sense of duty to my country. You know, like, hey, Nina just rated the channel with 16 viewers. Oh my God, look who it is. Man, you guys are coming into the liberal cope stream. How are you guys doing? As you guys might notice right now, I don't have my camera on. That will change actually relatively soon, but I'm using my little lapel mic and I'm cleaning my room. Probably getting close to the point in the night where I'm going to start drinking and eat an edible. So if you guys would like to continue down this journey with us, let me tell you what we're watching right now. So the other night, I guess this was last night, this girl up here in the top right, Tally, I hope I'm saying it right, I clicked onto Wick's stream right as this panel ended. I didn't know that there was any drama. I just clicked, wanted to see what was popping. And they said that it was an absolute disaster. And oh my gosh, this is never, like, she voted for Trump, and, you know, we're never going to be able to communicate with people if this is how it is, blah, 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 blah. And I immediately shut it off. I didn't want to have my perception poisoned by their immediate issues with the panel, right? I immediately reached out to her. Let's have a conversation. Because I desperately need to talk to some kind of person that was a Trump supporter that isn't a fucking demon. Because my God, it is my current moral mission to find the humanity in MAGA people or Trump supporters. I have to find a reason to find a reason to view them as human. All right? So that's my current goal. So if you guys are ready for that journey, if you guys are ready to go on that with us, I guess we'll go ahead and go. Thank you for the cows, Alec Nix.
Really done 2 years, maybe closer to 3 years before I was really done with the left. So yes, I lost, you know, none of them were like close best friends, thankfully. I found that most of the people closest to me, well, first of all, I grew up with a lot of Jews. Okay, so most of the people that I grew up, I'm from New York. Most of the people that I grew up with were the same liberal Zionists, basically, that I was. But I lost all of my activist friends, and that's like a silly term, but this was real life, right? This wasn't just like this wasn't internet activism.
What did you guys
And
fight about? What happened? Like, why'd you have a falling out with them?
She was a Zionist.
yeah, I was a Zionist. I wouldn't
Did you
like
talk about
renounce.
that? Was that like?
Wait, you
that
should
was-
you should define what Zionist means, because some people say it means something. Like, what do you mean when you say that term? Sorry, Pisco, I just wanted to.
Yeah.
That I believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
Okay. And was this something that like that you guys were talking about a lot, or something that it was a sticking
No.
point?
There was a. It's silly to call it a war now in hindsight compared to what's going on right now in Gaza, but there was a small war. There was an exchange of fire. If you remember the word like Sheikh and all that stuff was going on, and there were a bunch of missiles that were launched into Israel. And
Yeah, and like, see, that's another thing. Like, it almost, like, I almost regret ever speaking on the Israel-Palestine war at all, because I still agree with my early assessments, man. I agree with my early assessments. I agree with my trajectory in support for them, and I've thought about it, and like, is my support for Israel conditional on, whether or not Democrats are in charge versus Republicans? And no, that's not it, because, during, the strikes in, during Trump's term, I was pro-Israel. So, I've always been very pro-Palestinian as well. Like, I want good things for them, and I want, Hamas gone, and I want Israel to stop fucking blowing them up and shit. But, I was more pro-Israel. That is, that's I can't remember exactly why I went down this. What was I saying? What were they saying? I keep on doing this today, and it's not good. It's a sign of
then a
dementia.
bombing campaign for several weeks in Gaza and all that stuff.
That it was a sticking point.
So there was a.
Oh, yeah. So like, yeah, I can see that being incredibly isolating, right? Because now I'm much like, I think that Israel is overstepped way too much, and but like, it feels isolating to talk about Israel-Palestine now, because I don't, people might try and do some shit like this to me, like, do you regret what you did? And it's like, I mean, only because, like, historically they've stopped. And this time they just, like, never did. Something, oh, someone must be doing fireworks outside. The forest not till tomorrow, asshole. Alright. Anyways, I don't remember if I finished my thought right there, so hopefully I did.
There was a.
Camera
It's
should be
silly to call
coming
it a
on
war now
soon.
in hindsight compared to what's going on right now in Gaza, but there was a small war. There was an exchange of fire. If you remember the word like Sheikh and all that stuff was going on, and there were a bunch of missiles that were launched into Israel, and then a bombing campaign for several weeks in Gaza.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to say, like, and back then, like, I was legitimately on the fence. That was the first time I had ever looked into it. I was legitimately on the fence. I was more pro-Palestinian at the beginning, and I became purely 50-50 on it by the end. I was still at that 50-50 on October 6th. On October 7th, I became a lot more, permissive of what Israel needed to do. But, you can overstay your welcome with anyone, and you can overstay, or you can bomb your strip, I guess. I guess.
And the groups that I was part of just reacted to this.
What blows my mind is that you can't critique the government without people taking it personal, or that somehow I hate the people, or my critique is based in hatred towards Jewish people. Yeah, like, but it is really fucking difficult, and I acknowledge the difficulty for pro-Palestinian activists, right? I see you. I recognize it. It is hard. There is a lot of people that conflate the state of Israel with Judaism. And some of the people in their own government do that. That's not a good thing. I understand. Man, it's also really rough for the good Palestinian protester, activists, that there are some really fucking unhinged fucking people online making you guys all look like you hate Jews. Oh my God. The discourse around Zoran Mamdani is crazy. is crazy, and it's both from the liberals and the leftists. The liberals are being Islamophobic, and the leftists are being anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. I don't know. I feel like everyone's lost their ever loving mind.
There were marches that were taking place in my city, from my city to Gaza, from here to Al-Aqsa, the march to end colonization. And yeah, so I didn't pretend I wasn't a Zionist. I didn't, and people already knew this. And at this point in time, I already knew that there was an issue with being a Zionist on the left in my progressive circles, but it was something that I mostly ignored. I didn't talk about that much. And I just felt confident that this wouldn't be some determining factor, that this wasn't going to end up being some litmus test that suddenly, if nothing else changes about you, that's it.
Trash Cat, you're 1,000,000,000% right, and that was something that that was a big moment for me, was when I stopped looking at the world through that lens. That lens it's a good one for some things, right? I agree. We should look through that lens sometimes. Man, motherfucker, I'm sorry. I'm tired of looking at everyone through the lens of the happies versus the sads. Okay, the world is significantly more complex than that. I think I'm done cleaning in here. I think I'm done. I am probably going to throw on an additional shirt though, because you guys don't need to see this. Not for free. I'm going to, you know what? We can actually do this as a test, okay? I'm just going to keep on talking. I'm going to walk and grab my shirt, and you guys tell me if the microphone starts roboting or not. Because I don't know what the range on this thing is, and I have to walk to the living room. You know what? I'll walk to the fucking kitchen too, because I'm thirsty. Motherfuckers. Anyways, what are you saying? They only see oppressor versus oppressed. Yeah, I feel like there is a good amount of people that just look at everything that way. There's a cultural, what's the word I'm looking for? A cultural pop culture thing of rooting for the underdog, and Karate Kid, and and what do you call it? Fucking Cars, right? One sec. Oh fuck! I forgot to. I'm gonna start. Ow! I'm gonna start fucking drinking. Let me see if I have a beer. 1 second. Robot. Ah, damn it. Was it crazy roboting? I'm gonna be right back again. I have to run back in there and grab myself a fucking beer if we have one. Damn. Oh, I just know that this is gonna be dog shit. I just know this is gonna be dog shit. Let's see here. You're still streaming? Holy shit. Yeah, I get to stream for a long time today. First time in a long time that I've been able to do a long stream. I think we still got a couple of hours left too, which is nice. But I think I can finally turn on the camera. I think I'm good here. It was just a bit? That's crazy. So that means I can walk around with this microphone basically all over the fucking house without it being an issue. Cool. All right, let's keep going for a little bit. Oh, wait, hold on really quick. I was going to say, this right here, never get it. It's gross. Cutwater Long Island iced tea. Unless you just really like the taste of tequila, it's really fucking gross. It's not good. It just tastes like tequila.
Do you think that I feel like I'm connecting some dots here, but if you're hanging out with activists, that's already a group that is going to skew probably well to the left of the median Democratic voter. Like the median Democratic voter does not want Israel to not exist, but maybe the median
so
activist
gross.
in your circles absolutely did. Do you think that maybe you started to
Sondsol got a real gay look. Listen, it's no secret that I'm bisexual. Ugh. I was saying earlier, I'm the best I've ever looked, okay? I look good. I'm dressing good. They call me salad because I be dressing, okay? I know I look good, okay? Damn, you could do your dishes in the middle of a debate? Wait, hold on. You know what? We you know what? We've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Holy shit. You know what? We've earned a little memery. All right. I'm going to run. I'm going to walk into the kitchen. I'm going to turn on the sink, and you guys are going to tell me how bad the audio is. Because if that is the case, if it's something that you guys can handle, there's a lot more opportunities to stream then. It would just mean that I wouldn't be on camera because I'm not moving this fucking setup at all. Okay? All right. Let's you know what? Let's take a journey. I'm going to grab my thing. I'm going to narrate it, okay? I'm going to narrate where I'm at, and you guys are going to tell me when you start hearing a robot voice. All right? All right. I am in the hallway. All right. I am now in the living room, walking by the table, up to the kitchen. I'm by the front door, and now I'm in the kitchen. Let's see. What does it sound like if I turn on the water? Is the water loud, folks? God, I feel like I'm hosting fucking Dora the Explorer. All right. Coming back. Oh! All right. It sounds okay so far? Well, if it was fine that entire time, then yeah, let's fucking go. All right. Damn, you know, we've spent the entire time 6 hours and we've gotten through 42 minutes of this, and the first 13 minutes of that we skipped. We are cooked. Rakasana was right. I'm curious because I think I understand. I understand everything now. God, they're really doing fireworks out there like fucking crazy. Give me a break, the Iran problem part 2. Let's see what people are doing, and if it's super boring, then we'll just go right back to what we were doing, and if it's yeah, well, yeah. God, I haven't had to sit through an ad in so fucking long. What a quaint experience.
Does not mean that they are actually doing that. I am looking at Amnesty International's findings. I respect their numbers. I respect the number of children that they've found who have died. But their findings.
This is probably like,
sufficient criteria for genocide.
Hey, you know what? I don't mean it in like a mean way or in a backhanded way. Katie does not look disgusting anymore. She looks like she actually, you know, takes care of herself and takes showers and stuff. That's good. I don't think that there's a way that I could say that in a way that doesn't sound sarcastic and like a backhanded compliment, but I don't particularly like her, so I'm not that worried about that. But I don't think there is a nice way to say that. She looks like she finally stopped drinking 2 liters of Coke every single day and showers. Anyways. What else? Who else? Rezzy. Why is there another ad already? What the fuck?
Literally,
Gibbs.
never fuck somebody from this community in a million years. Book it and cancel me if I ever fail to live up to this. It's like it's bad. It's not great. It's very not good. All right, but anyways, it continues. All right, with these tweets. Okay. The next Jtock finds out Amaranth joined the community.
I'm gonna see if he drags me in.
Jerry, I will never not be the person used, violated, and spit out by the space for others' amusement. People I trusted and told all my problems and fears to were actually just tortured me out of my will to live while they crazy made me and went on.
I'll give it like 30 more seconds.
And then
God, this is gross.
This. Destiny sent me a video of Abby MC giving him a blowjob. I told Abby, gave that info with the DMs from Destiny and the.
Can someone explain to me? I still don't understand who Abby MC is supposed to be.
Nor her told me anything, then or now. I am not a person.
They are taking care of their physical and mental health. Good. You know what? You're way more diplomatic than me, Replay. This is why I could never be a politician.
I heard from the detective a couple weeks ago. There's a case, regardless of what happens there, will be a police report, and Queen can do whatever after.
Okay, I give up.
So it doesn't look like Cherry's filed the police report either. Okay?
It's probably not going to happen. Oh, I'm so curious what he says here.
Or, like, it's like in the in-betweens. So, there are a lot of fucking moving, like, parts of all this. Yes, it does seem like Cherry was recorded without her knowledge. Right?
But we don't... Do we have any knowledge of that,
yeah,
though?
That is still there. Has the police report been filed? Apparently not. Okay? So, yeah, not great stuff.
Also, Rakazan, why did you say we are cooked and then peace out?
Okay.
Are you still there?
Not great stuff whatsoever. All right?
You guys concern me when you do stuff like that.
To finish it up, Destiny jumped into
Oh, let's see what he has to say about this. I haven't seen these logs. Let's see what he said.
From the bottom to the top. It is crazy the way that this is going to get framed. And this was guaranteeably, yes. Yeah, this is...
Probably. Well, I mean, I figured, but then they
very rough.
Pieced out. Also, is Rakazan still non-binary? I can't remember. I want to be polite.
Start from the bottom. I don't want to be here, bro, telling you about it, man. Because it's just like a lot of stuff is like, oh, well, yeah, she said she filed the police report. There is like an assumption that she did. Apparently, I don't know if that's the case. Apparently, she's talking to detectives. It's not looking great, you know?
Huh. Okay. Well, he's not really...
But anyways, Destiny, wait.
I just want to read... We're going to stay long enough to get through this, okay?
Fucks, holy fuck.
I just want to see the
fucking dating Cherry to
logs.
get content about me. LMFAO. It's not how this worked at all. Alright? Them starting to date. Cleveland said he has reason to believe the police report is real. I'd have to see the clip, and at this point, I think there's enough misinformation that I believe, yeah, I think a police report could have been made. Alright? Just to be clear. I don't think that that's an impossibility, but I would have to see it to, like, you know,
holy
really,
shit.
I personally would want that higher level. You know what I mean?
They are? Okay.
Because, like, again,
it's just,
I would like to see it. Yeah? Okay? I that's where I'm at. Alright? I think, yeah, probably, if it doesn't exist, it will exist. But, you know, it's... it's not great, man. It's on her Twitter.
No wonder he was...
He can get closer to manipulate her that way. Remember this guy told her he would be her Dr. K. Which, by the way, I got this brought to me.
Are you saying holy fucking shit about this? Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, this got posted in general. All right, what is being referred to here is
it's too much.
Bro, fuck off. Why can't I search general chat? Sick had this tweet back in February. And I didn't save this because I wasn't like thinking there would be.
God, it can't be reasoned. God damn, that's loud as fuck. Okay, can someone get me the link for these DMs, please? Like, I'm curious. I don't think we're gonna watch the rest of the Tallybots thing. I don't know. Does anybody know there are words I want to say but I shouldn't? About what? About the OBBB? Trust me, there are words that I've said off stream that I would never utter on any kind of recorded line. Oh man, it's bad. I know, dude. It is bad. Trust me. But I mean, like, what can we do? Like, my stream is just like a place to hang out and to cope while the world burns right now. Like I said it earlier on stream, is I don't have it in me right now to I'm superficially, I am more informed than like 80% of the population. I am not informed enough for the debates. I would be considered superficially informed in this space. And it's because the news, there's nothing to argue about. Again, like, I've said it a million times, but both because I'm drinking on an empty stomach and because my alcohol tolerance is completely shot because I never drink anymore. I'm already feeling the fucking alcohol, which is, I don't even know if that's possible. It's probably the placebo, but no, I shouldn't. Listen, everything is really bad. At the end of the day, we can't do anything about it because the Republicans are spineless weasel fucks. We're going to suffer at least through January of 2027. We're going to. We're going to suffer with no real recourse. But in 2026, next year, those elections, we got to be really strong. We got to be really good. We need to capitalize on all of the fucked up, retarded bullshit that they've been doing. And then, once we're in charge of the House, once, you know, we've closed the gap in the Senate, inshallah, alhamdulillah, we close the gap in the Senate, inshallah, we take the House, and then we open up the most extensive, demonic, aggressive, over the top ethics probe. To think you will have elections? Well, you say I'm trolling you. Well, that's a legitimate fear. And I've told the conservatives I've been fighting with, like, listen, man, you're getting what you want. You're getting rid of all the Mexicans. You better hope that they get rid of democracy before 2026. You better hope. It's going to be, or how about this? Because I don't know what it is going to be. What it ought to be is a unholy reckoning. The amount of insider trading that can be mathematically proven, but not directly tied to an individual, is unreal. It's not able to be tied to one individual given the information that's public. mind you. If there was an adequate investigation into the ethics, possibly, of certain members buying and selling securities right before governmental action to remove tariffs or add them on, Hope you all have a snapback. Well, the unfortunate reality is, replay is for everyone to have a snapback, for there to be any kind of actual snapback moment, it's going to affect you too. It's not going to be war. It's going to be massive economic downturn. That would be what would cause a snap back to reality. I'm not sure that's going to happen. I don't think that massive economic downturn is on the table right now. But if they do everything they want to do and there's no pushback, and then they, replace Jerome Powell with, some dick suck who will just lower the rates because, and that's not an inconceivable kind of situation. So, I've seen horrors and I'm afraid to see more. You could plausibly be talking about the same topic that we are, and also something completely different. 70% of the world is dirt poor. Yeah, but we live in America. We're rich, and we shouldn't have to deal with this. Yeah, we're rich. Welcome to the conversation, all right? Welcome to the table. This is the rich person's table, and we're mad because we're starting to look like those countries where the world is dirt poor. Our leader is acting like a third world dictator. It's embarrassing. Because we shouldn't be acting poor. I acted poor when I was poor. And now I have moved up a single tax bracket and I'm acting like it. I'm not dressing like shit. I'm respecting myself a little bit. America doesn't respect itself. It thinks, for some reason, America thinks that it still needs to be turning the tiny little screws. Because we don't have any self-respect. Half of the extremists in this country have no self-respect because they think that we're too racist. And the other half of the extremists in this country think that, we're just too soy and we need to go back to something else. Bracket creep is real. I mean, I'm obviously joking. My family has gone from several different tax brackets over the course of my life, fluctuating up and down. I've been very, very, very poor until now, and now I'm only moderately less poor. But because I know what poverty is like. I feel like I'm living like a king. Honestly, I haven't pushed for people to sub or to donate until the past 2 or 3 streams, because damn, since I got this new job, I feel like I'm high on, I'm living on Knob Hill, but motherfucker, I'm in the lowest tax bracket. Second to lowest, I think. I'm poor. I'm still poor. I'm above the poverty line. I'm still poor, but because I just have a lower baseline, I feel rich as fuck right now. I bought an Apple Watch, losers, right? But yeah, our frame of reference is going to dictate what our perception is. Our frame of reference is going to dictate everything. I don't know how fucking good we must have it if people are being this fucking entitled to think that we have it bad, or that the rest of the world is fucking us. Okay? The level of entitlement there is crazy. But it's just me.
Inflate your activist friends with the Democratic Party broadly?
I've had half of a fucking drink. There's no reason I should feel buzzed, right? What the fuck percentage is this? I mean, it's similar to wine, made with 2 shots of real spirits. I don't believe you. It tastes like all tequila. Fucking bitch.
So I hear you, and like possibly, and I know that's part of Wick's theory.
You're active. Like I'm connecting some dots here, but if you're hanging out with activists, that's already a group that is going to skew probably well to the left of the median Democratic voter. Like the median Democratic voter does not want Israel to not exist, but maybe the median activist in your circles absolutely did. Do you think that maybe you started to conflate your activist friends?
I'm absolutely going to bring up this same point. I'm curious about her answer, but let me write this down. Do you think the average Dem is closer to what's a dichotomy? Closer to Bernie or closer to Clinton? No, because it would definitely be Bernie, but it's like closer to I want to pick someone that's better, someone that she would know more, like Hakeem Jeffries versus Bad Empanada. Like, who do you think most Democrats are more in line with? Joe Biden or Hassan Piker? Yeah, let's do that. No, because she might think that Biden is on board with all the crazy leftist shit, and that's just not true. So we have to pick someone else who is like a reasonable Dem that most people would probably like someone like Senator Warnock or John Ossoff, the 2 Georgia senators. But the problem is not enough people know enough about them to fucking say. So I couldn't use them as examples. All the examples I'm thinking of are just very rote, center of the road Democrats. You know, who's the most centrist? But it's like the Warnocks. It's like the Ossoffs. They're like centrists plus. They're not progressives. Warnock maybe, but he's very like black Democrat, you know? They're very progressive in some ways and then very, blue dog Democrat in other ways, which isn't a bad thing. It's just a thing. But he's not like the most out there example. Who is like the most... Do you think the most... I don't want to use Destiny as an example because I don't think that his politics line up with the average Democrats. He's probably a little bit to the right of the average Democrat, I think. Can I tell you, I'd vote for someone as left as him, though? I mean, if I had the choice between Donald Trump and Hassan Piker, I would choose Hassan Piker. I wouldn't like that vote. It would be very difficult for me to make, but it wouldn't be fucking different. I can't even fucking say that. I'd fucking vote for Piker in a heartbeat over Trump. But like if it was Piker versus Mitt Romney, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know where I'd be. I'd have to look back at Romney's policies, but Hassan, he is like the perfect walking the line of what I would call anti-Semitic. I can't quite call him anti-Semitic because of things that he's specifically done that I can think of off the top of my head, because that's not the perception I get from him. He just seems like a perpetual clout chaser. Some of these people just seem like they're being anti-Semitic by accident. He seems like one of those people, but on anything foreign policy. I mean, true, like that's my first thought. I just don't, the 2012, I was a sophomore in high school, so I don't I was not knowledgeable enough at the time to know what the policy disagreements were, what Romney was proposing, shit like that. So, you know, but anyways, maybe let's watch a little bit more of this, and then we'll see if there's any like panel or any vibe sessions happening. I'm probably going to get high here in a minute too, so we could just go for ultimate memeability. Here, I would say centrists are more live and let live. They don't go in for the crazy shit on both sides. Yeah, my girlfriend, because you're from Australia, it's just because I'm, for some reason, more inebriated than I should be. But you're from Australia. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So my girlfriend, when she lived there, and she also had an internship there, and hey, I was informed that on our honeymoon, we'll be going to Australia and New Zealand. So, hey, we'll do a fan meetup. But, no, but, there are some things about, we had this conversation like 2 or 3 days ago. Some people call Australia a nanny state, and there's there's something to that. I would say that Australia is more restrictive than I would want a government to be, but also, like, it doesn't feel authoritarian. Whereas, like, right now, technically, I'm way more free to do way more shit here in the United States, but because of a lot of the shit that Trump is doing, I don't feel like this country is very free. It's very interesting what we consider to be, markers of freedom. Because when I see them turning people away because of speech on Twitter, yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's like, in a reasonable world, I might be able to argue against some of the stuff Australia is doing, but we don't live in a reasonable world. So, goddamn, it's so much more preferable to what's happening now here. It's really crazy. I think about, and this might be the Titanic depression that I've been going through. But I've done a lot of introspection on like a lot of different things about like, and it's just to distract myself from introspecting on my own issues. But, there's degrees of authoritarianism, and there's also, you could make the argument that Australia is as authoritarian as Trump is, or that Trump is less authoritarian than Australia. But like, if I had a friend that wanted to come and visit me from overseas, the fact that I would have to warn them to delete certain messages or memes off of their phones to ensure that they didn't get deported is scary to me. That's not normal, and it's not okay. But we just are living as if it is, I think almost every first world country has a better political system than ours. Well, let me say this. I am an American extremist. I love my country. I'm working on a series. I need to message Econo Boy about this, where we talk about the things about America that are worth loving, that are worth preserving, because people are talking about preserving, America and making America great again. What was it that was so great? I want to talk to a bunch of left-leaning people that love America, just want to see us do better. And I want to ask them, what is your favorite thing about America? I want to finish the series, I want to... What do I love about my country? Is that we have... And I know this sounds like I'm contriving it, but this is my, political science, 30-year-old old man brain marveling at. Like, I love my country because we've been able to build an administrative state that is able to meet the needs of its people, despite all disagreements. It's able to meet the needs of its people, and then not only meet the needs of its people and keep them from starving to death, from dying of heat exhaustion or freezing to death. Like, it's not 100%, but like people, I'm pretty sure there hasn't been a death of despair when it comes to like starvation. I'm pretty sure that hasn't happened since like the 50s in the United States. It's unheard of for someone to be so poor and so completely out of options that they could not access food. We literally solved hunger in the first world. And it started with America. That's an unbelievably amazing thing. But that's not what they are seeing our country as being great in. That's not what makes America great. Is the fact that we had milkshakes at diners and shit. Back in the day, we used to have factory jobs, and you could work at that job from the day you graduated high school, or dropped out of high school, sorry, from the day you dropped out of high school till the day you fucking died of fucking mesothelioma because of the fucking asbestos-based insulation in the car doors. Like, that's the vision that they still have for America. How pathetic. And it's impossible to explain to people from these areas, from these regions that are fucked, that when I say how pathetic, it's not pathetic that those jobs existed and that's how America was built. That's amazing. That's how America was built. It's pathetic that you guys want to stay there. There's a reason, a good reason, why Americans started looking down on manufacturing jobs. Now, that's not to say that it's nice. That's not to say that it's something we ought to do. But there's a reason for it. Why is that reason? Because it's rote, monotonous, the same thing over and over and over. It's low skill labor. And we live in a country where you can essentially attend college for free. Now, can't actually necessarily, but I've been attending college for free since I went back and got serious about it. Outside of, some small expenses or buying a graphing calculator or something like that, I have been able to go back to school essentially for free. I had to apply for government grants, Pell Grants, which I'm not sure will be available anymore, which is terrifying. Because if I don't get my degree by the end of the year, which is impossible, I worry that I'll never be able to achieve that dream because I won't be able to afford to go to school. But myself aside, like, we live in a country where you can get a bachelor's degree or associate's degree either very cheaply or free without that much effort. Sorry, leftists, but I've been going to community college. I'm able to do it. Anyways, what was I saying here? United States, but I was talking about I know how I started. I don't remember where I just was. Damn it. Fuck my life. Essentially, what I'm getting at is like, Trash Cat said, I think almost every first world country has a better political system than ours. And like, that's not true. What they have is better services than us. I think our system is amazing. I do. It's just every conceivable abuse of the system is being tested right now. And that's the only reason it seems like we have a shitty system. But like, it seemed like we had a shitty system when Congress wouldn't do anything. But that was just our system moving slowly. This is our system failing, you know? I think other countries have better voters. That also is kind of true. That also is kind of true. And they have better... They have more... I don't know what the word is. I know there are different concepts that feed into it, though. There are societies that are high trust and low trust. Like, Japan is a very high trust society. People don't litter. People don't break into fucking houses very much. There's a low crime rate. There's a low murder rate. People aren't, doing violent rapes. People aren't doing crazy shit like that, right? High trust society. People don't break the rules, you know? I think that is what is wrong with our country. We have a very low trust society. And people can blame, immigration on that, but like, immigration isn't what growing up, when I've seen people, fear everyone else, I've seen people, get militant about, everyone else, it's always been conservatives, I might be able to have my opinion changed on that. It might be a good mix of people growing up, but like thinking back on it, it's like, I remember everyone else being fairly permissive, right? I wouldn't be surprised if per capita less Americans lock their doors than Japanese. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't know if that means that we have a high trust society compared to Japan. No, I know that we definitely have a lower trust society than Japan, right? Like, it's just assumed that people won't break the rules because people generally don't break the rules, right? Like, people don't, this is my understanding, I could be wrong, but like, graffiti or spitting out your gum on the sidewalk or doing just like generally rude shit in public, right? Dressing really inappropriately, like in pajamas or like in your shower clothes or some shit, like is just not a thing in high trust societies, right? But there are problems with the high trust societies too. Don't get me wrong, but we live in a society that's too low trust, I think. The kindergartners walk alone. Yeah, like I've heard stuff like that, but I thought that was like so outlandish that it wasn't true. It's possible that that's true, but that to me, like, I just don't trust a kindergartner to know how to get anywhere, is the thing. Because I've taught kindergartners, If I felt nervous telling a kindergartner to walk to the bathroom and it was 2 doors down, like, I don't know. I don't know if their kindergartners can walk. Maybe their kindergartners just have way better education and they can remember how to get to school. But like, I don't know. That's pretty crazy. It's the yellow hats? What the fuck does that mean? It's the yellow hats. What? They wear yellow hats so everyone watch out for them? Oh, really? That's cute. Oh wait, hold on. Let me respond to replay. Hot take: your system is broken like it is now because you don't have compulsory voting. If everyone has to vote, you can get crazy on the fringes getting into power. Yeah. I mean, I don't even disagree with that. Although I think that there are problems with compulsory voting, and there are different ways that you can game that, just like you can game any voting system. But I think that compulsory voting and ranked choice voting is probably the best, personally, in my opinion. All right. By the way, damn, I feel way too inebriated for how much I drank. I still have like a third of this left. This is gay. Is this just what it's like getting old? You just get drunk or tipsy way faster? Is that what my life is going to be like for the rest of my life? Do I just have to am I just not allowed to hang with the kids? Fuck. I'll fight you on ranked choices. Let me develop a better opinion on them because I don't want to fight about it until I have an actual opinion. Let's listen to this for like a couple of minutes. And if you have anything that's funny to link it in chat. Okay? Something interesting. I haven't kept up with the news. Well, I've kept up with the news. I just haven't dove deep into any of the BBB stuff, but I don't want to, You'll also be going to bed at 10 p.m. also. That's something that I don't have to worry about. It's 10 p.m. It's 10:17 right now. We've been going to sleep at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I have work at 8:30 in the morning. It hasn't been bothering me too much. That's something to be glad about, okay? In a ranked choice system, the second most popular person could win. Yeah. I know, but sometimes that's okay. And sometimes it's okay, but like sometimes the second most popular person wins in the United States. Where in a first past the post, it's always the most popular wins. That's not true. Trump lost the popular vote in 2016. I know it's a little bit, I'm being a little bit tongue-in-cheek because I know it's a little bit different because we're talking electoral college, so you don't have to correct me on that. But like, I'm just saying, like, there's issues all over the place, and just because there's issues with that one doesn't mean it's preferable to what we have now. Because I don't think Trump would have won in the first place if we had ranked choice voting.
With like the Democratic Party broadly.
So I hear you, and like possibly, and I know that's part of Wick's theory, and sure, probably to a certain extent.
Okay, let's hear the question.
So
again.
I hear. Yeah.
Do you think that I feel like I'm connecting some dots here, but if you're hanging out with activists, that's already a group that is going to skew probably well to the left of the median Democratic voter. Like the median Democratic voter does not want Israel to not exist, but maybe the median activist in your circles absolutely did. Mm-hmm. Do you think that maybe you started to conflate your activist friends with like the Democratic Party broadly?
So I hear you, and like possibly, and I know that's part of Wick's theory, and sure, probably to a certain extent. But I never really I never believed that the Democratic Party, like, so for example, there are always.
Why is it only people on the left that ever have these crises of conscience? What the fuck, dude? Like, when was the last time you're like, when the last time you heard a conservative talk like this was in 2016 when they realized that some of their friends were fucking neo-Nazis. And they've all doubled, tripled, quadrupled down since. What the fuck? When was the last time you had a conservative say like, I just thought that like, the people around me were being really, really cruel. I didn't see that the Democrats were being like that. And, I just thought that was really weird. Fuck. RFK could have won if we had ranked choice voting and not Trump. RFK winning the presidency would have been preferable to Trump winning the presidency. I don't know if you could name a person who was a presidential hopeful in the 2024 election at any point. I do not think that you could name a single name that would have been worse than having Trump be reelected. Unironically, it's that bad. And you won't be able to convince me off of this because I'm right. And I know I'm right. And you know I'm right. You're just being contrarian. I'm sorry. I'm talking like I've had like 5 shots, motherfucker. This shit sucks. I hate getting old, dude. I disagree with Tron. Ranked choice voting is the second most popular, doesn't win. The most popular option wins. It takes into account that the people like this option over the other ones, so you end up with the least. Well, I understand what Tron is trying to say. You can have someone who is less popular than the top 2 options, let's say, win, right? Or you could have someone. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of, if someone would have won 60%, but, it's everyone's, second choice, or that's, the 60% first, I don't fucking know. I'm inebriated. I'm just gonna go ahead and eat the fucking edible at this point. If I can't fucking get through a fucking explanation of ranked choice voting, this low level of inebriated, I know we're already cooked for the rest of the night. Fuck this shit. Goddamn. They got more preference. I mean, listen, we'll watch the fucking video of the problems with ranked choice voting. If you've never looked into the problems of ranked choice voting, there are issues where someone that probably shouldn't have won that had 30% of the popularity, whereas other people had higher percentages because of there's ways to game it in such a way that very unpopular people end up eking out the win because of partisanship. There's ways that you can do it. There are problems with ranked choice voting. I just think it's way harder for something negative like that to happen with ranked choice voting compared to what we have now. But I mean, there's even more restrictive forms of voting. That I remember we had to watch a video. I think it was CGP Grey that talked about multiple different layers of different versions of ranked choice voting for my political science class, and it was very interesting. Oh, you got mandatory voting and ranked choice. Nice.
Jews who have felt that the Democratic Party, right-wing conservative Jews, whatever, who have felt that the Democratic Party is bad for Israel for decades, right? I always thought that was complete nonsense. I still think that's mostly nonsense. Moving forward, whatever the next iteration of a Democratic administration would look like. So I didn't vote because of Israel. That wasn't what Democratic administration.
What the fuck, man?
The Democratic Party. So for example, there are always Jews who have felt that the Democratic Party, right-wing conservative Jews, whatever, who have felt that the Democratic Party is bad for Israel for decades, right? I always thought that was complete nonsense. I still think that's mostly nonsense. Moving forward, whatever the next iteration of a Democratic administration would look like. So I didn't vote because of Israel. That wasn't what I voted about. And again, I didn't see the Democrats as evil. And I agree with you. The people that I was interacting with were on the extreme. The way that I view the world just kind of changed. And yeah,
can you give us an example? So one thing you believed before this shift and that you no longer believe. So you mentioned anti-racism.
Oh, you gotta pause? Fuck me, dude. Okay, this is agony. I just feel every time we talk to someone who regrets voting for Trump, I feel this is the thought that runs through my head. Replay. I legitimately have no idea how McAfee got downloaded onto my computer. I have never looked up McAfee. It feels like it was like it's malware. I have no idea where it fucking came from. I've just been lazy and haven't removed it. But I don't know how the fuck McAfee got into my computer. Legitimately. I feel like it was bundled with something that I needed to install on my computer, and I don't know why, and I don't remember what it was. Anyways, but I just feel like, man, when it comes to talking about the disaffected Democrat voter, when it comes to talking about shit like that, this is all I can. It's always bundled. It probably is. Yeah, I just don't know what it was bundled with or how it got into my computer. It's like herpes. I'll delete it later. Anyways, like what the fuck do we? The Democrats are just too soy. We just have like really bad representation, I guess. Just like everyone's so cringed out. Poor chimpanzee. I know, kind of boy. But kind of boy, can I? If you're not too busy, before this edible hits, if you're willing to jump into the VC, fuck, how far did we get? The last time I updated you how far we got into the conversation, we were 38 minutes in. Now we're 44. Bro, it's rough. It's really rough. And I understand. I don't even know what happens later on. I understand your pain. I understand your frustration. I just don't know how it... I don't understand the psychology. I tried to watch it from Pisco stream. I couldn't take it. Get in, kid? Oh, thank God you're there. All right, really quick. Can you hear me? I'm using my lapel microphone, so I don't know if it works.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, cool. All right. Brother, holy shit. All right, I'm okay, you're a little bit, I think you're older than me, right? I'm turning 30 this year?
I'm 28. I'm a youngster.
Oh my God, you're younger than me. Okay, let me tell you something. I'm a little bit upset about this. I've had 3/4 of a Long Island iced tea. It's only 13% alcohol. Brother, I feel it already. This shit sucks. Here's my takeaways from the conversation, not even barely 30 minutes into it. I understand. I don't know how fucking heated it gets at any point in this. I haven't
Yeah.
I understand because motherfuck, there's nothing for you guys to latch on to. Like, it is just the Democrats have a very cringe bad vibe, and I didn't like them. And she said it wasn't vibes at the beginning, but it is vibes. She has spoken quite a bit and said goddamn nothing.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean,
the
like,
only
throughout the
critique,
course...
well, I just want to say the only critique on you guys is, I am doing the same thing. I'm pausing every couple of seconds. You guys are interrupting her every statement she makes. I understand why, but I understand why people thought it was a shit show, because very obvious questions needed to be asked immediately after she said shit. But that's probably very irritating from her end. Yeah, go for it.
She was a little bit meandery. I mean, I think that after like speaking to her and we spoke for like 2.5, 3 hours after this, right? In
Really?
Wick's Discord. Yeah. And like after speaking to her for a combined 5 hours, I mean, I can honestly say that my main takeaway from her, like the way that she voted, was that she just did not put a lot of thought into how she voted, right? And I think that was kind of what, in like my most foundational sense, is like a criticism for like the vibes-based voting, is that I think that in some sense, like I think I had this conversation with her off stream in like the Discord, because we all hung out in Wick's chat afterwards, where I was like, look, in some foundational sense, you can say all of morality is just a vibe, right? You know, we're just intuiting things and, you know, we're just trying to like figure things out. But if you were to say like if somebody were to say, oh, you know, why is murder wrong or something? And they were to say, that's just my vibe, you know, it just kind of feels like it's wrong. But then they were to say, you know, my intuition is that murder is wrong because I have a sense of bodily autonomy and individual rights, and there's this kind of like utilitarian, you know, they really like go into it. It's like, okay, I guess in a foundational sense, like the dumb philosophy nerds out there could say both of these people are just vibing out. But one of them is clearly actually really considered their position and like thought about it in a hopefully an in-depth way. And, you know, like during the course of even this conversation, this 2.5-hour conversation on the podcast, it seemed like, you know, we were putting what I think to be like pretty basic challenges of like, I think eventually Hutch probably gave the most biting critique, which he eventually in the conversation, he says something like, you know, like millions of people are going to die because of the U.S. aid getting cut off. And, you know, like, how do you feel about that, basically? Like, it seems like a terrible thing. And, you know, she kind of goes into it and she's like, well, I don't know if I believe in those forecasts and stuff like that. And I got really frustrated when she said that, because I think to me that response tells me that that's just a super bullshit response to that. I don't know. And eventually, like I said, I was like,
yeah, it's a cope response.
It's like we know this is going to kill people, right? Like we know vaccine shipments are being shipped. We know vaccines save people's lives. And so if you don't ship the vaccines, we know people are going to die, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, and ultimately, look, if you just wanted to say, yeah, you just want to say, like, I didn't put a lot of thought into it. I just voted for Trump because, and she says, like, oh, I had some strong changes of positions to where I didn't identify as a Democrat anymore. So I just went in and I kind of just voted for Trump. I mean, yeah, okay. Like that would be like, to me, that would be like the most honest answer. But it seemed like a lot of times it was like, it was almost like it felt like it was like her first time, like really like
being
trying
confronted
to
with some of these questions. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's fine too. But it's, you know, I feel like in the Wick after show, I was told that, or I was accused of being very disrespectful with like my disposition. Because I was kind of like laughing and like I was smirking and stuff, and I was just like, dude, I don't like, okay, like I don't know, like maybe it is, but like I don't know, man.
There are certain people that like if you throw an accusation at them, it like immediately lets me know that like you're coping super fucking hard. Like if they say that you're being like mean or disrespectful, like you're even when I've been like very stupid, and I thought about a conversation we had very early on where I was definitely just not very smart. You were very patient. You walked me through a lot of really stupid shit I was saying. It's just very hard to imagine calling you disrespectful, right?
Well, I can understand where they're coming from. I mean, like I do have things where I get triggered. Like I told you in the Wick panel that I kind of crashed out because. There was a guy. I
want to see that timestamp.
There was a guy who, I was joking in my head. I was like, "This is like Vosh at home," because he had like. Or have you ever seen that clip of the? There was a clip. He reminds me so much of this one clip. There's a clip of the like guy who's in college. He's getting interviewed by like the fucking like the school newspaper or something, and they're like, "Oh, you know, how did you?" It was like, "How did you like the concert or something like that?" And he goes, "Oh yes, it was wonderful." Like that was.
Oh no, was he like that? But
this guy on Wick's show does kind of talk like that, and it does kind of make me laugh. But he
that's rough.
He was saying he was basically saying that Democrats like they doubled down on the anti-white rhetoric, and I'm like, you just haven't been following politics.
Yeah, I know.
And I think I called him like a dumbass because I feel like the thing that something that triggers me, I can talk to a fucking like an actual neo-Nazi, and I could be calm that whole conversation. However, something that triggers me the most beyond anything is when people are incredulous. Like when you find you find in a conversation that someone is like they just simply refuse to engage with what you're talking about. Like it's not no. Like incredulousness is like when you just like completely refuse to believe something. You've just made the choice.
I know what you're talking about. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you'll talk to somebody and it'll be like, I believe this. And it's like, oh, why do you think that? Like, I think there's this reason to not believe that. And they're like, and it's just like bullshit reason after bullshit reason until you eventually just circle the drain. And it's like, well, why do you think that? It's like, whatever. I just don't buy that. It's like, okay, retard. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, like you just don't believe in evidence. Like, I've had so many conversations like this with people in it's like a weird, maybe it's just a politics thing, like where people are like, oh, yeah, like I was having a conversation on Pisco's Discord with somebody. I was talking about socialism and stuff, and I was like, this is my model. This is kind of how I would do things. And they're like, what about this? What about that? And I'm like, here's the answer. Here's the answer. And I'm like giving them all the answers. And like literally at the end of this like 25-minute discussion about all the concerns they had, I kind of filled all the holes in. They go, I don't know, man. It just sounds kind of retarded to me. And I'm like, okay, dude, like, you're just stupid. Like, you don't intake information like the rest of us. Like, I don't know what to say. So I get really frustrated when that does happen. But that didn't happen with Talia. I feel like, again, she just genuinely, I don't know
about it enough.
Whatever.
Yeah, this is where I'm at right now. Like, I don't know if I talked about this with you last time we talked, but do you know the concept of Kayfabe? I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
I've heard this before, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, so essentially, and if I'm butchering this, wrestling fans, let me know. Essentially, Kayfabe is this concept in wrestling where, and we all know it, wrestling is fucking fake. And everybody watching it knows it's fake. But while you're talking about wrestling, while you're participating in wrestling, you step into a fantasy world where it is real so that, you can talk about wrestling. Yeah, in this fantasy world. Now, this is what I've realized, and this is why I can't do debates right now. I don't have the emotional maturity for it, okay? In order to talk to a conservative right now, to talk to someone like Admiral Gibbs, to talk to someone like Rob Knorr, I realize that we have been engaging in kayfabe. They don't believe what they are talking about. They don't believe the things that they're saying, especially like right now with the tariff stuff. I've heard them argue against and like say things that they don't believe because they just know that they're supposed to argue for their side. We have to all engage in this retarded fantasy world. This is what they accuse us of doing with trans people, but it's what we have to do for them with their political views so that the entire country doesn't immediately crumble apart for them, okay? We have to pretend that they're serious about being sociopathic. I would curb stomp, I would, American History X, Abuelita, who lives down the street, bite the curb, Juanita, and then fucking stomp down. Like, that's what people like Admiral Gibbs, that's what they're portraying. That's what they're telling us they want us to see them as, but they don't want us to actually like dislike them because they want to be likable guys, right? So we have this kayfabe, this mutual fantasy that we both step into while we're talking about politics. And then as soon as we're done with talking about politics, we can step out of the kayfabe. We know that he's not actually, a demonic, bloodthirsty, wants to kill all Mexicans, fake half Mexican. All right. And we can all get along. And that's what they want the world to be. I can't do that.
The thing is, like, I think there's a lot of people that voted for Trump, like Talia, where it's like I just don't think they really seriously considered their vote. And
I think I'm talking specifically about
the basket of deplorables or whatever.
Well,
right?
I wouldn't say someone like Rob Knorr is this. I think he's a true believer. I think that he knows that he's lying, but he like fucking hates leftists more than he cares about anything else, or he hates anti-Trump people more than he hates anything else.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know that. I think
Rob is too smart. I think he's too smart too. I think people like Admiral Gibbs.
But,
yeah.
I don't
Go
think
for it.
Rob has really I don't think Rob has really interrogated his moral foundations. Like he takes a lot of cues from Andrew Wilson, which is like the worst possible human being you could get like your moral foundation from. And I think that I think a lot of his like basic like he'll call himself a libertarian, and I have a hard time.
I would have believed that a couple of years ago, not right now.
Yeah. Well, libertarianism is an ideology that I find essentially indefensible from like a moral perspective. From a moral perspective, and I think that from just like a basic like rational thinking perspective, I find it very hard to defend. Now, if somebody wants to say like some people like libertarians will say like, oh well, like I think it's just hey, bedrock disagreement. At the end of the day, I just don't like the government doing things. Okay, fine. I don't think that's very sensible, but at least some libertarians genuinely have really thought about it, and it's like they're just not about it. It's like okay, cool, but then you're right. There is like a portion of like the Trump base, and dude, Rob, to this day, Rob is triggered that I said this, and I have fucking chatted out every time I've been confronted with this, where they're like, he really got upset when I said that I think about half of Trump supporters are garbage people. And every single time he references that,
horrible.
I'm just like, dude, full Chad, I was right. And I refuse to like, bro, Hillary was right in 16. I'm right today. I'm taking cues from Mother. Okay. Because when you look at the polls, and again, look, this is what I said to Rob. I said this to Rob about a half a dozen times during our conversation. I was like, look, I'm saying that because of my sense of morality, okay? And when I look at the polls and you ask conservatives what they believe in, I find these to be a very immoral group of people. And if you want to say, and this is the immediate response that I always hear, oh, but Econo Boy, as if this is a good response. Oh, but Econo Boy, they could just say the same thing about you. And I'm like, they do. They do say the same shit.
Absolutely do.
They call me a pedophile, and they say that I want to groom children. Like, holy shit! Like they obviously, and I take that to be a pretty based on their sense of morality. And look, hey, I don't know that anybody is necessarily right or wrong about what is or isn't right. It's based on preferences and our intuitions and stuff. But like, hey, look, I think like for instance, right? There was a sitting this happened today. This happened today where. After they, voted to strip out all these benefits and stuff and lower taxes on rich people and stuff, a sitting congressman responded in a quote tweet where a person had said like 17 million people are going to lose their health care, 18 million like kids are going to go hungry or something like that. And this sitting Republican congressman literally just replied with all caps, yes. And it's like, dude, this guy is just evil.
Have you heard the term
evil person?
Yeah, I know. So there's
fuck.
I don't know if I'm just like super late to the game, especially because I only just started reading like Substacks and being introduced to that world. But there's like the left does virtue signaling, right? Which we've all talked about. We all think it's like cringe and to a certain degree.
Yeah.
The right does vice signaling. I don't know if you've heard that term before or if you've heard that concept. They don't signal that they're virtuous people, that they're good people. They signal that they're pieces of shit. It is part of, I might be stealing all of this from Richard Hanania, but it's part of like the base ritual. You signal your vice. It makes everyone else feel comfortable, signaling that they too have vices, and then you've completed the base ritual. Everyone else has said something that in a conversation 10 years ago would have left everyone at the table feeling very uncomfortable to ever be in the same room as you. Now everyone has now said some kind of statement like that, and they all feel comfortable. Now we know we're in the correct group of people. And that I remember, like, is what conservative, like young conservatives in DC are like. It's insane.
Like on this Live and Learn episode, there was a moment where I said, because Talia at one point had said like, that she believes in the colorblind approach to like racial justice or whatever, and she said that Democrats like they don't believe in that or whatever, and I was like, well, to the extent that you believe in the colorblind approach, like Donald Trump literally put a Nazi as his deputy chief of staff, and I was referencing Stephen Miller.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
And I told Pisco
The most
jumped in.
obvious Nazi of all time.
No, Pisco jumped in and he was like, "Oh, but he's Jewish," and I was like,
"Oh, shut
bro,
the
who gives
fuck
a
up,
fuck?"
Pisco. Fuck.
Yeah. And I was like, "Look, okay, all the respect in the world to Pisco, but I think I literally was like, dude, shut the fuck up, okay? Like, I don't think that. Oh, because, like, I can't imagine clutching my pearls around these people. These people say the shit they say, and I'm sorry if you're Stephen Miller." And you believe in white replacement and white genocide, and you recommended a book that was literally like a Nazi book about an Indian immigrant raping a white woman, and that's one of your justifications for being anti-immigrant. You are a Nazi, okay? And I just like the fucking hand wringing.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, I remember when one other thing.
Yeah.
When Ilhan Omar said that. I think she had said something like, "Oh, well, there's a problem with like," it was like, "Oh, wow, like why do you think Trump won or whatever?" And she said something like, "Well, there's a problem with people just being stupid or something." and we saw so many people on the right that were like, "How could she say this? I just can't imagine." Shut up! Shut the fuck up, dude.
It's so fucking true.
Zohran Mamdani 6 months later gets elected. I don't need to tell you what Twitter was like that day.
Motherfucker.
It was fucking insane.
I didn't keep up with that shit. I didn't keep up with that shit at all. And like, I made this tweet talking about how like unbelievable Twitter was. And I was mostly talking about the liberals like being Islamophobic to Mamdani, but I also saw some like really egregious anti-Semitic things from Mamdani supporters, so I included both of them. And the only people that retweeted that, they were the people I was talking about, specifically subtweeting. They're like, "Yeah, you're so right, Sondsol." It's like, motherfucker, you were saying weird Islamophobic shit. But to what you were saying, fuck, there was something I was going to say.
The only reason I brought that up was not that. Look, I think to Pisco's point, it is important to be accurate, and it's important to like not just slander people, okay?
Sure.
But I just hear this from so many where they're like the left calls everyone a Nazi, and it's like, but some of them are Nazis.
Some of them
like,
are right.
What am I supposed to do?
So
I've had this, I'm so sorry we are calling spades here, but would you like some fucking milk to spill?
Like here's my thing. So I've been reading, a lot of stuff from the founding fathers. I've been learning about a lot, just how intellectuals talk about stuff. And it's like, you know what? Looking at a lot of the way that our conversations on streams happened, over the past couple of years, and the Substacks that I see, like the "when must we kill them" thing that got really big, like, you know what? This was like really similar to a lot of the ways that like the founding fathers started like spreading their ideas and started getting, in contact with each other. Like, oh, we agree, we disagree, we're arguing about this. It's very similar to that. And fuck, where was I going with this? I keep on, the alcohol is fucking killing me. So we were talking about the left. We were talking about the founding fathers.
I think there's like a double standard of policing of language between the left and the right, and it really makes me want to jump off a fucking bridge, because it just feels like you have like, okay, like one of the reasons I don't agree with, and this is I think I talked about this with Pisco on stream before as well, where like I don't agree with Jasmine Crockett calling Governor Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. That's like a wild thing to do.
Hey, really quick, can I get this thought out before I forget it? Because I am an inebriate, I will forget. So I was talking about the fact that, oh, fuck. Oh, no, I just had it. We were talking about, what were you just talking about? We're talking about being mean and shit like that. Yeah, here's the thing. So the broad point that I'm trying to make here is, like, we're looking at all these things that, like, the crazy shit that the founding fathers would say, and I'm looking at the things that we did, and that's broadly what it is. Now, linking that back, oh my god, the alcohol is killing me, I'm going to kill myself, linking that back to being mean, they're fucking crazy, but we still have these ideas of what decorum is. I think that what you're doing by going around and telling people that they're allowed to just like not care about like being mean to these people because we don't need their votes because they're never going to vote for us anyways. More people need to hear that shit, right? Because we don't need, like, I love Wick to death. Don't get me wrong. All right. He's one of the few people I think is like a truly principled person. I just think he's wrong here. This is not the centrist that we should be appealing to, I guess, outside of just not being super soy. Fuck me, I'm too inebriated. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Econo Boy. I'm sorry.
Drunk
Fuck. Dude, it's literally, there's no
becoming
reason.
A lightweight. This is crazy.
No, it is crazy. I'm a fucking crazy heavyweight when it comes to edibles. I can eat fucking 400 milligrams of THC and feel almost nothing, but I drink one shitty Long Island iced tea that just tastes like watered down tequila, and I'm unable to string together a thought for more than like 30 seconds at a time. Kill me. Anyways, Econo Boy.
No, I
And
was
that's
just-
your first
yeah,
issue.
yeah.
You're drinking shitty canned.
Yeah,
The
true.
only thing I was
Island tea,
going to
but-
say was that I think that while I don't agree with Jasmine Crockett calling Abbott Governor Hot Wheels, because I think that's like obviously a reference to him being disabled. I think that one of the reasons why her rhetoric has become like so she's become like one of the more mainstream Democrats through her essentially her like bold rhetoric, you could say, and her like insulting rhetoric, is because I think there's just like such a fucking appetite amongst like Democratic voters for politicians that are just like, man, fuck you.
They're
You know,
strong.
like,
That
fuck
show
you.
back.
You know what I mean? Like,
For
The
so
desire is-
long, we've seen
Yeah.
these politicians fucking grovel at Republicans right here and just fucking sit there and take whatever the fuck is going on. And
Yeah.
like, for the first time in a while, it's like, oh right, we're fighting
Yeah,
back.
and here-
There's
and
some
really
shit,
quick,
there's some shit being
hold on.
signed.
I can't be
Bones,
fucked
here's what I will
to-
say as
to
well.
tell anyone
No.
not to say something. It's just insane.
here's what I will say as well, okay? Is we also forgot how hilariously based Joe Biden was when he was running for president, when he was actually able to run for president in 2020, okay?
Yeah,
There
the
were
first time he was running, it
multiple-
was great.
There were multiple hilarious clips of fucking Joe Biden talking to like people in town halls and stuff where he literally says whatever, fat, or like he's talking to some
that
like
was big.
he's talking to some like union guy who loves fucking Trump and hates Biden or whatever, and he literally says like whatever, big boy, I bet I can beat you in a push-up contest. And then the third thing he says, which was so funny that I remember, was again, it was the same thing. It was like some fucking like dude in a hard hat or whatever the fuck who was like giving Biden a bunch of shit. He says something like, "Yo, well, whatever. You're just a dog-faced pony soldier."
That's
It's
right.
like, dude, this is some shit talk from the fucking 1920s. But I'm like, it's like, dude,
I
like
love it.
that's the added. Look, if I'm on the campaign trail and I'm talking to a Trump voter and they're like, "Look, I don't vote for Democrats because of this and that." It's like they're coming to me in good faith. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have a calm, good faith conversation. But if you're over here saying, "Oh, the Econo Boy crime family stealing this election," I'm gonna be like, "You're a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. Go fucking read a book." Like you have, like, I'm just saying, like, just give them whatever energy they're giving you back. You know, be
Yes.
reciprocal. You know, the balance sheet of shit talk where the fucking the debt that is owed from Republicans to Democrats on that balance sheet is only able to be paid back in a lifetime. Like it's wild because Democrats for so long they've just been unwilling to kind of, you know, get fucking down in the fucking dirt with these people and you know,
but
talk
like
some shit.
this is where I will give because right now I don't care about the far left. Like they're like annoying when it comes to the drama shit, but like I'm not spending my time critiquing the far left by and large right now, right? Fuck. Yeah, this is suffering. We were talking about what?
ADHD.
Yeah,
So
no.
yeah, you're
Son
talking
of a
about how you
bitch.
don't care about the left. Now we're gonna hit back at conservatives for something. Go.
Well,
You were
before
saying
that,
you're
right
not a
before that.
fan of black people.
Yeah,
There
I
you
mean,
go.
like, okay, so my least favorite black person is no. Yeah, no, this might be where I put a hard stop on this conversation. I don't think it can continue because I can't string together This is fucking
Yeah.
gay. I know this is fucking ridiculous. Listen, I'm embarrassed but I just know what the limit is. And if there are 2 times where I try to speak in a row where I can't string together the fucking full coherent thought,
He's
yeah,
too
fuck
far
it.
gone.
Yeah, this
All right.
fucking ridiculous.
I gotta go get dinner
but-
anyway.
All right, love you, buddy. I'll catch
It was
you
good
later.
talking, Sondsol. Oh yeah, and by the way, be sure to at least try your best to message me back.
Hey, you know what? That's something that I can go ahead and spit out super quick. It's just like I have a series concept that I want to do. I can't. I don't have the emotional maturity for the debates. I'm just going to tell someone to kill themselves. I want to get myself banned. I want to get someone's panel show in trouble. So I want to do this. I have the equipment for it. I have the location for it. I'm in DC. What I want to do is, I think that one thing that we don't have enough of is respect for the fucking country. There's no one that's giving a history of America that's both accurate and, nice. It tells the story of the country that, we grew up in, that has overcome adversity, that has overcome moral failings, And I think that there's a message there that I feel like was given to me throughout middle school and, even through high school even, that people just don't fucking hear anymore. There was like the old Disney, shitty 70s little, let's talk about the Western frontier and shit. I want to do institutions. I want to reach out to content creators who have a specialty in one area or another, and I want to do something PBS style. I want it to be, I'm not going to sit there and try and force it to be bipartisan. If there's something in there that's going to say something, that doesn't line up with Trump's vision of America, so be it. But I don't want to make it like explicitly partisan. I want to say, we have institutions in this country, and that's a good thing. That we have, everyone fucking hates the EPA. What is, and this would be like one video, right? What is the EPA? And I could go, and assuming that the EPA's headquarters is in DC, which I assume most of the 3-letter agencies are based in DC, I would go and I could get footage of the actual building itself, go and ask people around like the National Mall questions about the EPA, and just like, not in a way to make them look stupid, right? Which is, like the Jordan Klepper Daily Show thing, but in a way like, just like fun, Bill Nye the Science Guy trivia questions about the EPA. Do you actually know what the EPA does, right? And over the course of the video, essentially have the goal of the video, by the end of the 15 to 25 minute runtime, which is the broad idea, is we would tell the history, the stated purpose of, and the accomplishments of a specific institution, 3-letter agency, yada yada yada, in the government. We'd have someone, a content creator or someone who's an expert in whatever it is that we're covering. So if it's the EPA, maybe talk to someone who's a meteorologist or an environmentalist, right? Or someone who's a streamer who has a following that would be willing to narrate for it. And then have them, give all that information in between the little fun questions about the EPA and shit. And then put that out as a just not anti-conservative, not an anti, Democrat, not any, it is just, hey, we live in America and we have something to be proud of here. And we shouldn't destroy our institutions to create a vision of America that's never existed. And we shouldn't destroy our institutions or our country because we want to create supposed new economic whatever the fuck. Like,
Yeah,
there's
no,
something
I think
here.
that's yeah, there's something. I mean, yeah, go. I mean, yeah, definitely pursue it. I mean, why not? You're in DC, and I'm sure that's like pretty easy access to, like you said, a lot of those places. So
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah, so the basic thing, like when I was gonna message you, was like if there is a specific three-letter agency, or if you like you're a Econo boy, maybe you really want to talk about the Fed or something. Like if there's something that you know about already, or that you just like particularly care about, if you wanted to like call dibs on one of those, and I haven't been able to like really set a roadmap on filming anything until I start the script writing process, but just gauging interest
Yeah.
from other content creators.
Yeah, I'll put some thought into it. I haven't really thought about it, but I'll put some thought into it, and just reach back out to me, whenever.
Yeah. Well, off the top of your head, what are your top 3 favorite federal entities?
My favorite federal entities. I don't know. I mean, I would say that, yeah, the Federal Reserve is probably, I think the structure of the Federal Reserve is very interesting because it's very independent. I think that, the USPS is really cool because of just how crazily large and, wildly sophisticated their operations are. As
The
a public,
USPS would be a crazy episode, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like one of the few publicly owned companies basically in the United States. So that's a pretty good one. And other than that, I mean, what, like federal institution? I mean, I think that the maybe the Bureau of like Land Management with all the national parks and stuff.
That was one that I really wanted to do. I wanted to find someone who was like really into like going to national parks. I feel like the inaugural episode, which is what I've like been lately working on. I have a rough like intro spiel before getting into it, but I think that the first one should just be like a broad overview and questions for people about like the 3 branches of government, right? And then later on I could do like one specifically on the House and then one specifically on the Senate, right? But like I feel like the first inaugural one, it would be really cool to just like do a broad all 3 branches of government and just like ask little trivia questions about that.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, no, I mean, that sounds like a good idea. And yeah, follow up with me whenever you want. And it was good talking.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll catch you later.
Talk to you later.
All right, Bones, what do you wanted to fight?
I'd fight who?
You came in here to fight?
Oh, no, not at all. I was going to bring a suggestion, actually, with respect to like parks and stuff. Interview a park ranger.
Park ranger? Well,
I think that would be kind of interesting.
So, one of the thoughts that I had, I had I don't remember what the actual national park is. It's Great Falls or Grand Falls or something. It's basically like right outside of DC. Fucking crazy waterfalls. Like, I had never seen waterfalls like that literally ever. But me and Allison, we had a nice 20-minute long conversation with the people at the front desk. And you know what, like I think that I like the idea so much of the like more PBS thing. Like if it came to a choice between like streaming and like doing that, and I knew that I was going to have the ability to crank those out, dude, so they wouldn't feel freaked out about it, I would just give up the streaming stuff so that I could interview people like that. But like they're gonna ask to see my YouTube and shit, and that'll be rough. But like they're like this 70-year-old lady and like 2 70 80-year-old men were the people in charge of the it's like the building, and then everyone like buys their souvenirs and shit. What would that be called?
Like a souvenir shop. They could just be like park manager, or I guess
There's
managers, whatever the fuck,
like a
director, something like that.
There's a term for it. Like the second that both of us saw it, we'd be like, of course. But like the visitor center or some shit.
Yeah, visitor center.
Yeah, like these old folks were so interesting, and just the little 20-minute, like, and 20 minutes was that's a long conversation to have with people, right, while standing. But we had like a very nice long conversation about them working there for so long, and and how much they cared about the park system and shit like that. And that was a really cool conversation. It would be really cool if I had recorded it, but I feel like I feel like maybe the inner teacher in me, like everyone in my family is a teacher, and I just feel like making educational content right now, because everyone here is just like so deplorable. Fuck. That I just want to
fucking tell me about it. Holy shit. That guy that I got into an argument with earlier. Holy fuck.
The JMac guy.
Yeah.
I
you say he was good faithful. I'm like, I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, after reading your message, I understand what you're saying. Because I think I know it's like the debate board guy who's like, they seem really good faith, but then they're like utterly obstinate on like the most minutia fucking point. Yeah, but
not only obstinate, but just straight up like outright fucking like lying about my position was kind of interesting. I'm like we're having two different conversations. Then he wanted a meta debate, and I'm just like, no, I'm not doing this. I didn't come here to have a debate about me debating you. Like that's retarded. Like go kick rocks.
Yeah, I had my first debate in like, I want to say 2-3 months last stream, bro. I immediately realized I didn't want to fucking have to have this conversation. If like because the motherfucker was telling me about the legal justification argument for some of the more egregious deportations of like American citizens, right?
Fucking that guy. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the literal second that I heard him cackle like that, I knew, I'm going to call him a slur. I have to exit this conversation. I have to oh man, no, it was coming out of me, man. It was fucking bad. Like
actually, here's why it's legally justified to do it. No, like you're a ghoul. You're a fucking ghoul. I'm so sorry. I don't want alligator Alcatraz. Go fuck yourself.
There's a lot that I would be willing to put up with, or like just argue about. Like, hey, you guys are doing this thing. I think it's fucked up, right? And the Democrats should do something about it. But like, this is like so beyond that I said this last stream. I don't know if I was able to fully communicate it. It feels bad to tell my little brother not to feel violent over what's happening right now, because I felt that way when I was his age. He's 20. Yeah, he is 25. He'll be 26 this year. He's the same age that I was when I started streaming, right? And right after I started streaming, COVID happened. Dude, I said some fucking crazy shit, some crazy violent shit that I would not be proud of today back then. Because it was unfucking real. For our frame of reference in 2020, it was unfucking real. I feel disgusting telling my little brother to not, to not go out and fight. Even though I know, like, intellectually and, on every level, except for emotionally, I know it's wrong to participate in a riot. But goddamn, he is so much more justified in that level of anger than I was in 2020 even. When I attended my first protest / riot, right? And we got the fuck out before we got arrested. But like, I was less justified to go and attend that violent protest. Granted, I didn't do any violence myself, right? I brought medical supplies and shit, but and that's because I'm a pussy and I would never fucking fight anyone. But like,
Yeah, I could never fight anyone either. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, I would get myself into a situation where I might have to fight someone. I wouldn't win, right? Because I have that kind of personality where I'll talk shit. But man, starting a fight or ending a fight, I don't know if I could do it. My little brother, he's a little bit spunkier than I am, you know? He's shorter than I am, but he was on the football team. He's ready to fucking fight. He had to fight off a homeless man, and he like took the initiative to fight off the homeless man. Like I've never done that, and I have to tell this motherfucker who is like willing to stand up for something not to stand up for something because of the optics and the tactics of it. It feels gross to me, even though I know it's right. It feels gross because I didn't accept it, you know, when I was his age. How the fuck do I justify it to him when he's more morally justified than I was? Is a very difficult question I'm dealing with right now.
Real quick, it's completely a segue, but I was thinking you could probably look up old news stories from when Doge was ripping through the government and find high-level officials who are fired by Elon Musk and then tweet at them. And I bet you could get an interview.
I probably could. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I just like, here's my problem is I'm really bad at task initiation. Like if I am able to get on a roll for something, I'm on a roll for something. But it's really hard to get on a roll for writing a script for this. And what I've ended up with was probably scripts for like 2 60-second videos. And they just end up being angry. But what I've considered doing is I've considered hiring someone with good writing skills and then, you know, paying them obviously, and then having to go in and add my own additional, you know, flair in there. But I don't think that I'll ever be able to fucking sit down and write a new script for a new video. I know, just like knowing myself, I'm gonna have to delegate that out to someone. I just don't know who yet.
I mean, I could definitely do it.
Are you good at essay writing?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, like, hey, okay, hold on. Here is my caveat for you. All right, it can't be predominantly AI written because something that's been.
Oh yeah, that stuff sounds bad.
Yeah, I have been like utterly fucking depressed by the inundation of AI generated scripts. Like people don't. I'm fine if people use AI to research for their videos, but fuck, they're writing their entire scripts off of it, and it's very obvious, and I don't want to be that person. So.
Yeah, for sure not. And you're trying to reach.
You're use an AI voice instead, right? That's
we'll write a real script, and then we'll use the AI voice to record it. Yeah.
Well, honestly, I could probably input enough voice samples from you that I could recreate your voice with AI.
You know what?
And it'll probably be better than what you could do.
Damn, holy shit.
Do you want to fight right now? I could read a script off. All right, motherfucker. Listen, this is what I would say. Unironically, if you made an AI like TTS for stream for when people donate shit, that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, it'd probably be easy.
Let's fucking do that. But yeah, no, here's like the thought I have. Tell me if this is like a stupid fucking thought. I'm really good at I'm good at like broad stuff, but I'm not good at the narrowing of stuff. So like when I was writing music with Tigress, we had this concept of the shotgun and sniper approach, right? We would shotgun out a million fucking ideas, and then once we started honing in, we would sniper in on one, guitar riff or one, motif in a song, right? Like I'm very good at the shotgun part of it, right? I'm very good at making concepts and making ideas, and I'm good at managing ideas. I'm not good at seeing them through to fruition, right? So I'm just the thought for me right now is I can go out and I can get all the footage. I can do the little silly interviews and stuff. I might need a second set of hands, but other than that, I can do that shit myself. What I know, just like me as myself, I'm never going to be able to find the time nor the drive to sit down and like write a script. But if you wanted to try and sit down with me and write a script one day, or like understand what I'm looking for in a script and then send me some ideas, we can do that. Because like that's basically what I've been thinking about doing. There was a coworker I had back in Houston who was like a journalism major, and I was like, you know what? We should stay in contact just in case. I need someone who's good at writing, but I also don't know what it would be, how weird it would be to reach out to an ex-coworker like that. So if I can find someone online first, yeah.
Now, something that could be compelling is, so you're going to ask random people questions about like the EPA, right?
Yeah.
You could ask the exact same questions of a former head of the EPA.
I don't know if I'd ever be able to pull someone like that. That's really high
Probably
up.
someone who works within the EPA, maybe.
Well, a high level. I think you could get a high level official who was recently fired by Elon Musk.
You know what? If you want to do the EPA, we can do the EPA. Let's like find a day where we can sit down. It won't be today or tomorrow. It'll probably be next week before I talk to the Tally girl. But I think that's the next time I'll be able to find time to be on my fucking computer. But yeah, like if we can set out a script that is viable. Hey, stop that, cat. Jesus Christ.
Oh, additionally,
dumbass cat.
Additionally, the interviews don't need to be in person. You could do a Zoom.
Yeah, of course.
You could do a Zoom interview, but like imagine mixing in the silly interviews with street people with the answers from the actual person from the EPA.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what I was thinking, right? Like I was thinking back to like a lot of the editing tricks that they did in, it wasn't just Bill Nye's show, but it was like a lot of little dumb VHSs and shit. When the teacher was feeling lazy, they would have that shit in those shows. Or they would have, little shows that would have these little editing tricks of like, oh, we'll cut to this person, we'll cut to that person, we'll ask this question in public, and it's like, oh yeah. So I was like really thinking about that, like very elementary school experience that a lot of us had,
There's a British
questions.
Fuck, what's his name? I'm standing in. There's a British YouTuber I want you to look at.
I mean, you lost me at British, so.
Yeah, true. British quote unquote people.
True that.
I think he literally does exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I feel like people have like a mission statement, and it's like the mission statement is just like for people to recognize that the country isn't evil, right? Like we're not so evil, racist, imperialist that we should never consider, doing anything good for ourselves, and we're not so soy cuck lib loser whatever the fuck. Hello? Okay, that was the fan. I thought I tripped over my guitar. Shit. Yeah, we're not so lib cuck loser leftist soy that will let ourselves get walked all over by the rest of the world. Like, man, I like and I increasingly understand why people use West Wing as a derogatory, like, oh, the libs are watching West Wing again. It is very soy lib, but their version of liberalism is so unbelievably fucking based. It is so understanding of our position as the world's only superpower, and how sometimes, you have the tit for tat, right? But that's what weaker nations who feel the need to prove themselves do. Like, when we're the United States, tit for tat sometimes is the situation. Or sometimes there's more tits for the tat. But at the end of the day, our tat ends the conversation. That is the liberalism, the like demon mode, not giving a fuck about what the enemy of, or who is on the receiving end of the bombs, not giving a fuck what they think because they earned the bombs.
I think it's a little bit more than just the bombs part, but like the economic rebuilding that we did in the past, especially like circa World War II with Japan and Europe. Like, that was insane. We basically propped both of those economies up with our like industrial might and with all the capital that we were able to provide post World War II. Like, we do have the ability to rebuild nations as well. Like the problem is we suck at them now because we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like we have the levers for economic policy, obviously, right? We have to start at a baseline. We have to get people. Fuck me. Holy shit. What was the last 30 seconds of this conversation? Hey, I might have to kick you guys for this conversation. We might have to watch some fucking meme videos. This is fucking ridiculous.
I'm dipping out, but I do want you to watch whenever I find it. I'll link it to you.
All right, go. Yeah, absolutely.
I do want you to like watch like the first 10 seconds of one of the videos.
Well, if you link it, I'll watch it. I'm inebriated. Right, bye. Bones, what was I talking about 30 seconds ago?
We were talking about how like America's really great and that like whenever we fucking take action, we stop the show basically.
Yeah, we ought to be the capital L liberal hegemon. We like, it's like let's dumb this down to streamer allegories. Destiny doesn't respond to every single, small streamer or YouTube channel that fucks with him, right? Why?
Right.
Because it would be really cringy if he was responding and attacking every single small YouTube channel that was attacking him because he's really big. That's what the United States is like. If we're the United States, people are probably going to fuck with us a little bit all over the world. We have military bases on every single continent. We can do a precision strike on every single continent on Earth within minutes. There is no hyperbole when I say the American military is unfucking real with its reach. I want to kick you from the call. I don't remember what I was talking about. This is beyond ridiculous. I understand that, but it's time for us to just do memes. I like talking about how demonically fucking powerful the United States is, but if I can't remember what I'm talking about between sentences, it's time to meme.
Have fun then. I'll let you meme.
Hey, by the way, one of the things that I want to work on is there is an ability to set up auto raids, because last time I felt like such a scumfuck piece of shit because I was talking to you and then I raided into someone else because I didn't know that you were live. So I
No,
God, I want you to understand, I felt like a major piece of shit. Because I would raid into you. You should have been the person I raided into. I just didn't know that you were fucking live. Are you live now?
No, I'm not live
Okay.
right now. I've just been vibing right now all night.
Gotcha. But yeah, like I want to set up the auto raid system. I'm pretty sure they have that on both YouTube and Twitch. Do you stream?
I didn't even
YouTube
know how
ever?
the fuck to do that. I actually recently just started up. The first time I set it up, it was for this debate on like Sarah the Tomatoes platform. It was me and like some other guy debating.
Religion one?
Yeah, that one. That one was really interesting just because I got to fucking go to the deep depths of my epistemology, but ultimately I was like pretty unsatisfied just because it boiled down to, so your axiom is just God exists. All right, we have nothing to talk about.
If that's
presuppositionalists.
Thank you. Presupposition. I like presuppose. Fuck. I referenced my debate with Big Papa Fascist recently, which was about that. I think it was my last debate with him. I was so unbelievably fucking smashed. I was giga stoned, and I had just come off of COVID, and then we had the conversation about God, and I forgot all of the presuppositionalism arguments, and I was just stoned, sputtering. This is why I'll never run for office.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'll just be stoned on the debate stage, like, yeah, so like,
yeah, so you're I almost broke. I almost did the bad thing. Go ahead.
Wait, what?
I almost said the F slur. It's crazy. Rough, right? It's rough right now. All right, say your last thing. I gotta get off this call before I actually get myself banned. It's actually bad.
But yeah, like, I don't know, no, I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, yeah, no, presuppositionalist arguments they're really cringe. And the crazy thing that they did, it's like GF, whoever the fuck, he hangs around the Andrew Wilson sphere. And then Wi-Fi gospel. The thing that was really weird was that they were trying to argue for like generic theism, like whether like a generic God is knowable, which makes no sense because you'd have to have some characteristics. And Jeff was.
How could you possibly make the argument that
Wi-Fi gospel didn't really give any? It was
really quick.
It was really confusing to go down.
You're saying that their argument that there is a generalized God. And not only is there a generalized God that we don't know who they are, but we can also say that they're good. They're making
that would be a separate debate. The proposition was, is God knowable? And they took it to mean like a generic God. And that was specifically to get around like all the issues with, in my opinion, I think it was to get around the issues with respect to the Christian God. But
here's my question, the immediate question, you can tell me what you think they would say. If their presupposition to that question, is there a noble God, is a generic God? If we have a generic God, how are we going to make the assumption that they are noble if we don't have any kind of religious text that tells us what their intent is, right?
Well, they just believe that God is a necessary condition that exists before anything else does.
Well, sure,
Like
but
that,
you well,
but
sure,
and
that's the
that,
first argument. But if you're
and then
saying
by
that God,
virtue of that, they would say that they
what
would
he
say
wants
that
is
that God
noble,
would give life to people, and that would probably be something that they would say is virtuous, rather. I think is the second.
I would just
step there.
ask. Well, the second, I would draw issue at the second step. I would ask, why do you think that a generic God? Because this God, have you had any specific direct revelations from this God yourself? Well, if not, how do you know that what they're doing is benevolent? How do you know that what they're doing isn't malevolent? How do you know that what they're doing isn't, harmful to the long-term success of humankind? Because
And
if,
that's just because it was revealed to them. Like all the facts are revealed to them by this God, and
well, yeah, that's why I was
that's it.
asking if it was if they had an individual revelation. Well, then at that point, I would just discount every argument that they made as they are schizophrenic.
Yeah, that's where their epistemology really breaks down. And what
Is it
Wi-Fi
really? Is
Gospel
that
tried to do
literally
was
it? Because I'm a retard and I haven't done a logic debate in a very long time. That was a retard's attempt at arguing against their shit. Is that really as far as it goes?
yeah, that's pretty much as far as their epistemology goes, and the rest of that debate really went into like what me and Paul's epistemology kind of stems from. And what they eventually got to was
The British line.
your views either boil down to circularity or infinite regress, which I'm yeah, I don't think I have ultimate knowledge. I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sit
remember.
here and I'm pretty fucking honest about that. I'm not going to sit here and say yeah, at some point it definitely terminates, and I know where it is. No.
So I remember when I was first. Damn. 1 second. All right. The first anti-theist debates that I ever researched for was against Big Papa Fascist. Against the first debate that I ever, in my mind, I absolutely lost. It was my first conversation with Big Papa Fascist on stream. And I think
that was the big fascism one, right?
It was the one where I was supposed to be the moderator, and none of the opposition debaters showed up. And so, without any medication or any knowledge on the subject whatsoever, I had an argument with him about philosophy, and I absolutely fucking demolished. But then I had that whole philosophy arc. I put myself into a what do you call it? Existential crisis. The first one of my entire life. I'm in my second one now. And yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. This is really embarrassing. I can't remember what we were just talking about. I probably
you're talking about Big Papa Fascist in your first debate.
Right before
and,
that.
That forced you to go into a Phil arc. We were talking about my debate with Wi-Fi Gospel and Paul GF, or not Paul.
Oh,
GF. It was about how my worldview basically boils down to either infinite regress or circularity, or there's a third one that I'm not remembering at the moment. But
yeah, here, have you ever seen the debate between, oh shit, he had a really cringe Reddit name, Darth Dawkins.
Darth Dawkins.
Yeah, Darth Dawkins.
Oh, yeah, Darth
and
Dawkins
Destiny.
is one of the. They're the versus Destiny. Oh my god, yeah, that's a long time ago. Yeah,
I mean, in that debate, I don't know what I remember.
That is all that Darth Dawkins debates about, by the way.
Yeah,
that is his only topic, and it's the same exact line of argumentation every time.
And it's the same tactic that Big Papa Fascist was using on me, which is why I was so interested in the debate. Darth Dawkins. He has a presuppositionalist position, and I feel like Destiny gives the absolute fucking defeater. And it's if you know, let me see if I remember it correctly. You know, you're saying that, you know, the reason that you know that God exists is that it was revealed to you. Well, like, you know, that depends on your individual sense data. This is the broad argument. I can't remember the perfect, like, syllogism, whatever. But essentially, like, you know, how do you know that your eyes aren't lying to you? How do you know that when you read scripture that you're not reading falsehoods, that, you know, there isn't a demon that's influencing your, you know, your sense data to read one thing when the actual page says another thing? And, you know, it defeats
it's just
the
basically
whole argument.
it's just putting skepticism into like someone's sense data. That's it.
Yeah. And like that
they have like two routes that they could go down. It's either like, oh, God revealed it to me and like that's just where it ends.
Yeah.
Or they try to like justify it in some random way but it would inevitably lead back to God.
Yeah. It's like here's where I'm at, and you can tell me if I'm wrong with this assessment of religion, right? Because, you know, fuck it, I'm convinced that conservatives are demons, right? So maybe all religious people are. Like, nope, you know what? I'm hanging up. You know, listen, I was gonna say something. I can't remember a fucking train of thought. I'm done with it because it's
we'll
happened.
Continue this when you're sober.
Yeah, this shit's ridiculous. No, I know it's ridiculous. Now I've had 2 of the cans, but like 3/4 into the first one, I was blessed, and this is, you know, fuck me, dude. I'm only 30 years old. This shouldn't be happening to me, dude. This shit sucks.
My God, you're like you're going. This is terrible.
Also,
after 1 can of Long Island tea, like
well,
fuck?
now I'm too deep, and I ate a 200.
Oh, you're too deep. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I ate a 200 milligram.
And
edible.
you're crossfading. Oh my God, yeah, you're cooked.
Well, I mean, like, listen, this is the first day of my 2-day weekend. Okay, I can chill if I want to.
Yeah, but you're also just cooked now.
Yeah, I'm cooked as fuck. All right, any final memes?
I'm gonna say a slur.
Go for it, pussy. Ah, what a fucking pussy. Can't even say a slur. Fucking coward. All right. Hey, by the way, if you guys haven't already on Twitch or on YouTube, you guys should check out Bones of Doom. Because if I do retire from streaming because I just can't emotionally handle the demonic, horrible people, I'll probably pass off the channel to him. So, shout out Bones of Doom right there. He's probably the inheritor of my YouTube channel if I ever decide to give it up. All right? Because fucking why waste a YouTube channel that has the potential to grow? All right? No, I'm not live. Follow me anyways. Yeah, you guys should follow Bones. Let's see. I think for the rest of the night, I think we're just in vibe mode, which is probably good because I probably have 0 viewers on either YouTube or Twitch. Hey, you know what? I got 2 on Twitch and 1 on YouTube. We're chilling, okay? Oh, you know what? Fuck it. We'll look at...
Republicans just passed what's being called the worst piece of legislation in modern history, and you might need to buckle up for what's coming in the next 1 to 3 years. This Love Island situation is crazy. It has gotten so much bigger than some reality TV drama. How Argentina's president became part of an AI porn.
Link to the Bones stuff? Well, Bones just typed out, shout out Bones, so I assume that would be the correct thing. Unless you mean on YouTube, in which case just copy and paste twitch.tv/Bones of Doom, which I believe is YouTube. It's your YouTube as well, right? Fuck me. There's no reason I should be this inebriated. Fuck. Listen, this is crazy. I've been roofied. I'm the only person at my house right now, but I've been roofied. There's no other explanation for this. I'm not this much of a lightweight. I refuse to believe I'm this much of a lightweight.
Smear campaign, and a teacher just lost his job because an obituary outed him. We're talking about that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, Your Daily.
An obituary outed him. What does that mean, do you think? Yeah. Oh wait, hold on, really quick. I'm curious. Wait, hold on. Refresh. Let's see who's live. Rinyold. Hey, you know what? We might call into Rinyold because we haven't ever talked to him.
Let's go. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. We also.
Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to steal Rezzy's content, and he can copyright strike my channel. All right? I'm drunk. I have to pee. So I'm going to mute myself really quick. And I'm going to go and piss.
So we're going to clear the bar again, obviously. Okay, give me 1 second. Also, yeah, I'm not going to do a Native American outfit thing. All right, just so we're clear, I'm not going to be doing that. Again, if I were, no, I am not getting this. There is nothing that will make me get this. No, I am not getting this shit. Brother, no, I am not doing that. That is not happening. Okay. I've already gotten... I made up with Chai. She's already sent me a picture of... She took a picture of me in the dashiki and is like, bro, what the fuck has happened to you? And I'm like, content, you know? That's it. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, I made up with Chai. Yeah, there's like a chance I'm having a birthday party next week. So like, you know, that's like a thing. Nice bridge rebuild. Yeah, not online. Like, it's completely off. We're in totally different, like, sectors. But, yeah, we're talking again, so. I don't know if she's, I think she's unbanned. So, you know. Cuckbringer allegations coming back. What does that even mean? Right? What does that even mean? You're really gonna have another birthday? After what happened last time? There is a chance that we will do a pseudo-marathon birthday stream. Okay? There is a chance we will do a pseudo-marathon birthday stream. Alright? Just so we're clear, that is something that may happen. Okay? I make no promises or guarantees. Oh, bro, what's going on, my man? What's up? I'm doing all right. How are you? Yeah? I'm not. I'm about to go over my Mondani shit if you want to join me for a segment. Yeah, we can talk for a bit, buddy. It's okay. Yeah. hmm Yeah.
Still muted on my stream. You see, I walked to the bathroom to piss, and because I had a wireless microphone, I had to mute myself before walking over there, which was
So they heard you piss,
experience.
basically, is what you're saying.
No, they didn't, because I just had to unmute myself because they didn't know that I was, you know, what I was doing.
You didn't want to have like a quartering moment where he pisses in the basement?
You know what? I don't think I've ever seen the actual clip of that. I do know that he pissed into the drain in his basement, and did I ever tell you about when I went to Milwaukee?
No. Well, yeah. You went to see Earthly, right?
I met Earthly, and I met Ellen Degenerate.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you remember? Have I told that story?
I remember parts of these things. Yeah, because Ellen was supposed to fight. Ellen was supposed to fight Hawes, right?
Yeah, I can't remember if that was a couple of weeks before or after. What are you showing One second. I had my myself full screen. Oh,
You're
you
okay.
show? Are you showing?
Yeah, I'm just getting ready for Sondsol. I'm making content. What do you want? I'm just getting ready.
Listen, I'm fine with it. Show me him pissing. Well,
right,
hold on.
well-
Let me tell the Milwaukee story.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the one time that I went to, oh, by the way, Sam the Human in chat, how's it going? Is on drunk? Yes, I am. Oh yeah, Milwaukee. So, yeah, the first time I went to Milwaukee, one of the things that I thought about was, man, you know what? This is the first time I've ever been in a basement.
Yeah.
This is the city, and this is probably the type of basement that the quartering pissed in, because that's where he lives, is Milwaukee. Man, you know what? I think, I have too much pride. I have too much respect for myself to ever. I think I would kill myself if I pissed in the drain in the basement and people knew that I did that, like live on stream. I would kill myself.
What about like pissing in a bottle? I don't think you can say that. You might want to disavow.
Oh, is that it? Disavow my previous statement.
like literally every platform. Yep.
Just like saying like the hypothetical, which I would never put myself into.
Yeah. Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Probably just. Yeah, you should say.
Can
like,
you remind me the rule that I just
negativity,
broke, because I've actually drank quite a bit.
Okay, but have you never like pissed in a bottle?
I did, but I didn't like it. But it was an absolute necessity. So
why was it? You could have just paused everything and went and took a piss.
I couldn't, because I wasn't anywhere near a bathroom. I was in a deer stand 40 feet in the air.
Well, this isn't on stream, Sondsol.
Well, yeah, no shit. If I was on stream, I would never piss into a bottle, because I have fucking, some amount of shame. I have the brother.
What? Remember that Destiny
I don't
shit,
believe
dude?
you.
I was doing shit constant for that, and I did not like pausing. I developed a break scene after that, all right? Because it was just 18 hours of Destiny content every day.
I don't believe you that you pissed in bottles because of Destiny content. I simply don't believe you. Unless you took pictures.
You remember those streams? I was here. I would go to sleep for like from January 20th to January 26th. I would do like 11 hours of Destiny content. I would sleep for 3 to 4 hours, and then I would wake up and immediately start doing it again every day.
That's insane.
Yeah, it was good content.
Do you regret that lifestyle?
Not at all. I have like near Eidetic knowledge of this and my schizo notes that I can read, and apparently only I can read, still lead me in good directions. So yeah.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute and just respond to something in chat. 1 second.
Okay, that's cool.
Hey, Sam. I actually thought about you the other day. I wanted to send you a copy of a song. Remind me to do that. All right. So anyway, tell me about this Jtock cherry fucking thing.
Jtock and Cherry started dating at what appears to be at the beginning of June. Apparently Cherry's had feelings for Jtock for about a year now, is from what she said. But they were actually dating at somewhere at the beginning of June. And that is like the story as it's told so far. Destiny is running with this to say Jtock pressured Cherry to put out all that stuff under the guise of a relationship, thus invalidating it because Jtock is a deranged schizo freak. And Cherry is mentally ill and incapable of doing it. So that's Destiny's angle. My angle is, probably not great to date the person who is at the center of all the content that you make all the time. Right?
Also,
so that's it. Yeah.
I mean, like, it's not even just that. Like, you've seen the kind of relationship antics that happened between her and Destiny. So why are you showing? What is that? Why?
Oh, dude, okay, somebody sent it to
you
me in
hate
chat.
Jews. I'm
Somebody
so
sent
glad I
it
don't
to me
have
in
this
chat.
open on
Brother,
stream.
the first one is Arab, you fucking anti-Semite. Why would you say I hate Jews because I put on an Arab chic thing? All right,
I'm sorry, I didn't
Kamikaze
see
posted
that
it.
one. I only saw the Jew one.
This is the first one that went
Oh,
up,
so you
little
hate?
freak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
clicked
didn't
on some
realize you
links
hate
because I
both
didn't realize I
Arabs
was sharing
and
the screen
Jews.
with you and
I
that you
didn't realize.
freak out.
Sorry,
You
sorry.
fucking, you are a Wuite in the way that you're trying to sniff out anti-Semitism on the fucking internet, freak. Why would you do that?
I'm so sorry that you feel so defensive over that. The fact that
I'm
you
just
have
like
both.
fucking
Oh,
seeing
I'm
the
sorry. I didn't
Jewish
realize
tendrils
I
still
was done
clawing their way
talking.
into your
I didn't
asshole.
realize.
You sound
I
like
didn't realize.
Sneeze in the
I didn't
fucking
realize.
bathroom
I didn't
right now.
realize.
You know
I
that?
didn't realize that I was done talking.
All
So
right.
what I was trying to say is that
Yeah.
like, oh, so yeah, maybe I saw the Jew one first, but the Arab one. Do you think that dressing up as a caricature of an Arab makes it any better? That when the fact that you're dressing up as a caricature of an Orthodox Jew. In fact, I would think that that just puts you into another genre of hate. You son of a bitch.
I need you to understand something, Sondsol. I have no shame about
I
these
noticed.
things. All right? I don't think that you've seen a picture of me.
Say HH right now.
I'm not going to say HH right now.
Say it.
But I need to show
Pussy.
you something.
You're
I
a
need to show.
pussy.
Why would I say it? I wouldn't say it because why?
Because you
trying to
obviously
call
hate the
my speech,
Jews.
You liberal fucking fascist.
You obviously hate the
fuck do you want?
Jews.
I obviously do. Or,
Obviously.
Sondsol.
See, I know that
need
you
you to
performatively hate the Jews, but listen. I've seen that secret Star of David tattoo. Okay, I know that you will.
I don't even have a secret Star of
I
David.
know you'll never show it on stream, and I know that if you were to try to show it on stream, you would get banned. So you're never. Oh yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about. The secret Star of David tattoo.
Do not. You realize, like, if we're talking about the Star of David,
Oh, was it a
and what means to me,
birthmark or some shit?
want
This
me to tell
very
you what it means to me,
perfectly
little Pico?
placed
I actually don't have
inside
one.
of your
I have a
right
literal cross
ass
on
cheek.
my arm, Sondsol. You
This
sperm donor.
perfectly
Okay.
yeah, of course I'm a sperm donor. I get free money for it. What the fuck do you talk? Of course I want to spread my genetics around. What the fuck are you talking about? I get $80 a fucking pump, motherfucker.
$80 a pump. Are you?
Yeah, $80 a pump, motherfucker. 6 times a day. 6 times a day, motherfucker. 6 times a day. And you can't even match the genetic quality that I'm putting out every day on your best day.
Sondsol.
Yeah.
Look at what I'm showing you.
Yeah, I see it right there.
Yeah.
I can see you also hate black people.
Yeah. I'm learning.
From me?
From the way people have treated me since I wore the dashiki, which was very comfortable, if I may add.
They start calling you the N-word? What?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to do it. I understand.
Well, I actually have plans to move to being a kick-only streamer. So
okay, do you remember when Nancy Pelosi and all those like Democrats did the George Floyd kneel thing and like the dashiki shit?
yeah, there's cringe shit we all have to do to get the N-word pass, dude. Occasionally we have to fucking do. We have to take the slings and arrows. It's fine.
Start using it, okay? So we watched that, and I was like, I found a picture of Norm Finkelstein at the No Kings protests where he was wearing a dashiki. All right,
no, it can't be real.
it is real. It is 100%. Norm Finkelstein was wearing a dashiki. All right, at the fucking at the No Kings protests, right?
That's rough.
All right. So I saw that and I was like considering, all right. I was considering all sorts of things. Okay. I was considering all sorts of things with regards to it. And I was like, you know what? If Norm can do it, all right, so can I. You know what I mean? It's called solidarity, Sondsol. You might know something about it if you cared.
Yeah, I don't care about anyone but white people. So why would I think about? Yeah.
So, anyways,
yeah, are we gonna watch the Jeremy pissing in the
you haven't
drain?
watched it yet. No, it's on Sol. You're very drunk. It's okay, buddy.
Well, I thought we were going to.
Yeah.
I've watched it before.
We're about to get back to it. Yeah, we're gonna loop back into this thing to say yes, I clicked on some links from chat. I will not be buying the Jewish or the Arab coded costumes that were linked to me.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm proud of you for having some restraint.
Yeah, it's just no, they're like $50. Like that would be a way.
Oh, so you're too poor. Okay, it's not restraint.
Yes,
It's
100%.
it's more
I
like
would absolutely milk the shit out of my audience to pay for that and pay for other shit. Yeah. I got like $230 to do the dashiki shit, and it was 15 minutes. I watched the General Monk video. Perfect. And now I've always got a dashiki as a costume.
that's not bad. Okay, so here, let me ask
I'll
you.
keep trying it, honestly, but you know, I'm just saying, yeah.
So okay, so the Jtock situation. Let's start there, because
Oh, the Jtock stuff, yeah.
yeah, here's
what else?
where I understand everything to be standing at this moment right now. Is here? Let me change my scene right here to just the camera. That's how a professional streamer does it. Now, here's my question. So my basic understanding is this. So
Are you stoned?
yeah, I'm also like I have 400.
You're like fully like
yeah, no. It's my listen. I've actually been cutting back, and that's maybe why I'm having a worse, situation than I normally would. But
am I your chip sitter now?
no, I mean, like, I'm fine. I'm home alone right now. Okay, that's why I'm 400 milligrams deep. Fucking two. You know what? The thing that's really disappointing is I think that I'm just getting old, and so I drank 3/4 of a can of a. Let me see here. I have the empty can right here. It's Cutwater Long Island iced tea. It's only 13% alcohol by volume. Motherfucker,
Yeah.
I drank 3/4 of that and I was fucking blitzed. That's fucking ridiculous and I know it. All right. Granted, empty stomach, but it's barely any kind of, it's barely a cope.
Eating disorder?
That is up in the air, to be honest.
Great. Cool. Awesome.
Not to emotionally dump, but I've been so emotionally depressed and everything just because the world sucks and everything. I also think food is super fucking gross. Haven't been able to get myself to eat more than like average of 750 calories a day, which is an issue, but it's not such a bad issue that it's causing me any kind of emotional distress.
You're like a long boy. You're like huge. You can't 750 calories a day means you're probably losing like a lot of weight.
Yes, I am actually. It's actually not good.
Okay. Well,
but it's not, but like no, just to be like super clear, like I'm like chilling. Like I'm not like if I was in a bad place, actually, I would not talk about it on stream. But like I'm at a medium point where it's funny enough, but still like something that like I should be happier.
I'm gonna be honest, Sondsol, it sounds like you're in a kind of bad place right now. So.
I'm chilling with it. I think.
All right.
Right. As far as my frame of reference is, so I think I'm fine. So,
all right.
Anyways, we were talking about me not eating. Yeah, food just like I'll be hungry, but then I'll start like cooking food, and then I'll smell the food, and that's when it gets gross to me. It's the smell really that does it for me. And so, yeah. I mean, like honestly, to be honest, the good thing about it is that I needed to lose weight. All right. I mean, I'm sure people can see on the stream. There's still
disorder, man. I'm just gonna be real. I think you have an eating disorder, brother. Like, that's how that reads to me.
Well,
what are you doing?
No, I don't think it's an eating disorder. I think I'm just like clinically depressed. I think that's where it is. But it's not like bad. It's not like it's a crazy bad thing or anything. So
Are you using alcohol to cope with this, or
no? I've never desired alcohol in my entire life. I just happen to have access to it right now. Yeah, just to be like super clear, like I'm like hyper aware of where I'm at with everything. I don't mean to make people worry. I make jokes about it because I think it's personally there's some comedy to be found here. Okay. There's some stereotypes to be found there. All right. I'm going to be turning 30. Right. I'm in a new city. Stereotype.
You're about to hit the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I have like, how many months away is Halloween? Like that's how long I have to be hot. And then as soon as I hit that, I'm immediately ugly. And I'll actually have to work for money. And I don't know what to do with that. you know. Yeah, so that it's rough, but you know what? At least I'm not having myself, being recorded pissing into the faucet on stream.
Yeah. So yeah, what's your take on the Jtock situation before we get to that?
Here's my broad take is, I feel like a full on outsider in the space because I like, broadly, I like Jtock. I think he's funny and I think that he has, he's insightful sometimes. I think that he became one of the raped, though, mind raped, when it came to the Destiny situation. I don't know.
How so?
Now, I don't know if it is because he was in love with Cherry, and then Cherry was alleged to be one of the people that Destiny was sending videos or secretly recording. So I don't know if it's because of that or because whatever. Here's from the outsider's position, right? Because I had a conversation with Ice Beans about this, and I've seen like 2 or 3 conversations about this recently. Like it feels like I'm the raped when I try to talk about this. All right.
Yeah.
Because
he pulled wool over your fucking eyes and you haven't looked for counter evidence and shit. And then every time you talk to somebody that like has looked at this intensely, it's like, oh yeah, this looks exactly like the Anabar situation, the Blue Tea situation, as well as possibly the Lawrence Southern situation. And it's almost like a natural preclusion of what happens with like these, again, sexual degenerates online who create a community calling women crazy for years.
I mean, I understand that perspective 100%. I'm gonna have to retrace my mental roadmap to what I was trying to say. I lost it.
Good.
Yeah. Fuck. I said something about
Jtock being mind raped by Destiny.
Okay, so it's
Cherry,
not. Yeah. To be clear, I don't think that is mind raped by Destiny. So I was talking about the fact that So I feel like I wonder if the level of vitriol that Mr. Jtock has had towards Destiny is because he's very into Cherry. And I don't know if because people fake shit all the time.
That they've been friends, right? Like,
I'm sure that they have friends. I feel like I saw some screenshots. I don't know. That's what I was about to ask. The screenshot of there were some text messages were the like I love yous and like stuff. Was that Jtock saying that, or was that?
Yeah, so that is Jtock saying that after Cherry threatens to kill herself, right?
Yeah. Okay. Here's the.
Do you think? 1 second.
Yeah. You can go ahead. I've literally seen Nicholas DiOrio's tweet on this, and then something that Internet Gas linked to me. So I don't have any previous poisoning or anything.
If you look at the actual tweet, okay, all right, there are multiple ways to read this, and I'm going to be clear. I actually don't agree. I don't actually agree with how Jtock handled this. I think Cherry is probably reasonably somebody that you might want to.
Hey, really quick, I just remembered what I was going to talk about a second ago, and I'm going to forget it, and I'm going to lose it forever. I'm
not letting what you just said stand.
No, you can no, I'm totally fine.
And write it down on here. I have a notebook.
I'm writing.
Give me like a trigger word, okay? I'll write it down for you.
No,
okay?
It's gone.
No,
I sat down. I have a pen in my hand. Fuck my life. No, that's really rough. I'm not trying to interrupt you or like trying to get away from anything.
I understand. Yeah. So what you basically
I'm just in a rough spot.
No, you're okay, buddy. It's all right. I get it. So this is Jtock said he'd delete everything if I told people that he wanted to be with me, but after being on call with me for 16 hours, not giving me a single reason to live, telling me he will never love me, never want to be with me. I think he's love bombing and abandoning me until I break. So,
that's one tweet I've seen, yes.
Yeah, so Sherry says, and dying is the only way out of this. If someone says that, right, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, I would assume it's suicide, unless I'm missing
Yeah.
some Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I was just making sure I wasn't missing connotation
so
here.
Jtock and Sherry, if we were getting the timeline right, they met up in real life. Because if we look at this, Jtock's saying, book another flight and come back. I need you here. We can make whatever work. I love you. Please come back. All right. Is it possible that Jtock and Sherry seemingly kind of broke up or something like that? Cherry immediately is starting to suicide bait, and Jtock has a reaction where he's like, yeah, maybe I can't be with you, but I do want to be friends with you, and I do care about you as a person, and is saying whatever he can. Is it not the best thing to do? Yeah. Is it like a kind of
listen,
a freak out reaction? Yeah. Again, if you don't want to fucking, if we're gonna be clear, I think Jtock probably should know better, because of the criticisms of Straight Raid as well as Destiny, as well as Not So Erudite, where they're saying, hey, guess what? Pixie did, in fact, have credible claims, had a way to do it, had ideation for it. I think that there's a condemnation there. This sort of thing, I don't know what this necessarily proves, is contradictory to the narrative that Destiny leaked Cherry's audio of them, an encounter that they had, which, as well, anybody who is going to honestly clip all this shit, all right, would see that, yes, Cherry reaffirms this after this DM, that, yes, what happened and where she sits with the detectives on the case. Right? So,
yeah.
I don't think that it really changes all that much of like where everything is. It is still a horrible look for Jtock to trauma bond with Sherry. I have no issue saying that. It doesn't compromise him quite a bit, but yeah, that's about where it is.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
I did a whole segment on this today already. You have to understand, I am ready. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like you laid a bunch of stuff out there. I mean, all I was gonna say is that like
I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Yeah, like this is all I was gonna say. Like broadly, I think this is all I was gonna say. And someone can correct me if I was in the middle of saying something else. But like, listen, I feel like I feel really bad for Cherry.
I feel horrible for Cherry. Yeah. I agree with that.
I can't remember. I couldn't remember this when I was sober either. If
the 15-2 shit with Destiny.
No, if I met her once or twice in person.
Oh. Okay.
But I remember having a not just like generally positive, but very positive like takeaway from that interaction. I think that Cherry is a very, very cool person. I think that she is very, very mentally ill. I think that I don't know what the connotations that people have been making, because I tried to follow everything you said when it comes to the everything. I don't know what connotations anyone has said for the case. I don't know anything about that. I think that, man, you know what, Jtock, I still had a generally positive view of him. I feel like I have a generally negative view of him now, because I feel like if you know that there's someone who has like general, mental illness stuff, someone who has crazy BPD, someone who has talked about leaving their husband for another streamer in the past, man, you know what? You probably shouldn't foster that relationship whatsoever. In my opinion. And so,
I'm going to go further. I think that trauma bonding isn't a way that anybody should engage in relationships.
Yeah, I don't know what like the like how he was bonding with her or anything like that. I don't know anything about, like, I know that I'm pretty sure. Oh shit! You know what? Hey, you mind if I mute for just a second? My girlfriend's calling.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
Hello. All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
Nothing. I was just talking to my chat and telling them all sorts of things.
All right, were you telling them about
where
how
we
much of a
left off, right?
dick suck I am?
Yeah, a little bit. So the why I'm bringing this up, the way I'm bringing this up, right, is because literally today, even with the things that are being said here, okay, like Cherry at no point is saying I have been dating him for a year. Everybody, there seems to be no contest that it started in June, but now Destiny is over in DGG
June?
chat. Yeah, in June of this year is when
When
they
was
started.
the suicide?
That was like a
text?
week, like that was like days ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's turned upside down within a month. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't disagree. Yeah. Jtock probably should know dating Cherry is a bad idea. All right. However, to be clear, right? All right. Destiny is running with this to say Cherry was fucking dating Jtock when she tried to tweet her accusation with me on top of the Pixie stuff, which is untrue. Okay, Jtock and Cherry hadn't talked to each other for a good period of time before the accusations that Cherry put out were, which did turn Jtock, even though they were fighting. Okay, and this shows up in the sick tweets, and now Destiny is running with this
With the
to
who
say
tweets?
the sick had tweets in that were covering Cherry in
Oh,
February,
the
saying
sick
like, oh yeah,
unchained guy.
yeah. So, but Destiny has seen all this and is now running with the narrative that Jtock put Cherry up to do all of this from the very beginning. All right, which is not true. It is not what Cherry said. And not only that, he's also obfuscating the stuff that happened with Abby as well. So yeah, this whole thing is Destiny is making pretend that they've been dating for a longer period of time, and now is running with that narrative to exonerate himself in the public eye in front of DGG.
What's that? I'm reading the incredibly. You know what? There's another thing that I know that I'm getting old because of. You know what it is?
Yeah.
I can't fucking see, so I have to get really close to the fucking screen. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
I
at
know.
work.
That's why I read it out, like the specific messages that I'm talking about. So yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading up from the bottom.
He's also makes a lot of claims about him, how crazy it is that other people are manipulating women online. Which if you
Wait,
remember the Mr.
hold on.
Burrow
Say that
report,
again.
he also is saying that it's insane that Jtock is manipulating women online.
I would need to read more. I would say I'm sorry. Fuck me. I don't know Cherry that much. I met her possibly twice.
Cherry's always been like super nice to me online and then Twitch.
Well, all I'm saying, yeah, no, she's always been very nice and very funny in person. What I'm trying to say is, like, given everything that's been public about her online, like, I'm sorry, fucking Jtock is someone who I respect their intelligence enough to know that he knew it was a bad idea. All right?
Yeah.
Regardless of how long they have or haven't been dating, I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, I know. We've already been there.
But like here's my question.
Sondsol,
Why the fuck is he saying I love you like a month
We've been there with the Sondsol. We've been there with the Jtock thing since the very beginning of this conversation. We agree on that.
Which thing?
Is it crazy that Destiny is using this to rewrite history about Cherry?
Which history are we talking about?
We're talking about this message that I read out. So Cherry was fucking dating Jtock when she tried to tweet out her accusation with me on top of the Pixie stuff.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I just read that. I've explained to you that that's a fundamental lie. Destiny continually is doing this, where he takes a sliver of a thread and tries to weave a narrative around it to pretend like it's the same. He did the same thing with Pixie and saying, oh, well, she sent videos with me that I consented to her sharing to mean that she wasn't sharing them. And the consent for that is in the messages themselves. Destiny has been continually doing this to freeze out his accusers.
I just don't know what you said has to connect to what I was about to ask.
I know.
The question is like, I don't know how long Destiny is. I don't know what the narrative is there. I feel like they probably were dating longer than 3 weeks if he's like saying I love you like that. But I mean, like,
I
I
literally
could see
say
the
I love
argument.
you. I say I love you to you meaningfully every time we call. Is there not a possibility you could have love means like multiple things? It could be like a deep, intense personal friendship that they obviously had even before dating.
I felt self-conscious saying I love you to my girlfriend for the first time. I'm
It's
sorry, a
constructive.
month. I felt self-conscious saying it like in person, like 3 or 4 or 5 months in. So
Okay.
I don't know. I know, like, here's one thing I realized, and I thought that I was different. I thought that I thought I was more liberal than everyone else. But I guess like I think I have been told I say I love you earlier in relationships, but I generally take the correct amount of time for other things in relationships. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's okay, but like it feels like inappropriate. I feel like, and here's like the unconfirmed, not conspiracy feeling that I have. I feel like they've probably just been dating for a lot longer than anything
Okay.
else. I don't think that there's any
Why do
other
you feel
conspiracy.
why do you feel that way when there hasn't been a contradiction in the story from either person?
I just because like I feel like he's given a lot of preferential treatment to her for his stream in a way that
Yeah.
I don't think he has afforded to very many people. Granted, he has afforded it to some people.
Yeah.
And this is the first like past like 3 seconds that we spent on it earlier, so I'm kind of talking myself through it right now.
You're okay.
So I would assume like, so he's afforded Lav several chances, but eventually got done with her because of behavior in his Discord.
No. Lab still
Is she
comes on a
back?
show. Lab always comes on a show from time to time. Like, yeah, she isn't in the Discord
I
because
haven't
she
followed
made her
his.
profile picture a picture of Destiny's glands, like the tip of his penis. And
Why would you say
he
glands?
said,
Glands feels worse.
yeah, well, I was being very specific with my language. So yes, that is, I believe, why Jtock kicked her from the Discord. But yes, she has been on stream since then.
Oh, that's a
But
moral
yeah, she's
failing
not
of
in his
his.
community.
That's a moral failing of his in
Yeah.
that case. Because I
What,
thought
that he's bringing people that he dislikes on stream to get them to say stuff, pushes back when they go too hard and stuff
I
like
don't
that.
feel like. Well, I don't watch his stream anymore because honestly, he streams way too late for me to be able to partake in the
Yeah.
whole shebang. I feel like we were talking about Lav, we were talking about fuck me, holy shit. I need to, next time I call you and I'm drunk and or high and or both, we need to have like a way more pedestrian conversation. Here, so when it comes to Jtock,
You can't ask me pedestrian conversations about drama online.
You can give me a TLDR, dude.
I did. I gave you a full TLDR of everything that I said that I'm going to be editing into a video.
Hey, chatters, you guys can see if he asked a follow-up question, if that's what led us into where we're at. Now, here's like my perception of the, or not just perception plus memory of the Jtock Lav connection. Hold on really quick. Someone said Kelly is great content. I almost agree. I can't agree though. Okay? Sounds like he's 40 IQ. It's wild. Damn, I might need to log off. Do I sound that bad, Rezi?
Yeah, you have one of your mods did message me and said that you sound pretty bad.
One of my mods messaged you.
Yeah.
Out them now.
No, I'm not outing your mod. They're worried about you.
That's pussy bullshit.
Okay. They can tell you in person.
You know what? You know what? I don't believe you because I feel like they would have said something in my chat.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well. Okay.
I feel like you're gaslighting me right now. I feel like
I am not gaslighting you. I am not gaslighting you, buddy.
Well, it's either gas or bones, and gas is saying it's bones.
Uh-huh.
I know where Bones lives. Anyways.
Okay.
So the perception of the Jtock Lav connection is, I feel like he gave her like.
Sorry, Bones asked to come on.
Sond.
Yeah.
You're fucking crossfaded, dude.
Yeah, I'm crossfaded, but I feel like just like giving my
you need to like
on Destiny is fine.
Step back a little bit. I don't know if you're equipped to have this conversation right now.
Am I fighting for my life right now, Bones?
You seem pretty out of it. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, I'm asking, am I fighting for my life right now?
I'm not saying that you're fighting for your life. I just don't think you have all the faculties necessary to have the conversation right now. I think this is something you need to have while you're sober and you're able to process everything.
Unironically, if people get mad at me for whatever take they think I'm giving right now, which I haven't even been able to give a full take because we're still info gathering, like they can be mad at me about that. Okay?
We're not there yet. We're not even close to that. It's more so.
Then I'm not fighting for my life.
You see, you're not. That's not what I'm saying. You're crossfaded as fuck. Yes. You just got out of a conversation with me saying you needed a fucking vibe, and you're in another conversation.
Well, listen. I'm here to vibe, but we're talking about the Destiny situation now.
But are you really vibing? Because this is like this is a pretty serious conversation.
See, that's why I'm asking. Am I fighting for my life? Because I feel like we're chilling right now.
You seem out of it. I don't know if you're fighting for your life necessarily, but you just
do you know what I mean when I say fighting for my life?
What do you mean?
When I say I'm fighting for my life, I mean like people are asking me questions and I'm giving bad answers, and it's therefore ruining my life in some way. Therefore, fighting for my life.
It's not that.
Yeah,
it wasn't
I didn't think
that.
so.
It's more so like you. I don't know if you're able to
we're
process
kind of
it.
Yeah, we're kind of meandering a whole bunch because I feel like Reservoir. And I'm going to talk. I'm going to have the meta conversation as if Reservoir is not here this time. I feel like Resi is having a different conversation than I am. Because every time
because you're spreading mistruths about something that I care very deeply about.
Wait, what did I say? That's a mistruth.
Yeah, so you're making this assertion that you think that they were dating, but they don't even need to be dating. They could just be close friends, right? Within this. And we from part one of this, right? I have said, yes, what Jtock did, I don't agree with. I have a whole list of reasons why that's the case. However, my bigger issue is that Destiny is literally rewriting the entire narrative around this in order, and that's what he's doing with this, and as well using Cherry's, mental health stuff that his community has gaslit her about and freaked out on her about for years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
see, that was not the conversation that I was trying to have. So.
I know. Yeah, because we agree. I'm trying to get to a point where we disagree. I agree, Jtock. I would not do what Jtock did in his position.
Listen,
we've been there from step one.
I don't know what Destiny's fucking narrative is on it. I know. I thought listen, I just think that Jtock and Cherry and Jtock and the white woman tears woman. What's her name?
I'm not familiar, but
the other one.
Anna?
No. Kelly. Thank you, Nair.
Kelly Jean?
I've always thought that Jtock's relationship with Kelly and Jtock's relationship with Cherry was weird, personally. And I thought it was weird with Lav, too. I thought that he
Okay.
had fully
Why?
kicked her off. I mean, I feel like and it wasn't because it's because I couldn't tell if it was for content or if it was because it was like weird simpery stuff. With
I mean,
those
it was
three,
obviously for content because he brought Lav
you say
on.
it obviously, but like,
Well, yeah,
man,
because it is. Like, he brought Lav on to accuse Not So Erudite's husband of running around on Not So Erudite. That was like Lav's big bonus to the stream, as
she
well
also
as
posted
arguing with
nudes
Destiny.
in his Discord all the time. Like, I don't want to. I'm not like making like a strong declaration on any of these people whatsoever. I personally, over the course of the however long Jtock has been streaming and getting popular, and since I've been in his Discord, I used to be active in the Discord, I thought that the relationship there was a little bit fucking weird. That's
Is there
all,
who has like a normal relationship with Lav then? Why is it just do you feel
nobody.
weird about Lav, or do you feel weird about them having some sort of like
I think
relationship?
it's the constant hardcore arguments, it feels like, that he would have individually, these people, but like they'd always find a way to have instant access to be on his stream again. I thought that it was different with Lab, but you're telling me that he actually has started bringing her back on. Now, I
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The only person that I know that's like fully banned from Jstocks is Paragon. And Paragon like struck his channel and got him removed from YouTube, which made him
No,
lose
wait,
a ton of monetization.
is that what happened with Paragon? Because that was like the last meme in that community that I was aware of. Was
Yeah,
like
that's
the
what happened with
dancing
Paragon. Yeah, and then
beanbag
Jstock got
baby.
forced on. Yeah.
Damn, Paragon. The
By the way,
one
Paragon recently was
good meme
outed.
I can think of.
So Paragon called me a nonce 10 days ago, and yesterday he was outed as this dude that was talking to minors to offer them a safe space.
I thought that was what his initial fucking
No, his initial
trouble
thing was he just sent a dick
about.
pic. He sent a dick pic to a woman unsolicited, and then she sent nudes back
Oh,
eventually
on
because
that
he pestered
tier.
her.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Fuck. Man, you know what? I'm getting a little bit like, is this way more normal in like the real world than we realize, or is this like the
What?
like this like the dick pic sending and like the weirdo like human beings? Is it more common than we think, or is it just like the space is a magnet?
I think online, yeah, like a lot of people just send dick pics and shit, and yeah, like I think generally, like a lot of somewhat trashier people, it is more normal. But yeah, on the internet, yeah, people that are unsocialized, and we know that they're unsocialized because they watch a degenerate gnome man who violates the sexual boundaries of every woman he comes into contact to, and still goes and slurps onto his shit. Yeah, I think that's yeah, online. I think I know why it's happening. Yeah.
All right, nice. Give me if you'll allow me, if I'm not cooking your content for
No, go
too
ahead.
long.
You're fine.
Yeah, yeah. My girlfriend just
You're the
got home.
content
I
right now,
go say hello.
Sondsol. Just so you know, I got you on the casting couch.
Yeah, no, I'm totally fine with being your content. Just give me 2 seconds. 1 sec.
You're fine.
And I haven't even had the fucking time to keep up with anything fucking Destiny related.
It's my job, dude. Like, I don't know how else to put it, right?
I can't fucking care about it for like my real life shit. Like, it is.
Yeah. Honestly, the thing is, I find it interesting, and at this point, there really isn't that much. It's just like, it's usually like I spend 20 minutes a day. Like, I did an hour and got caught up on all the Cherry stuff from like the last like month or two today, I think.
Yeah, and I like saw the tweets. I'm like, is homegirl okay? Like, what the fuck did I just
No, she's not. Well, so
like, she's not. She's obviously not. But
well, yeah, and the thing is, it's like the only thing that we can compare this to is Destiny's 15-2 thing, where his community beleaguered and harassed the shit out of her, until, like, you know, yeah, she dipped for a while, came back, made a thing on Not So Erudite. It was super cool. And then, you know, that eventually she ended up hanging out with Jtock, you know, and all that. So, yeah.
Like, I can't help but kind of compare this to like all the like the Anivore stuff in particular, because that's when
I think
more so
it's just,
followed
it's just,
it. But
the parallel is got to be the Cherry stuff in the first part. If you remember the 15-2 stuff, it was very similar to this. But again, what Destiny did was he dragged this out in front of his community. He brought up the fact that, oh my God, look at me. I got everything I wanted and I'm so cool and shit, which was what the narrative was. When we look at the
In
Anivore
regards
stuff,
to what?
all right,
Sorry.
there's a very big difference with the Anivore stuff, because with the Anivore stuff, Destiny in private was saying, oh my God, it'll be okay. Now send me pictures of them little feats. And in public, he's saying Anivore is a crazy bitch who is the absolute worst. And not only that, he was saying these things, and we know this from his VODs, he was saying these things while he was on stream shit talking her to her.
that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But
And then, but you know how he got out of that? Mr. Girl wasn't willing to reveal that Anivore had this like kind of multifaceted, you know, approach to this. And instead, what Mr. Girl did was he didn't out that Anivore was standing by the accusations she made of Destiny. We only found that out on January 20th when Anivore went on stream with Jtock and Mr. Girl. So Mr. Girl just took heat and lost that drama because he didn't want to violate Anivore's boundaries. And that's, yeah. Anivore stood by what she said. She did still want to be friends with Steven as well. It's like, it's a lot of really complicated, like, friend emotion plus what do they deserve to get out of this, you know? So
yeah, no,
yeah, it's part of the part of the
is.
Destiny mind rape complex, right? Where if you go against what Destiny says, you're gonna have a bunch of his fucking sycophantic drones who don't really look into things. They take what he says as gospel, and then they push it through. For a good example of this, right? Like recently, Caseytron's been brought into the Ethan Hassan lawsuits. When it comes to Caseytron, all that started because Caseytron turned on him during the Bob 7 drama. And he's had a fucking hate boner for Caseytron ever since, and that has fomented. And I think that, yes, Ethan is motivated with the Caseytron stuff because of the constant gaslighting and attempts to make as small as possible Caseytron over the last 4 years since the Bob 7 drama, when Caseytron supposedly betrayed Destiny. Saya, thank you very much for the resub. Thank you.
God, it goes that far. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I would
you have to, like,
fucking. I would need to like look at all this to even
is,
like start to develop opinions.
Bro,
here.
I know, but this is the thing: is what you do. Start with the Mr. Girl report. Stop reading it lav. All right, and that's kind of like what the last time Sondsol came on. It was about the Mr. Girl report. If you stop at lav and like the lav stuff, you have a very complex understanding of his pattern of behavior to have his community go out, harass people after he gets into fights with them. And then if you compound that with Lauren Southern, or not Lauren Southern, Lauren Northern, Lauren De Laguna, saying he is recording people secretly at his house a year before all of the stuff comes up with the Sunday video and the Beckett video. And then that comes out and you re-examine it, and it's like, Lauren De Laguna was just right. And what did he say? She's crazy. She hates me. All right. Which is the exact same thing he did in his first response to the Pixie thing, to say that Pixie was mind raped by Lauren De Laguna. He is now doing the same thing with his community and Cherry and Jtock. It is literally his tactic. He does this over and over again. Lav and Mr. Girl. Anivore and Mr. Girl. All right. He says this person's been mind raped. They are a retarded child who cannot have opinions. He does this over and over again. That is his pattern.
Yeah, I can understand the pattern part that I've like vaguely seen, and I'm like, yeah, like there's some connection there. Is it like them or is it him type thing? But to play devil's advocate for a second here, what about Mr. Girl is reliable here? What makes him a reliable truth seer?
When has Mr. Girl lied? When has he lied?
That is a good question. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm more so kind
yeah.
of
I'm sorry.
poking.
I don't have the.
Mr. Girl may not be somebody
the
that's
trend-
tasteful, but like he doesn't really lie. Most of his documentaries are very well sourced. He talks to other people outside of them. Yes, the Mr. Girl report was long, but it was thorough and it provided links to everything that happened. When has Mr. Girl lied? Is a very good question. When we know during the Anivore stuff, Destiny lied. When it comes to the Pixie stuff, Destiny lied. He lied to Pixie when he said he wasn't sharing her stuff around. All of these things are true. Destiny lies like he breathes. Mr. Girl, I'm going to be honest, you might not like his takes. I certainly don't. But I don't think that he lies about the information he presents. And I think he has a very high standard of evidence for the information he presents.
Yeah, I could probably be amenable to that. I'd just have to I'd have to literally look through all that in my spare time and just like take it
If you
all
ever
in.
want,
Because
I will send you a compilation of like a bunch of the stuff that I think demonstrates the pattern properly. I, do work on a lot of that, so
please do.
Yeah.
It'll be good slop
Yeah,
content for when I'm like just not caring about anything else.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to read. That's the problem. It's gonna be like
yeah, that's fine. I'm
be
fine with
reading.
reading. I just
Okay, cool. All right, yeah. If you're down with reading, I will 100% get you the stuff to say. I think there's a pattern there that is much more declarative of him being Destiny. Destiny being of low moral fiber and low moral character, and somebody who is fundamentally untrustworthy.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that, maybe go see what Destiny says on top of that, just to kind of like cross-reference things and see like where both ends differ on specific points, and then kind of figure everything out from there.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'd be totally fine with that. I don't want to kill Sondsol because he is pretty fucked up right now.
I'm actually able to comprehend everything that you guys are saying. Here's my thing. I don't have time. I genuinely don't have time to fucking dive into this, the minutia. Here's where I'm at. It is from an outsider's perspective, okay? Because I feel very disconnected from the space, which is kind of unfortunate. Kind of depresses me to a great extent, because I just, this was a community for me. I feel very disconnected. I feel like fucking everyone is crazy, but to talk about it opens you up to everyone's. I'd never heard about them until the Ethan stuff, but the snarker type communities, or the logging, Kiwi Farms light type people is I feel like here's where I'm at. If you want to go and dive deep into the shit, it's totally fine. I don't have a high opinion of Destiny. I feel like he has some significant fucking issues with especially with the sex stuff, but I feel like, and you could be 100% right, but because of the way that the information is presented and then arrived at and then presented with the conclusion, it feels like we're having to go through conspiratorial avenues to explain it, which
okay, but that's exactly what Destiny has done for years with every drama. And when I'm talking conspiratorially, the conspiracy that I'm saying, I have several points of reference where I can draw my conclusions of this is how Destiny works and how he discredits his critics. And I'm showing you over and over again how that's the truth. I'm showing you literally just by basic recounting of history about his lies. all right, with regards to this. And that's, I feel like it's less of a conspiracy when I'm pointing out a specific system that has existed. And the only thing that's untenable about that is that Mr. Girl described this before almost anyone else did. And I think that's it puts a weird taste in a lot of people's mouths to admit Mr. Girl might have just been right.
I would rephrase that statement to say not like a conspiracy, but rather more so you're establishing a pattern of behavior.
Sure. But I would
think
say
that's
that
I think that's a little bit more accurate.
I feel like
to be
but
like, well,
if I'm
actually,
talking,
but
I agree. I don't think that I'm describing a conspiracy, but Sondsol wants to describe it as such. And I'm trying to say what makes a conspiracy not a conspiracy is a demonstrated pattern and or system that can be shown through very rudiment understanding of the situation.
I don't know if that's the standard that we would use for conspiracies being true, because if that was the standard, and again, I'm not saying that you're wrong about Destiny or about the information, right? But like the standard that you just said would allow for like 80% of the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that I know to be logically true, because we've established a pattern, we've proven that this is how this happens every single time.
What pattern have we established? What the Jewish people in America are they?
Well, the
some of
pattern
them.
that they would argue, the pattern that you're arguing for Destiny.
What does this have to do with the Jews? Unironically. Like, I hate to say it like that, but like,
yeah, I'm pretty confused at this route.
Well,
yeah, like Sondsol, what are you what are you trying to say?
I'm just because like those are the conspiracies that I'm most familiar with. I'm gonna have to hop off because my girlfriend.
Well, yeah, but okay.
But I'm just because those are the conspiracies. The only other conspiracy that I'm well versed in is JFK, and I don't know. It doesn't really quite map on.
Okay, so are you well versed in the Mr. Girl conspiracy that Destiny has laid out for years, or the Lav conspiracy, or
anymore.
The Kelly Jean conspiracy? Because all these things are technically conspiracies because there isn't like a demonstrable pattern for a lot of them. Like, yeah, Lav sort of lies. Right? Lav sort of lies about some things. I don't think she lied about the Hassan stuff. I just think she backed off of it.
I think. To be clear, I do think that Lav lies, but I don't have any direct evidence. Like, in general, I think that Lav is a really bad person.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think Mr. Girl's a bad person. I think Destiny's a horrible person.
Yeah, but I also like I know that there is a reasonable reason why I have a perception of Lav as being a lying piece of shit, and it wasn't just because of Destiny. I think it was because of other people who in this space.
What the Hassan stuff? Because that's usually what everybody points to is the Hassan stuff.
I don't know if it was specifically that. I think it was stuff specifically around and you know what? There's been drama with Zonia and how trustworthy she is. It could be the fact that Zonia was wrong, but I feel like at the time, Zonia was a very, very trustworthy, straight shooter when it came to stuff. And so, I'm not going to,
Well, yeah, but the Zonia stuff was her looking at the Tom situation and saying that Tom was a little baby child and that Mantis mind raped him, right?
What does that have to do with Lav? I'm talking about.
Well, I know, but it has to do with Zonia, and you just brought up Zonia. And Zonia just dipped off the internet after that. I'm just saying, you mentioned Zonia. I'm telling you why.
Oh, Zonia. I know why Zonia dipped off the internet. It wasn't because of that.
I mean, that had it had a bit to do with it, yeah.
My understanding, well, I was in the group chat that leaked. I assumed that the reason
it wasn't the trans group chat, no.
It wasn't the Mr. Girl, or I'm sorry, not Mr. Girl. It's the other pedophile. No. What's his name?
It was the other pedophile. Who?
Food Chops?
Eggman. I can't remember his fucking name. He looks like a turtle.
I thought wasn't the
President
last
Sunday.
like
President Sunday.
President Sunday? No, he's not. I don't think he's a pedo. I think.
Sorry,
he's
I was
definitely
just saying.
something.
Sorry, it was just I was saying something mean about him. Okay, he's not a pedophile. Let me
Yeah.
retract that statement. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Well,
I can't tell what
was
you're
I-
talking about, dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
well, I was talking. I'm sorry. I said you're the pedophile.
Tomfoolery.
Yeah, I talked to
Food shops was mentioned earlier.
yeah.
Like who? Like,
What
who are you trying to
asking me
mention?
right now? I was talking about President Sunday.
Okay. Okay. Now we're
Yeah,
back.
a guy who Destiny maliciously doxed on stream because he got angry that his felching DMs got released.
What is? That's like a year and a half forward in the time.
No, that was
frame.
6. Yeah, that was 6 months ago though. That's
yeah,
like
that
that's
was a
like
long time after what I'm talking about. I don't know
I know.
why you're bringing that up.
well because this is part of the game. Is like, what is Sunday mean, or is he bad? Right. I think you can make the argument that he's bad. All right, I think that's easy, but I think you have to like actually make
why
it.
do you think that that's what we're talking about? I was
Because
talking
you keep
about
bringing up people and saying that they're bad.
Rezi. I was talking
Okay.
about Zonia, and the last time that
Uh-huh.
I knew that she was on the internet was when she leaked shit to President Sunday. I wasn't talking about President Sunday's character. You're going into a whole other tangent because you think I'm trying to denigrate someone else. I don't know why you're doing that.
Well, because President
was
Sunday
tangential-
is
it was
also part
tangential.
of Destiny's system of insulting people until they are completely brain rotted to the public, and he does this for all of
Do
his
you
critics.
think, Rezi,
Yes.
I'm sorry. You're assuming like 3 steps ahead of what I'm saying. Before you do that, do you think that there is any reason that I might fucking hate President Sunday?
I mean, that's fine, but if
Irrespective
you
outside, why would
Uh-huh.
you even need to explain to me or try to tell me like, oh well, your perception of President Sunday might be skewed
Yep.
because of Destiny. It's because of what
because
he has
I
done to me
think that
personally.
I think that when we view things, we should understand that, yeah, we can have a problem with somebody, but we can have problems with other people as well. And we should probably try to be objective about what those criticisms are, right?
Sure. I just like you were going in to defend President Sunday in a situation where I wasn't even criticizing President Sunday. I was explaining why Zonia might have left the internet.
I mean,
my
you said that he
understanding.
was a pedo.
Well, yeah, because I personally don't like him, but that doesn't mean that has anything like.
I think we get it was a bad taste joke, but
okay.
Sure, it might have been a bad taste joke. So sorry. Like we call people pedos and shit all the fucking time. It doesn't mean that we have to go into fucking.
Probably not a
defending
good
them.
thing to call people pedos, though, right?
yeah.
Oh,
let's
I'm so
just
sorry.
let's
Now
just
that we
go.
care
Yeah,
about that sort of
that like
thing.
especially unprompted.
I want to be
yeah, no,
clear.
it's-
I want to be clear. A entire group of my ops have been outed as pedos, or at least pedo adjacent, in the last 2 days. I take very strong dictate over making sure that we don't pedo jacket people incorrectly, just my ops, when they do it correctly.
Okay, listen. We should finish this conversation. This is the perception. I don't even know how we got to this point. So I have to go here a second. I don't understand why. Like, listen, I don't remember how we got to the Zonia thing. The only reason I brought up Zonia, I can't remember. I was just talking about why she was leaving the internet. It happened right after a leak to President Sunday. So that would be my assumption. Why do you think that that would be an immediate like campus?
Because I know
Well, hold on.
the actual reason, because I'm like personally friends with Zonia, and
Well, I was also personally Rezi. I don't know if you know this, but I was also personally friends with Zonia, and I've messaged her a couple of times. So if there's information there that I just wasn't privy to, that's one thing.
I know.
But instead, like that wasn't the information that you were throwing at me. Instead, the information you were throwing at me was why I was incorrect in my assumption that President Sunday was a bad person. You might like President Sunday. I think he's a piece of shit because of things that he has said and done to me, perceptions of me that he has put out onto the internet. Now, I don't know if it is possible at all. Like, I'm fine with people disliking Destiny. You can do that. I dislike Destiny in some respects. That's fine. I don't know what kind of weird shit has to happen where I can criticize both Destiny and President Sunday and the other people who are involved, because from my perspective as a, you know, aging out of the space person, all of the motherfuckers are out of their fucking minds, right? It's just degrees of out of their mind that they are.
Yeah. I think
And I
that
have a
Destiny's
better
degree I think that Destiny's degree of out of his mind far out overshadows that of anyone else in the space.
What about Bad Empanada? Would you say the same
Yeah,
about
I would say it's worse because he's deliberately hurting his friends. Yeah. Deliberately
Yeah,
hurting
Bad Empanada is actually like a
I have
deranged little
never
Australian.
I
Again,
have
if we're
never
talking
been
about Bad
scared.
Empanada, what has he done? He's like doxed people. Destiny's done that. Has he made threats to people violently? Destiny's done that. He's done that recently. Again, it's
Okay,
everything
well,
that
I
you
guess
want to
that
say about
everyone
Bad
is the
Empanada.
exact
I
same.
don't even think that like
I
Destiny's.
don't think
done,
I don't think he's saying
No,
everyone's
no,
exactly the
no.
same here.
I'm
Like,
listen. I have to go, and I've said that like 3 times. I
I know.
just like I've never felt scared of Destiny. I have felt
Yeah.
scared of interacting with Bad Empanada. I have felt scared of there are other people I felt scared of interacting with.
Yeah.
I think that I'm fine with having the conversation about fuck Destiny. That's fine. It's the weird telling me that I'm not allowed to dislike other people that I've had
I'm not saying you
negative.
can't. I just don't think that
You're
they're
telling
even
me
close.
reasons why I shouldn't like them while I'm just bringing their name up because you think
Well, I
I'm
know.
trying to defend Destiny. Understand
Well,
this.
I just think that
No,
like you
hold on.
can't
I
compare.
desperately have to leave.
I
I
know.
just want you
I
to
know. Bud.
understand this.
I just want to be
I
clear.
don't need to. I
Yeah.
don't need to be told who is good and who is bad. I'm able to make those determinations myself. And I also
know.
don't need to be told that Destiny is a bad person or has done bad things. I understand that as well. I don't need to be psyoped. I don't need to be explained. Sometimes I can just say that I don't like a certain person, or I think that one person was more bad than another person in a situation. Is all
Yeah.
I'm saying. I do have
Yeah,
to go
and
though.
I mean,
I'm out of here. That's not how I want to interact online right now. I just feel like we can be normal. Peace. I don't want to come off as like ultra aggro. I just don't want to have that conversation. So we're gonna raid into Resi, okay? Is his name Reservoir now? Yeah. Oh no, that's raid. Remember to send me a song? DM me so that I remember to do it. Invalid username / raid. If you DM me, I will remember it. Discord. I'm pretty sure that's how I spelled it before. Alright. Everyone pile in. It's just so fucking irritating. I don't need to be baby walked through who is a good person and who is a bad person. I'm 30 years old. I don't need it. Love you guys. Send Resi love. Catch you guys later.